Chapter 201. 197, I have entered the fourth realm. At the altar, Chong-hui clenched his fist with his right hand and suddenly wanted to smash the altar. But when he thought that this thing was too precious, he would have to be buried with him if it was damaged. The only reason he had left made him withdraw his right hand. Although many compatriots and brothers are not in harmony, and there are often cases of siblings killing each other in the world, Chong-hui and Chong-yan have a deep friendship. The two have been dependent on each other since childhood, and they are each other's only relatives in this world. Lu Chaoga, Tianji Sanren. Chong-hui not only has endless hatred for Lu Chaoga, but even angered Tianji Sanren. In his opinion, the reason for such a situation is that Tianji Sanren is absolutely inseparable. He even suspected that there might be some hidden relationship between Tianji Sanren and Lu Chaoga. Chong-hui gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and his nails were embedded in the flesh. Do nothing, he can't do it. He wants to let Momin, Lu Chaoga, Tianji, scattered people, and pay the price. On the other hand, Tianji Sanren didn't know that he was also missed by Chong-hui. But his mood is similar to Chong-hui. Chong-yan was an idle chess he played at will. He did play a role, but it was useless. This half-blind old man didn't know, but it was actually useful. For example, he contributed a lot of experience to Lu Chaoga. I don't know if Tianji Sanren knew that his chess pieces would make the opponent stronger and stronger. Would he be so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood? When Qing, the master of the 12 pagodas, was standing beside the pavilion master, she saw that the pavilion master trembled, and the bamboo stick in her hand slammed the ground, and she knew that something was wrong there. Lu Chaoga, Lu Chaoga. This voice seemed to be squeezed out of Tianji Sanren's teeth. It was only at this time that when Qing knew what the identity of the other party was. The visitor is actually Lu Chaoga, the head of the Momin, who has been famous in Qingzhou these days. Wen Qing was shocked. As a high-level intelligence organization, she naturally knows something about Lu Chaoga, who has become very famous recently. According to legend, this person has a peerless demeanor, like a fairy in a painting in the world. In Qingzhou, whether it is in the world of practice or in the mortal world, there is even a saying that is widely circulated: when you see the song, you will lose your life. It means that as long as this person sees the last time, I am afraid that he will never forget it. When Qing had only seen Lu Chaoga's picture scroll, and the picture scroll alone made her lose her mind for a few seconds. In addition, Lu Chaoga's biggest name is invincible in the same realm. But in Wen Qing's impression, Lu Chaoga's temporary cultivation base should still be the third realm. The cultivation base of the third realm, no matter how invincible the same realm is, it is only the third realm. She couldn't understand why the pavilion master, who was a great practitioner, was scared away by him. To say a disrespectful word, the pavilion master's means of escaping hundreds of miles is really superb, and it also shows that he is really afraid. Could it be that there is something hidden in it? Wen Qing instantly became more interested in Lu Chaoga, which was her nature as a member of an intelligence organization. She didn't know for the time being that the last Xuanji pagoda owner who was interested in Lu Chaoga wanted to try Lu Chaoga's power of water in her dreams. Occasionally in the middle of the night, I dream of this situation and this scene, and when I wake up, I only feel weak and weak. At this time, in addition to being curious, Wen Qing was also in awe of this young swordsman. Even the pavilion owner is so terrified. What is so special about this young man who shocked the entire Qingzhou after his birth? And judging from the reaction of the pavilion master, could it be that Chen Qi, the former favored son of the sky, the disciple of the sword sect master, has been subdued by Lu Chaoge, or even killed? Let's go. Tianji Sanren glanced in the direction of Wen He again, and did not plan to stay here any longer, lest things change. So, he relied on his superb remote escape skills to evacuate this place with Wen Qing. After a sword pierced through Yao Xiao Chongyan's body, Lu Chaoge's ear rang a system prompt. Ding. The promotion task has been completed. Do you want to receive the reward? Lu Chaoge did not choose receive because the current conditions did not allow it. Although Chongyan has been killed by him, the black-tailed beast is not dead yet. The most important thing is that after the death of the master, the first reaction of the black-tailed beast is to devour the master's body. This is the case with demon cultivators and alien beasts. No matter which one dies first, the other will find an opportunity to devour it to strengthen itself. And must be hot. Therefore, the black-tailed beast began to rush towards Lu Chaoge. The target was very clear. It was Chongyan's corpse that was pierced by Lu Chaoge. After swallowing him, the black-tailed beast will inevitably turn back to devour the mud-faced corpse. Previously, it was because it was controlled by Chongyan and was busy escaping from here, so it suppressed its nature. As for Lu Chaoge, at this time it is actually not in a good state. He lost his blue. First he fought against Qin Qi, and then he fought the demon cultivator and the alien beast alone, so that at this moment, whether it was the power of water or the power of spirit, he was already exhausted, and there was not a drop of it. In the previous sword, in order to succeed in one strike, he did not spare his strength, and emptied all the spiritual power in his body. But fortunately, since the promotion task has been completed, it can be upgraded. Lu Chaoge tapped upgrade, and the whole person instantly entered the fourth realm. For the improvement of every major realm, for practitioners, the strength bonus is not a concept at all. The surging spiritual power was born out of his body, and Lu Chaoge slashed out a sword, and then cut the black-tailed beast that flew over, and divided it into two. The huge corpse fell to the ground with a roar. In front of Lu Chaoge, the powerful fourth-level alien beast is only a sword and a second. The corpses of the alien beast and the demon cultivator were to be disposed of immediately, and when he patted his left hand casually, several corpses turned into dust. As for Chongyan's storage ring, he took it off. The little housekeeper, Palu Dongli, was not there, so he could hide it as private money. In a good mood, Lu Chaoge returned to Wenhe. Qin Qi had been imprisoned by Jiang Xinyan with his spiritual power, and his body was completely immobile, except for his head. The true biography of the sword sect, like an addict, roared at Lu Chaoge. Give me the soul jade. Give me the soul jade. Lu Chaoge glanced at the bank of the Wenhe River and found that many players and practitioners have gathered on the shore. There is no way. The movement in this battle is really a bit big, and people who perceive it around will inevitably run over to watch the fun. It's just that the neighborhood is isolated by Jiang Xinyan. Unless there are major practitioners who want to enter, other low-level practitioners and players can't get close to Wenhe. Lu Chaoge squatted down and looked at the broken arm, and the whole person was a little crazy. How can he still have the appearance of a child of heaven? In the past, with his identity and status, no matter where he went, he was the object of everyone's attention. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has enjoyed the world's kneeling and licking. Want soul jade? Lu Chaoge smiled slightly and said, then let me ask you. Have you ever remembered Momin? He stretched out his right hand, patted Qin Qi's cheek lightly, and crooked his mouth. Smile, like a very villain. Tell me, what happened back then? Lu Chaoga said sharply. Chen Qi kept his mouth shut. Although his entire consciousness has become somewhat blurred and his state has become more and more crazy, he still has the only remaining rationality. Guess what? There was blood on the corners of his mouth, and a disgusting smile appeared on his face. Lu Chaoga took away the heart sword, and the faint dark golden color receded from his eyes like a tide. He looked at Chen Qi and said, I can guess if you don't say it. It's nothing more than a game. You want to die and turn it into a secret chess game. I want to make things bigger. And acting, you always need some supporting roles, right? Lu Chaoga said, his eyes kept staring at Chen Qi's eyes. Although he tried his best to hide it, his eyes still changed in an instant. And, if I'm not mistaken, the reason why you can still come back to life after so many years is because you needed so many people's lives to perform the secret art? So, you killed it. Lu Chaoga said indifferently. Part of it is Lu Chaoga's guess, and part of it comes from the valid information that he saw in his previous life and was excavated by players. Although I dare not say that is inseparable, some of them must be guessed. Right. What Lu Chaoga wanted to know more from Chen Qi's mouth was the person standing behind him. In the previous life, with the unfolding of the main storyline, players continued to dig into the hidden storyline, and it was already certain that there were ghosts inside the Sword Sect. And must be high level. Probably more than one. Among them, some were excavated by the players, but there must be leftovers. This is evident from the degree of completion of Sword of the Hades, and when the plot enters the next stage, many things seem very strange, which means that there must be ghosts inside the Sword Sect. Avenging the dead souls of Momin is one aspect, but it is equally important to obtain useful information. What if it is, what if it is not? Chen Qi raised his head and glanced towards the shore after listening to Lu Chaoga's words. In the crowd on the bank, there are also two inner disciples of Jianzong. They are wearing the uniforms of Jianzong, and their chests are embroidered with silver swords that symbolize the status of inner disciples. Chen Qi pointed at them with his chin, and said, Do you dare to kill me, the true swordsman, the disciple of the sect master, in front of the disciples of the Sword Sect? Lu Chaoga heard the words and glanced back at the shore. The two inner disciples of Sword Sect clearly recognized Chen Qi and Lu Chaoga. The two had complicated expressions and seemed very anxious. Seeing Lu Chaoga looking back at them, he couldn't help waving at Lu Chaoga on the shore, and said loudly, Master Lu. Master Lu. Obviously, he wanted to say a few words to him. Under normal circumstances, if ordinary people subdued Chen Qi, they would definitely choose to hand him over to Jianzong. But Lu Chaoga no longer looked at the shore, but continued to look at Chen Qi. The not too late in his hand has never been sheathed. Not too late stabbed Chen Qi's left shoulder sharply, and Yu Kenshu. www.sonicmtl.com pierced his entire shoulder. Without warning, Lu Chaoga suddenly shot, and was extremely ruthless, completely ignoring the other party. After the long sword pierced through his shoulder, he swung it sharply, directly cutting off half of his shoulder. The blood continued to flow out and flowed onto the surface of the Wen River. After losing the soul jade, the intense pain caused Chen Qi to fall into a trance. His Taoist body has been unable to heal itself, and has lost its previous miraculousness. This time, Lu Chaoga learned from Chen Qi's previous tone and said the exact same words. Guess what? P.S. Second update, the competition for the top 10 is fierce, ask for a monthly pass support. There are activities in the past few days, leave a message in the activity post in the book review area, and then cast a monthly ticket. After the event ends, you can get 200 starting coins, which seems to be limited to the first 100. Chapter 202. 198, The Disciple of the Suzerain, If I Want to Kill, I Will Kill. Lu Chaoga's actions made the players and practitioners on the banks of the Wenhe exclaimed. Especially the two inner disciples of the sword sect, their faces turned blue and white for a while. This is the true legend of Jianzong, the disciple of the four great swords. The disciple of the dignified Jianzong sect, master. If you don't agree, you will cut off half of his shoulder. How dare he? As for Qin Chi, his facial features were distorted for a moment. Since he was alive, he has only encountered such a serious injury at the front line of life and death. But that time, it was him who challenged the powerhouse by leaps and bounds. But this time he was committed by the following. It is ridiculous that a dignified practitioner is now being arbitrarily manipulated by a sword cultivator who has just entered the fourth realm. It's just entering the fourth realm for the first time. This makes Qin Chi have a psychedelic feeling. Not only him, but as the protagonist of the world, Pei Qianqian, whose spear path qualification has a full value of 10 points, is still in a state of confusion. Uncle Lu is too scary, isn't it? Pei Qianqian couldn't find anyone to compare with him for a while. If it was said that he had broken through the 9 realms in one step, there was another sword sovereign who could rival it. Then, after breaking through the 9th realm in one step, fighting the enemy, breaking through the realm again, and directly breaking through a large realm. That is simply beyond everyone's cognition. The time added up before and after has not exceeded 1 stick of incense. Right? Pei Qianqian used her pair of slender hands, which can be said to be perfect for hand control, to hold her cheeks, and recalled how long it took her to break through from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm. There's no comparison at all. Pei Qianqian's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Back then, when she broke through the realm quickly, the sage even praised her, saying that she would definitely be better than herself in the future. Jiang Xinyan was only stunned for a moment, and then he didn't have too many thoughts. She wouldn't compare herself with Lu Chaoga at all, on the contrary, she was more with honor. As for the players in the live broadcast room, the hands of the barrage are a little numb. No, brother, do you want to directly become a great cultivator today? If this is converted into experience points, how much experience points should I need? Do you have any big ones to calculate? Can't you do something by yourself when you are young? As for those Momin players, they felt that their waist was a bit stiffer. What is the 1st rank sect, the 2nd rank sect, seeing us, the 8th rank sect's Momin disciple, don't you want to cast envious eyes? Sometimes, being with someone is really important. For a guild leader like Lin Zhan, who tilted the resources of the entire love war guild toward Momin, he only felt that he had found the best potential stock. As long as Tiangshuanji can continue to be popular, it will definitely be a huge profit. Lu Chaoga, always drop God. After cutting off half of Qin Chi's shoulders, Lu Chaoga squatted down slowly. The 2 inner disciples of the sword sect on the shore were still shouting. Master rode, but he was selectively deaf. If you don't listen, Wang Ba recites the scriptures. As for the guess what he said to Qin Chi, it seemed that he was trying to make fun of him. Where would someone cut a sword first, and then ask him, guess what? In this regard, Lu Chaoga felt that he was no longer a ruthless person. After all, he knows a very interesting set of interrogation games, such as asking him, 5,000 minus 7 equals how much? Lu Chaoga looked at Qin Chi, whose body was trembling from time to time due to the severe pain, and said, "Now you should understand my determination. Right?" After saying that, he flicked his fingertips, as if disgusted. "Abandon the..." Blood scattered on the river and bounced it away, then looked up at the blue sky. "You really have the ability, you can kill me directly, you don't need to seriously hurt me, put on a pretense." Chen Qi's mouth dripped with blood. Glanced at his wound, and continued. "You and I both know the way of the great cultivator. Physically speaking, injuries of this magnitude are far from fatal." "Oh?" Lu Chaoge stopped looking up at the sky and glanced at Chen Qi. Thinking about it carefully, this may be the habitual thinking of the disciples of the great sect. Powerful sects have always been their reliance and pride. They have long been accustomed to the reverence of others for sects after relying on powerful sections. This is a very normal idea, as if you were born in a strong country, even in some foreign turmoil, you may be safe because you have a strong motherland behind you. The most important thing is that 80% of Chen Qi really recalled the Momin, and remembered what sect the Momin was. Momin, that is the subordinate sect of Jianzong. Then, the nature becomes completely different. Lu Chaoge sighed, looked at Chen Qi, and gave him a pitying look. "I guess there should be a ban on souls on you, right?" Lu Chaoge said lightly. As he said that, his eyes once again showed a faint dark golden color. With his current level of heart sword under the gaze of his eyes, he could vaguely perceive the strangeness of Chen Qi's soul. But what is wrong, where is the problem, and where is the restriction? At his current level, it is impossible to start. Maybe a few more levels up. Chen Qi heard the words, but did not speak. According to Lu Chaoge's guess, just looking at Chen Qi alone, he has been dead for decades, so what does this mean? It represents that, Sword of Hades, is a decades-long, or even a century-long layout. Therefore, it must be well thought out. There are internal ghosts in the top ranks of Jianzong, and even the once favored son of Jianzong has become a secret chess move, and he must have left behind many places. Chen Qi's soul, there is absolutely no restriction, once he really had the idea of betrayal and said any key information, his soul would be destroyed in an instant. This is the conclusion that Lu Chaoge came to through Heartsword and Chen Qi's previous reactions. This is also equivalent to increasing the difficulty of Sword of Hades. That being the case, Lu Chaoge stood up and glanced towards the shore. The two inner disciples of Jianzong were very persistent, and they kept shouting Master Lu, obviously wanting to contact and communicate with Lu Chaoge. Jiang Xinyan walked to Lu Chaoge and said softly, "Chaoge, someone is here." "De Jiangxiu." Lu Chaoge raised his eyebrows when he heard the words. If it is an ordinary great cultivator, Jiang Xinyan would not specifically say that it is a great sword cultivator. Since she said so, it should be based on her divine sense investigation, and it is already certain that the visitor is from Jianzong, so she said this, implying Lu Chaoge. Lu Chaoge understood that the two inner disciples of the sword sect had used some means to call the nearby sword sect great cultivator here. The other party rushed here in such a hurry, he must have come to Chen Qi. At this point, he and Jiang Xinyan looked at each other. Jiang Xinyan didn't speak, but gave him a positive look. "No matter what you choose, I will stand by your side." Lu Chaoge nodded, holding "not too late," and looked at Chen Qi, who was half lying on the river. "Do you know how many people have died in my Momin because of your arrangement? These people, strictly speaking, some are my uncles, and some I have to call my master. Also, it is because of you that my Momin's vitality was greatly damaged." Chen Qi listened to these words without any expression on his face. On the contrary, the more Lu Chaoge said this, the more relaxed his heart became. With an indifferent attitude, Lu Chaoge raised the "not too late" in his hand and placed it beside Chen Qi's neck, his eyes indifferent. He continued to take care of himself and continued, the most important thing is that my father is a very tired person. There are people in this world who can think about it and don't take everything to themselves, but my father is not like this. The more the moment decayed, the heavier the burden he felt. Every year, we go to the ancestors' ancestral hall to worship, and after we kowtow, my mother will take me and Xializi away from the ancestors first. The ancestral hall, leave my father alone. He's a long-winded man, and there are endless things to say in the ancestral hall of the ancestors. Maybe it's self-blame, maybe it's because I feel ashamed of my teacher. Lu Chaoge said, the "not too late" in his hand began to exert a little force. The blade of the long sword cut through Chen Qi's skin. Every time he said a word, the blade moved slightly inward. At this moment, there was an obvious change in Chen Qi's eyes. The joy in his heart was swept away, and he understood that the head of this Sword Sect's subordinate sect really did not intend to hand him over to the Sword Sect. The inner disciples of the Sword Sect on the Wenhe River were dumbfounded, as were the onlookers and practitioners. Players are afraid of chaos in the world, and they even find it extremely enjoyable. If the money is not enough, the barrage in the live broadcast room will go crazy. Damn, it's cool. It's so handsome, it's so handsome. I've seen this guy a long time ago, he looks like he's dragged to death. The disciples of the Sword Sect Master are amazing. As for the riverside, only the practitioners who really understand what Lu Chaoge is doing at the moment represents what it really means. Only they will think deeply how crazy Lu Chaoge is at the moment. A stream of light emerged from the sky above Wen River, and a middle-aged man was coming at a very fast speed with his sword. He exudes a terrifying aura around him, making everyone around him congeal. Great cultivator. And it is not the kind of great cultivator who has just entered the fifth realm. Jiang Xinyan held a long spear, Shixia, and reminded, sixth realm fifth layer. That is to say, the level of the visitor is as high as level 65. The great sword cultivator who came from Yujin used his spiritual power, and his voice was full of energy. The voice that resounded through the heavens, and the earth echoed over the Wenhe. Stop. Lu Chaoge heard the words, just looked at Chen Qi, and read it out in his mouth. The name of a high-ranking sword sect. This is the only ghost in the sword sect that the players in the previous life have excavated. After the name was spoken, Chen Qi's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? How could he know? For Chen Qi, when Lu Chaoge said the name, the emotions in his heart were even stronger than when he faced death. How sacred is this young man in front of him? The next moment, Lu Chao's singer, not too late, directly chopped off Chen Qi's head. The head of the person fell to the ground, and he couldn't rest his eyes. Tianxian calendar 14,923 years, early summer. Jianzong's abandoned disciple, Chen Qi, was killed by Lu Chaoge, the head of Momin, in Wenhe. Whatever your identity is, I'll kill you if you want. Hearing the pleasant system notification sound coming from his ears, Lu Chaoge held, not too late, turned around slowly, and moved towards the furious sword Sect Master in the air. Jianxiu smiled crookedly. P.S. The first update, ask for a monthly ticket. It has been exploded from the 8th to the 10th. Chapter 203. 199, with a clear conscience, kill and kill. There was silence in the Wenhe. Just now, it seemed that in the whole world, only Chen Qi's head fell to the ground and the sound of picking up the splash. Because Chen Qi himself is very special, he was resurrected by Soul Jade and Secret method, so his Taoist body is also significantly different from that of ordinary practitioners. There is no need to worry about what is dead without a corpse, because at the moment of his death, the whole person will gradually turn into flying ash, and then completely disappear between heaven and earth. No, after the head was cut off, Qin-Chi's remaining headless body slowly turned into small black particles, and then drifted away with the wind. Floating and floating, these small black particles were also annihilated, as if he had never existed in this world. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded in an instant after a few seconds of stagnation. Overwhelming barrages swept through the sky, most of them were swiping in unison, fuck. Sand sculpture players are aware of it themselves, but if you watch Lu Chaoga's live broadcast, you can always see this kind of full-screen fuck screen that appears. Only this word can most intuitively express everyone's inner feelings. After expressing their emotions, they began to speak. It's so handsome. When the real sword sect Daijian Xiao was in front of him, he chopped off his head with a single sword. Damn, my blood is boiling. Isn't this more burning than the legend of Boren? It's hastily. I just watched the neat and decisive picture just now. I can watch it all day. Brother killed me. Brother killed me. Especially after Lu Chaoga beheaded Qin-Chi, he turned around with his sword and headed towards the sky. The picture of Dai Jiangxiu smiling indifferently at the front of the room made countless female players go crazy. An inexplicable smile appeared on his face, and his legs were split and closed. As for the practitioners by the river, they only felt that their breathing was stagnant. The head of Jianzong's subordinate sect, a head of Xiaobaimon, actually cut off. The head of the disciple of Jianzong's sect master. This matter is simply unbelievable. If you hear such rumors on weekdays, everyone's first reaction is, joking? This led to a lot of discussion after the riverside fell into a brief silence. How dare he? This is Qin-Chi. Why can't you kill it? Didn't you see that he has fallen into the path of evil ghouls? Then it's better to leave it to Jianzong? Heh, why should I leave it to Jianzong? Didn't you hear the roars of Qin-Chi just now? Do you dare to kill me? And although you didn't understand some of the content, you always heard a few key points before Qin-Chi asking for help in King Longquan, and then the entire army was wiped out. At that time, it shook the entire Qingzhou. I didn't expect it to be a scam. That's right. Our Plum Blossom sect went to 3 uncles at the beginning. And you didn't see it. There are still demon cultivators just now. Maybe there is collusion with demon cultivators. For most cultivators, in addition to the shock, there is also a dark feeling in their hearts. My sword cultivator should be decisive in killing and doing things neatly. In terms of love and reason, they should all be killed on the spot. If he is not the true swordsman, not the disciple of the sect master, then what kind of situation? Not to kill or kill. Lu Chaoga is doing something that ordinary people dare not do. On a light boat, Pei Qianqian's beautiful eyes flowed, and the rosy mouth opened slightly, and the whole person was almost fascinated by the scene in front of him. Kill. Kill directly. I didn't even hesitate at all. Pei Qianqian was originally an escapist, and he never thought it was a big deal to watch the fun, otherwise he wouldn't have been instigating Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan to return to the spring and autumn mountains together. But it's too much fun right now. Pei Qianqian was instantly convinced by Lu Chaoga. This kind of arrogance is very appealing to me, Pei Qianqian thought in her heart. She asked herself, did she dare to kill herself? To be honest, with her temper and the doting of Chuanqiu Mountain Saint Master, she dared to kill. If he wants to kill me, why can't I kill him? Pei Qianqian's thoughts were as simple as that. But in the face of the menacing Dajiangxiu, she didn't have the slightest hesitation. What's more, she knew very well that Lu Chaoga's position was different from hers. After all, he was the head of Xiaobamen, and he had a special status. After all, Momen and Jianzong are inextricably linked, and Chuanqiao Mountain can directly compete with Momen. Strictly speaking, as the only disciple of the Holy Master, her status are higher than that of Qinqi. At this moment, although Jiang Xinyan had set up a simple barrier near Wenhe, this barrier could only block the practitioners under the fifth realm. The great sword cultivator of the sixth realm came aggressively, and a sword Qi slashed directly out, tearing a corner of the barrier in an instant, then flew in and landed on the river of Wenhe. The inner disciple of the sword sect by the river bank instantly seemed to have the backbone. At the moment when Qinqi's head fell, for some reason, the two of them only felt cold all over their body and their hair stood upright. Just panic. The swordsman who rushed into the Wenhe, named Qin Tai, was the deacon of Jianzong and the master of one of the two inner disciples outside. The old man told you to stop, how dare you do this? The moment Qin Tai landed, the breath of the whole person suddenly spread out to the surroundings. The terrifying coercion of the sixth realm sword cultivator swept over, making the practitioners and players by the Wenhe River unable to break through. He stepped forward aggressively. Lu Chaoga, who was standing beside Jiang Xinyan, didn't feel anything, because this terrifying coercion had already been intimately isolated by Jiang Xinyan. I saw that she turned slightly sideways, blocking half of her body in front of Lu Chaoga, without saying a word, handed a gun directly to Qin Tai. Master is really still like this, and you can't do it without beeping. Lu Chaoga sighed in his heart. Qin Tai saw that the woman beside Lu Chaoga suddenly shot, and hurried forward with a sword. When I first entered the sixth realm, even the realm is still not completely stable, and I dare to, Qin Tai's inner lines were not finished, and his unparalleled gun force made him retreat a few feet away. His feet slid across the Wenhe River quickly, and the whole person retreated, one after another. After stabilizing his body, the aftermath of the gun force burst into a huge splash behind him. Body refinement flow spear repair. Qin Tai was shocked. Qin Tai, as a great sword cultivator in the sixth realm, naturally knows the terrible thing about the body refining flow, but this is the first time he has encountered the body refining flow in the sixth realm. Even if he is 4 small realms higher than Jiang Xinyan, he is definitely not her opponent. There is someone on your head, it's very moist. Lu Chaoga stood behind Jiang Xinyan, smelling the faint fragrance on her body, and only felt happy and relaxed. The other party obviously came to Xingshi to ask for his guilt, but he certainly did not dare to kill him, but he was just trying to get rid of the horse. Who would have thought that it would actually make him embarrassed in front of everyone? Jiang Xinyan held the spear horizontally in front of him, and the 2-meter long spear, Xixia, was held horizontally in the palm of his hand, like a human goddess of war. Chuanqiao Mountain, Jiang Xinyan. Qin Tai's brows furrowed after reporting to his home. He did not recognize Jiang Xinyan, but he had heard of it. In my impression, it is the body refining flow gun repair of the fifth realm. But I did not expect to break through. How come people from Chuanqiao Mountain are still involved, which makes Qin Tai feel that things are extremely difficult? The 4 major sects are secretly competing, and everyone wants to overwhelm each other on the bright side, so naturally, they can't be cowardly. Although Qin Tai knew that he was not Jiang Xinyan's opponent, he still snorted and said coldly, "This is a matter between my Jianzong and its subordinate Zongmen Momen. What does it have to do with your spring and autumn mountain?" The long spear in Jiang Xinyan's hand shixia, turning around in the air, it is no longer horizontal in front of him, but the tip of the spear is pointing at Qin Tai, obviously with the intention of continuing to shoot if there is a disagreement. Chaoga and I are Taoist companions, his business, Momin's business, is mine. Jiang Xinyan was expressionless and his voice was cold. As soon as these words came out, Qin Tai was slightly taken aback. Dao. Dao companion? Yao remembered that in the past, he also had unreasonable thoughts about the female elders of the division. As for the practitioners on the shore, as well as all the melon-eating players, their faces were stunned. The Taoist companion of the sixth realm body refinement flow spear cultivator. And it was so cool and beautiful. The most important thing is that this woman did not hesitate to stand directly in front of her man, no matter who the enemy was. Male players shouted envy, while female players were complicated. Not only do I feel broken in love, but I also feel inexplicably. What's the matter with being a little sweet? Qin Tai gathered his mind and continued in a cold voice, Chen Qi is the true disciple of my sword sect, and the disciple of the sect master. Since he has already been subdued, why didn't he hand him over to my sword sect? There will be a patriarch to serve. Lu Chaoga smiled when he heard the words. He hadn't thought about it at all. He never thought of handing Chen Qi over to Jianzong. First of all, the revenge that should be personally avenged, he always has to personally avenge it. Secondly, he needs to complete the task, needs experience points, and needs the contribution degree in the Sword of Hades. The most important thing is that since he knows that there are problems at the top of the sword sect, it is safest to kill Chen Qi on the spot. The ghost knows if there will be any moths in the follow-up. Reasonable, he would not let Chen Qi go to Jianzong alive. Qin Tai saw that Lu Chaoga didn't say a word, and there was a smile on his face. He couldn't help burning with anger, and said coldly, do young people now only know how to hide behind women? Lu Chaoga, hearing this, he said in his heart, who? You look down on us with bad stomachs? Do you want to take care of soft rice? The fact that Ji Chongkong is Master Lu Dongli is still a secret for the time being. As for his identity as the head of the Momin, the other party obviously didn't take it too seriously. He patted Jiang Xinyan's shoulder lightly, then took a step forward. You said you were going to take Chen Qi back to serve in the patriarchal clan, and I'll talk to you about the rules of the sword sect. The way of evil ghouls should be killed. Lu Chaoga's voice was loud and spread directly throughout the audience. Sacrifice Qingzhou sword cultivator, and cast a secret technique for his own resurrection. Kill. Lu Chaoga pointed to Wenhe and continued. At the bottom of Wenhe, there are still the corpses of the people he killed. Disaster in all directions, since it was seen by my sword cultivators, it should be killed. Lu Chaoga pointed to the place on the bank of the Wen River where he fought with demon cultivators and alien beasts, and said, collaborated with the Ziyue Hui cultivators, and tried to cooperate with the inside and the outside, wait for the righteous path to me, kill me. Lu Chaoga said here, the dark golden pupils stared at Qin Tai in the distance, and said word by word. Please tell me, Your Excellency, which rule stipulates that I can't kill him? He said, without waiting for Qin Tai to reply, he continued, since I have a clear conscience, why can't I kill him on the spot in front of everyone's eyes? If you have a clear conscience, you will kill if you kill. The phrase, if you have a clear conscience, you will concha www.sonicmtl.com kill and then kill spread throughout the audience, causing Qin Tai to tremble and his anger to attack. Lu Chaoga made a move, and Chen Qi's natal sword, which was previously controlled by him on the river, did not sink to the bottom of the river, and flew into his left hand. I saw that he threw it casually. The master Chen Qi was dead, and the long sword whose sword spirit had been destroyed fell in the center of Lu Chaoge and Qin Tai, leaving him a sword of life, and the sword will return to the sword tomb, is my respect for the sword sect as the head of the Momin. If it is worthy of entering the sword tomb. P.S. In the second update, it is said that I asked for a monthly pass just to get more exposure to the list, and then to make more money when my grades improved. You can vote if you want, and you can't force it if you don't want to, but there's no need to scold me. The rhythm is getting more and more, and it has reached the point of you don't deserve it. It's almost the same as getting out of the list, and every day someone insists that I only update one chapter a day. No need, I have deleted all the ones that are too hostile. Other viewers in the province are not happy, and their abilities are limited. I will try my best to write more. Don't treat an author who is only 18 years old like this. Chapter 204. 200, Qingzhou is fried. Lu Chaoge's words spread loudly around the Wenhe River. Especially after throwing out Chen Qi's natal sword, he showed his attitude. Qin Tai looked at the long sword between the two, only to feel that his chest was blocked, and he couldn't catch his breath. As the first sect of Qingzhou, Jianzong is the most powerful kendo force in the entire Tianqian world. Every member of the Jianzong has a simple technique on the sword of his life. The natal sword is very important to the sword cultivator. If a member of the sword sect dies, the natal sword will spontaneously fly back to the sword sect of the sword sect according to this technique. The sword tomb is equivalent to the tomb of the sword cultivators, similar to the clothes tomb. Today, Chen Qi has long since died, but his life sword has not responded in the slightest. Obviously, he himself has erased the technique of sword returning to the sword tomb from the sword of life. In fact, as Lu Chaoge said, is he worthy of entering the sword grave? How could Jian Xiu, who has fallen into the path of evil ghouls, have the qualifications to bury his sword in the sword tomb? That's an insult to the rest of the deceased swordsmen. The most important thing is that Qin Tai is still completely unable to refute Lu Chaoge's words. Because what the other party does not only conforms to the rules of the clan, but also conforms to the morals. Slaying demons and eliminating demons is the duty of Qingzhou swordsmen, so what is wrong with him? The sentence "have a clear conscience, kill and kill" made everyone on the banks of the Wenhe tremble, like a thunder blasting in their minds. If you have a good conscience, kill and kill. Jianxiu applauded. And this move made the faces of the two inner disciples of Sword Sect on the shore a little ugly. How did we make us become the villains who help and abuse Zhou? All the Jianxiu on the shore asked themselves, if they were standing in Lu Chaoge's position, they would definitely choose to subdue Chen Qi and hand it over to Jianzong. Li Suifeng, the sovereign of Sword Sect. You can think that Lu Chaoge's approach is too straight. Then you can't say that he is wrong. Good. Good. Very good. Qin Tai was so angry that he couldn't say anything else. The current situation is that he can't beat it, and the reason can't stand on his side. People in Jianzong are used to being respected, and Qin Tai rarely encounters such a situation, especially when the other party is the head of Xiaobamen. This kid is simply unstoppable. If you really feel that you are talented and extremely talented, can you do whatever you want? Master Lu, then you can come back to the Sword Sect with me. Qin Tai snorted coldly. After all, Chen Qi has a special status. He is the true disciple of Sword Sect and the disciple of the sect master. He asked Lu Chaoge to accompany him back to Jianzong and wait for the result. of the matter, which was in line with the rules. When Jiang Xinyan heard the words, Lu Mei frowned. I don't think it's necessary. The tip of Xixia's spear in Jiang Xinyan's hand was still pointing at Qin Tai. She's got the attitude that if you want to take him away, don't blame me for being rude. Sitting on a light boat, Pei Chanshan knew that she had to say something at this time. I saw her fall gracefully and came to Lu Chaoga's side. Junior Spring and Autumn Mountain Pei Chanshan, I have seen this senior sword sect. After speaking, she politely gave Qin Tai a junior salute. Pei Chanshan, the holy maiden of Spring and Autumn Mountain, Qin Tai only felt that one head and two were big. There is only one deacon of Spring and Autumn Mountain, how come there is also a saint of Spring and Autumn Mountain? The most important thing is that after Pei Chanshan saluted, he immediately said, Junior is walking with Uncle Lu this time, originally to lead Uncle Lu back to the sect to visit Master. Master was very interested in Uncle Lu. Before, I passed a letter to the Master a few days ago and talked about this good guy, relying on the Holy Master to favor her, the lie will come. This little mouth is completely covering Lu Chaoga. The saint teachers moved out directly, which made Qin Tai's right hand holding the long sword burst into blue veins. What can I say? Could it be that I moved out the sword sovereign, who is as famous as the Saint Master? But he doesn't deserve it. Pei Chanshan is under the banner of a holy teacher, what qualifications does he have to move out of sword sovereign? Chuanqiu Mountain and Jianzhong are the same four sects, now whether it is Jiang Xinyan or Pei Chanshan, they are all involved in this matter, which makes Jianzhong really take care of the problem when dealing with things. Once handled improperly, other sects may not dare to laugh at Jianzhong. Chuanqiu Mountain, who is also the four major sects and has a lot of weird people, definitely dares to take the lead in laughing. Qin Tai walked away, leaving only one sentence, I will report the matter truthfully to the sect, and it will be decided by the sect master. It stands to reason that if Li Suifeng wants Lu Chaoga to go to the sword sect, then Yu Qingyu Li, he must go. After all, Momen is a subordinate sect of Jianzhong, and its identity is placed there. After that, Qin Tai left when he with Chen Qi's sword of life. This time, in front of the public, he came to raise his teacher to ask his guilt, and finally ended with this kind of ending. He didn't want to stay here for a long time. The most terrible thing is that everyone knows that this matter will soon spread throughout the entire profound sky realm. So many people are watching. Qin Tai thought to himself. He didn't know that the people watching the live broadcast were beyond his imagination. There are so many people talking, who knows what it will look like when the time comes. As for the true legend of Sword Sect, it is an indisputable fact that the disciples of the sect master have fallen into the way of evil ghouls. This alone will make Jianzhong's face dull, and his face will be greatly damaged. Qin Tai can think of how stunned, shocked, and furious the high-level executives would be after he brought Chen Qi's sword of life back to his sect. It takes time to build a good reputation, and corruption often only takes a moment. After Qin Tai left, the audience in the live broadcast room only felt that they had watched a great show. The melon-eating crowd were hooked, but only a small number of sword cultivators felt that they were not human inside or outside. And this kind of bad mood was imposed on Chen Qi by the sword sect players. We have a traitor. They cursed Chen Qi in their hearts and whipped the corpse. Isn't it good to be a proud son of heaven? What kind of villain, dear? If you are a villain, you should be a villain. They are the well-deserved top class of Tianxian realm right now. The most popular NPC. There are already Lu Chaoga's senior face fans and brainless fans in the forum, and they are all like virtual idols. What's more, the Sword Sect players asked themselves, although we killed our own family, I still think it was so handsome and burning just now. Their emotions were completely mobilized. As for the rest of the players, especially the Momin players, they laughed so happily. Chuanqiu Mountain players stood firmly on Lu Chaoga's side. Originally, players from the other three major states were very envious of Qingzhou players. After all, the NPC Lu Chaoga is really fragrant. But he is too far away from our three states, and he can't hit one place with us, and has nothing to do with us. But it's different now. He and Jiang Xinyan are actually Taoist companions. Wouldn't that make him half of himself? Chunkyishan player, I agree to this marriage. I've got it, I've locked it, and I've swallowed the key. It's really not good, let's send Pei Chanchan out. You Chunkyishan players are starting to bullshit, and they're just booing. The Momin player sent emoticons with a smile, and climbed up relatives, with a rippling face that we are in-laws. After all, judging from the scenes just now, it was indeed Chunkyishan who stood firmly behind Lu Chaoga and Momin, and the deacon of Jianzhong was annoying. Sand sculpture players, your words and my words, the atmosphere is inexplicable. Wonderful. The barrage in the live broadcast room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. After Lu Chaoga, Jiang Xinyan, and Pei Chanchan looked at each other, they stretched out a hand, and a light boat in the cloud fell from the sky and landed in front of the three of them. Leave here first, I need to find a place to adjust my breath and stabilize my realm, Lu Chaoga said. When Jiang Xinyan heard the words, a serious expression immediately appeared on his face. Lu Chaoga has broken through 10 realms in a row, so he definitely needs to retreat to make his realm more solid and stable. Pei Chanchan came up with the idea of escaping. Uncle Lu finally looks like a man. This monster also needs to stabilize his realm. Actually, of course not. He just has too many quest rewards to settle and claim. How could he go to a stable realm? He may be stable and stable. In the process, he accidentally broke through again. The three boarded a light boat. Lu Chaoga bowed slightly towards the people on the banks of the Wen River, and then walked away. As for the money that was saved before, it was not enough, and it was spent in front of him and moved to the shore. As soon as he reached the shore, he was immediately surrounded by the sand sculpture players who came here. The current situation is like this: whoever contacts Lu Chaoga can become a popular player. It's even more amazing to be a war correspondent twice, like not having enough money. Is this what fire tastes like? Not enough money thought. As for the other side, Lu Chaoga opened his own system interface above the sea of clouds. At the moment of killing Chen Qi, a pleasant system prompt sounded in Lu Chaoga's ear, informing him that the settlement was ready. Ding. Whether to submit the task or not, after you reading www.sonicmtl.com submits, the system will settle the task, please wait patiently. Lu Chaoga decisively chose submit. Due to the special nature of the task, the system also takes a few minutes to evaluate before issuing the reward. And the moment after Lu Chaoga submitted the mission, not only him, but all the players in Qingzhou, a pleasant system prompt sounded. Ding. Qingzhou main quest, Sword of Hades, the completion rate has exceeded 10%. Congratulations to all players who have completed the first stage. The prize pool will be distributed in 48 hours. In an instant, the entire Qingzhou was boiling. As for the form of Tiangshuanji, it was instantly fried. P.S. In the first update, I have been sleeping very lightly for several months. It's not that I can't fall asleep. I can fall asleep quickly, or I sleep lightly. Is there any way to get a deep sleep? Chapter 205. 201, Can break through. The sudden appearance of the system prompt caused all Qingzhou players to be in high spirits immediately. Damn it, the first stage is completed like this? This means that everyone has basic rewards to claim. They all think that they have no contribution to the main quest, sort of. Hades. To be precise, most sand sculpture players haven't figured out what this quest is for. However, as long as you have experience points to collect, that's a good thing. It's just that after the excitement and anticipation, the players began to think why the first stage was suddenly completed. Seriously, the Qingzhou main story mission, the Sword of Hades, has its own completion degree when it is started. Then, under the long-term efforts of the players, the completion rate basically did not move. A few minutes ago, the completion degree was still a few percentage points away from 10%, why did it suddenly break 10? In the hearts of many players, a unified name suddenly appeared, Lu Chaoge. Just today, the video and live broadcast of Lu Chao, Sing, Sword and Demon Slayer and Chen Qi are sweeping the entire Tianqian realm. After watching it, the players were all delighted. The heat is still dissipating, players are still in the cool feeling brought by the video, and the first stage of the main story mission is announced to be completed. And you have to think about it, the Chen Qi that Lu Chaoge killed was the one who came back to life. A sword cultivator who came back from the dead, doesn't it fit the 4 words? Sword of the Hades? So, the 8 achievements is that Lu Chaoge single-handedly accomplished the entire main story mission. It was terrifying. Once the matter spread, the whole forum was full of discussions. For ordinary players, this is definitely a great thing. Although I don't know how much experience points will be rewarded for the time being. But everyone's level is still low, even if it's just tens of thousands of experience points, it's enough to do a lot of things. This means that all players in the entire Qingzhou can at least be upgraded by 1 level. Even several levels. In fact, it is still very obvious for the players in the entire big state in the early stage. Step by step, step by step. If you have an advantage in the early stage, if you go smoothly, you can continue to expand the advantage like a snowball. What kind of bad thoughts can ordinary players have? Happy prostitution. But for the high-level players and professional players in Qingzhou, it is a mixed blessing. The presidents of many large guilds looked at the forum and froze there, feeling more complicated than each other. Judging from the blessing of the entire guild's overall strength, this is definitely a good thing. Everyone has been upgraded, won't the guild become stronger? But for the development of top accounts, this is definitely not a good thing. Mainline tasks like this all have prize pools, and players who have contributed a lot can be allocated to various rewards in the prize pool. High-level gamers and professional players are both ambitious, how can they not be jealous of the prize pool? But what about now? On the prize pool are like 4 big characters, it has nothing to do with you. All Qingzhou players added together only increased the completion rate by less than 2%. The main story missions of the other 3 major states are only about 2% completed. How many prize pool rewards can this be divided into? Only those guild presidents who directly stood in line with the Momin from the beginning and developed with the Momin as the center, all of them were in different attitudes. Even my heart is still secretly happy. For them, the master of their own family once again embodies their own value and fear. And as long as Lu Chaoge took off, the entire Momin took off. If the prize pool is not divided, it will not be divided, let's at least get one thigh. As long as someone in our guild is spotted by Lu Chaoge, are they worried that they won't grow up? This is obviously the protagonist-level character in Tiangxunji, who follows the protagonist. Will he not be a popular drinker in the future? Taking a step back, it's not that we can't get the prize pool, it's that the entire Qingzhou basically can't get it. We have at least one golden thigh, and you don't even have leg hair. On the importance of standing teams. As for the players in the other 3 states, their thoughts are slightly different from the players in Qingzhou. For ordinary players, they must be shouting envy. Who doesn't want to spend a free experience point? It's like a pie from the sky. Alas, why don't we have such a top NPC in Dazhou? However, for relatively rational players, they all feel that things will not be so simple. It stands to reason that for a game, balance is still quite important. It makes no sense that only Qingzhou players are so cool, and they don't do anything for free experience points. They're probably just cooler than us. This is the unified guess of many players. If they feel nothing unexpected, there will also be NPCs in the 3 major states of their own to help players complete the first stage of the task. Yes, that's absolutely right. Many players feel that they have seen everything, and those who follow the wind and wailing are fools, and I am a peerless smart egg. For high-level and professional players, this means that they can at least give it a try in the near future to see if they can make more contributions to the main quest so that they can get their hands on the prize pool. At least we still have a chance. I just don't know that there is a Luchaoga in Qingzhou. Which NPC will be born in our 3 major states to help the main story missions? On the contrary, a small group of Beizhou players suddenly remembered something. That is, Pei Qianqian, the saint of Chuanqiao Mountain in Beizhou, didn't say that she invited Lu Chaoga to visit Chuanqiao Mountain, and Lu Chaoga readily agreed. Lu Chaoga will come to my Beizhou in a while. So, will it be his? Some players in Beizhou have already begun to look forward to it. On the other side, Lu Chaoga raised his eyebrows after hearing the system. Prompt settlement and distribution after 48 hours, he thought to himself. He has already begun to look forward to how many rewards he can get. If nothing else, at least there will be a large amount of experience points. But he is very clear that sometimes experience points are the least valuable rewards. What Lu Chaoga was really looking forward to was actually not experience points. A light boat flew through the air, and Lu Chaoga quickly found a cave. He was about to enter the cave to receive the remaining rewards, while Jiang Xinyan and Pei Qianqian were protecting him outside the cave. After sitting cross-legged, Lu Chaoga opened his character panel. First he killed the demon cultivator and alien beast, and then he killed Qin Chi. In addition to the remaining experience points he used before, although the embezzled experience points in the character panel are not as good as before, there are still nearly 800 points of experience. 10,000 points. Now let's see what rewards the system will give after he kills Qin Chi. It didn't take long for the task settlement to be completed. Ding. According to the system's judgment, your completion level for this mission is S rank, and you will be rewarded with 2.4 million experience points. Lu Chaoga decisively chose to receive it. This time, his embezzled experience points once again exceeded 10 million. Mark. Next is the hidden reward for the promotion mission. Lu Chaoga hesitated for a moment before receiving it. There will be additional special item rewards for each orange level promotion mission, but they will not be announced in advance. Although it is impossible to check the rewards before claiming them, there are traces to follow. For example, the Enlightenment coupon at level 10, the Copy coupon at level 20, and the Sword Intent upgrade coupon at level 30 are all just needed for the current character level. Then, at level 40, Lu Chaoge vaguely had an answer in his heart. Natal supernatural powers? If level 30 is sword intent, then level 40 is likely to be the natal supernatural power. Lu Chaoge's natal supernatural power, Heart Sword, is currently level 2. Level 2 to level 3 will cost 4 million experience points. After a brief hesitation, Lu Chaoge decided to directly upgrade Heart Sword to level 3, and then go to receive the additional special rewards for the promotion task. As I said before, he has always regarded Tiangshuanji as a financial management game. If you bet right, and the level 40 promotion quest reward is really a Benming divine ability upgrade voucher, then it will definitely make more money if you advance to a level earlier. After all, this kind of upgrade coupon can only be used at the current level. Just like Lu Chaoge was the third level of Sword Intent at the beginning, and the Sword Intent upgrade voucher he received could only be used for level 3. To upgrade to level 4. He received it at level 2 of Heart Sword, so this upgrade ticket can only be used for 2 to 3, and it is only worth 4 million experience points. If it is received in the state of level 3, Heart Sword, it is worth 8 million, which is directly doubled. Anyway, 4 million experience points are nothing to me now. Lu Chaoge thought to himself. The upgrade of Heart Sword is a matter of time. Even if you guess wrong, it doesn't matter if you upgrade to level 1 first. Especially after the battle with Qin Chi, Lu Chaoge became more and more aware of how wonderful the magical powers of this extremely special natal supernatural power like Xinjian. It is extremely targeted to Soul Jade, and to those who have returned from the dead. This will help Lu Chaoge to do a lot of things next. To be precise, Lu Chaoge has always been a person who dares to gamble. If it weren't for the conditions, he would not only upgrade Heart Sword by 1 level, he would choose to upgrade a few more. It's a pity that the experience points are not enough. It takes 12 million points to upgrade 2 levels in a row, and the reward collection of the promotion task is time-limited and needs to be collected within 1 hour. If the player does not claim it, the system will automatically distribute it to the player's backpack. In 1 hour, Lu Chaoge had nowhere to spend such a large amount of experience. It's a bit unfortunate that the reward for the main quest, Sword of Hades, will be settled after 48 hours. People can't be too greedy, Lu Chaoge told himself. What's more, it's not a gamble, and it's not a 100% sure thing. He opened the character panel, and after spending 4 million experience points, he raised the Heart Sword to level 3. The next moment, in his dark eyes, the background color had a faint dark golden color. Compared to before, the dark golden color is more intense. A powerful divine soul aura spread out from him, causing Jiang Xinyan and Pei Qianqian outside the cave to feel a pressure from the divine soul level. The sword cuts the body, the heart cuts the soul. For Jiang Xinyan at level 61, due to the large level gap, he did not feel too much threat. And Pei Qianqian, who is also in the 4th realm, is completely different. She clearly felt a fear at the level of the soul, which made her whole body tremble slightly. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and her legs were tense. Has broken through again. P.S. The first one. Chapter 206. 202, The Scary Sword of the Heart. The mysterious color of dark gold, like a rising tide, gradually appeared in Lu Chaoge's eyes. Level 3, Heart Sword, gave him a completely different feeling from level 2. Heart Sword. More than a little bit stronger. It is precisely because of this that Pei Qianqian and Jiang Xinyan outside the cave had a clear perception. It was only at this time that Pei Qianqian realized how ridiculous her previous thoughts were. Uncle Lu, it really isn't human. Pei Chanshan sighed in his heart. She had heard Lu Chaoga say that she wanted to find a place to stabilize her state, and she felt that Master Lu was finally starting to look like a normal person. However, do you call this a stable realm? Who is stable, and then breaks through? Under normal circumstances, when a practitioner has just broken through, especially after breaking through several realms like Lu Chaoga, the power in the body will be a little erratic and a little vain. They should be pressed down and sink. How can he be like him, and he can go a step further? Jiang Shirshu, Lu Shirshu's natural supernatural power, what level should it be? Pei Chanshan already had a guess in her heart, but she still wanted to ask more. The third floor. Jiang Xinyan had a faint smile on his face. The strength gap between her and Lu Chaoga is getting smaller and smaller, which is a good thing in her opinion. Hearing the words, Pei Chanshan deflated her mouth, and the little boots on her feet gently kicked the pebble on the ground. She just felt a sense of urgency. Uncle Lu is too evil. Pei Chanshan didn't know what to say. For ordinary people, it is not easy to comprehend the supernatural powers of life in the fourth realm. How could he have reached the third floor casually like him? The sword intent of the fourth layer, the divine power of the third layer. Compared with him, my fourth realm is fake. Before going down the mountain this time, Pei Chanshan still felt that if he let go of his hands and feet to fight in the last battle, he should be able to stabilize Master Lu and hold him under him. After all, he is the cultivation base of the fourth realm, and the realm suppression is obvious. But after breaking through the 10 realms in a row, Pei Chanshan had a new understanding. No wonder Master Lu's sword intent is high, but his realm is weak. Is he deliberately suppressing it with a secret technique? Pei Chanshan guessed in his heart. Otherwise it really doesn't make sense. Pei Chanshan clenched her fists tightly, and asked Jiang Xinyan a question she cared about most, saying, Jiang Shirshu, do you think me and the current Lu Shirshu are stronger or weaker? You don't? If he uses that secret method, he may no longer be his opponent. Jiang Xinyan had a faint smile on his face. Although Pei Chanshan is 3 small realms, in Jiang Xinyan's opinion, there should be at least 6 or 4, between the two, Lu Chaoga 6, Pei Chanshan 4. This is because Pei Chanshan was originally a disciple of a holy teacher, and he was extremely talented. If it is said that the ordinary fourth realm of the fourth level, I am afraid that Lu Chaoga can only be pressed to the ground and rubbed. Then what if I use the secret method? Pei Chanshan asked. When Jiang Xinyan heard the words, he couldn't help but sternly said, Chanshan, the holy master should have warned you that this secret method should not be used lightly unless it is absolutely necessary to avoid backlash. I know. I don't know this. Just ask. Pei Chanshan stuck out her tongue. She knew the seriousness of the problem. Pei Chanshan glanced at the cave, then looked at Jiang Xinyan, and said softly, Jiang Shirshu, does Lu Shirshu have any trump cards and secrets, which I haven't seen so far, so you can tell me quietly? Jiang Xinyan hearing this, she shook her head and said, I don't know. She really didn't know anything about it. Ah. You are the people on the pillow, you don't know any secrets. Pei Chanshan said in surprise, feeling that Jiang Shirshu just didn't want to say it. Jiang Xinyan heard the words, his cold face flushed slightly, and his long eyelashes trembled slightly. He patted Pei Chanshan's leg with the back of his hand, and said angrily, what kind of person is next to the pillow? What nonsense. Ah? You, Pei Chanshan showed an intriguing look. She was naturally detached, and the saints favored her, so she always looked like no big or small in the sect. Jiang Xinyan was used to this. But she still glared at Pei Qianqian, ready to fight. The girl immediately raised her beautiful slender hand, and then covered her mouth with both hands, but the crescent-like smiling eyes still made Jiang Xinyan feel ashamed and angry. It is true that she and Lu Chaoga are still a long way from developing to this stage. After this period of intimate relationship, she feels that Lu Chaoga is still a more upright gentleman in these aspects. Let her get used to it. Slowly. Of course, only he knows what Lu Chaoga thinks. There is a song that sings well, what's the use of this iron rod? After all, he was also a gun repairer in his previous life, and he lost his face as a gun repairer. In the cave, Lu Chaoga opened his quest interface after getting used to the Level 3, Heart Sword. After finding the orange promotion quest, he rubbed his hands and decisively chose to receive the quest reward. After seeing the items he received, he smiled crookedly. Oh, as I expected. Lu Chaoga was a little proud. As expected of me. JPG. The reward for the level 40 promotion mission is indeed, Benming Divine Ability Upgrade Coupon, only for current level. For others, this special item may be worth 1 million experience points, and it is worth 2 million points to survive. Only in my hands, it is worth 8 million. Earned it again. Lu Chaoga, who had made the right bet, chose to use it directly. A golden light flashed and injected into his body. In the skill bar, the divine power Heart Sword was also upgraded to LV4. This is also the highest level he can achieve so far. Lu Chaoga currently only has 4 kendo qualifications, which determines his upper limit. Looks like I have to think of something to do more kendo qualifications, he thought to himself. After doing this, he suddenly opened his eyes. In the past, when Lu Chaoga used Heart Sword, it was only a faint dark golden color in the background of his eyes. Now, the dark golden color is a little richer, and it is rendered in his eyes. And the sense of mystery is much stronger than before. A terrifying divine soul coercion spread from him, giving him an unprecedented feeling of magic. If he faces the weak, maybe he can cut out the sword of his heart just by looking at the opponent, so that the soul of the opponent will be wiped out. And the soul will fly away. At this time in Lu Chaoga's self-awareness, he felt that he was called invincible, and he had the feeling of a big boss. I feel like the boss level in the game. Under normal circumstances, when players kill bosses, they all have to take human lives, and they have to start a group to encircle and suppress them. But for Lu Chaoga, his ability to kill the weak is too heaven-defying given the disparity in strength. Power of water can directly burst blood, and Heart Sword can directly cut people's souls. That is to say, like the current sand sculpture players of this level standing in front of him, he can let the players directly destroy them in a single thought. One look at you, and you're dead. Lu Chaoga slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened it again, the Heart Sword had been taken back by him. Although it was only a few breaths of breath, it still did not escape the perception of Pei Qianqian and Jiang Xinyan. This time even Jiang Xinyan, who had already been numbed by Lu Chaoga, was secretly shocked. 4th floor. She couldn't help but say. This is also in her cognition, the first time she encounters someone's natal supernatural powers. She can even break through 2 realms. As for Pei Qianqian next to Jiang Xinyan, he only felt that his scalp was numb. And his eyes were out of focus. The dignified Chuanqiu mountain saintess felt an extremely strong sense of frustration at this moment. Uncle Lu, please be a person, she muttered in her heart. It's good now, if you really learn from each other. The 8th achievement is That you are under the pressure of Uncle Lu. The top floor of the Tianji Pagoda managed by the owner of Wenqing Pagoda. Leaning on a bamboo stick, Tianji Sanren entered the secret room on the top floor together with Wenqing, and then took a seat in the main seat. After sitting down, he took out a black bead from his pocket. The bead was already cracked, he exerted a little force, and the whole black bead turned into powder. Wenqing didn't know what this bead was, but when she was at the bottom of the Wenhe River, she just watched the pavilion master use this mysterious bead to cast a secret technique, and then revived with the same bead-shaped soul jade. Chen Qi in the bronze coffin. Chen Qi is dead. Tianji Sanren's gray-black single eye seemed to be covered with a haze. Lu Chaoga was more decisive than he expected. If he did not kill Chen Qi on the spot, but handed him over to Jianzong for disposal, then Tianji Sanren felt that there was still room for a return to the world. To be precise, as long as Chen Qi can return to Jianzong, he should be able to escape again with the help of his own people, and then turn from light to dark, and return to the path he should have taken. Wenqing, did Yuro give you an answer? Tianji Sanren suddenly said. Wenqing nodded and said respectfully, Pavilion Master, Yuro said that everything you asked for has been prepared as you ordered, and it's just waiting for you to leave for Beizhou. Tianji Sanren nodded slightly. There are a total of 12 towers and 12 tower owners in the Tianji Pagoda. Yu Kanshu www.sonicmtl.com. This Yuro is also one of the 12 female tower owners. There are 4 major states in the Profound Sky realm, and each of the major states has 3 total towers in the Tianji Tower, and Yuro is one of the 3 tower owners in the northern state. Wenqing asked, when is the Pavilion Master going to leave? Do you want Wenqing to go with him? Tianji Sanren shook his head and said, you don't have to follow. Zong will finally discuss what the outcome will be. Yes, Wenqing takes orders. She replied with a salute. By the time she got up, there was no sign of the detached people in the secret room, and it seemed that she had gone to Beizhou alone. On the other side, Qin Tai, the deacon of Jianzong's great sword cultivator, flew back to Jianzong's mountain gate with Chen Qi's natal sword. P.S. Second update, I'm really ashamed, I will make up for the 3,000 words I owed yesterday. After reading everyone's comments yesterday, I decided to try exercising today to see if I can sleep. Be sweeter. Chapter 207. 203, Shocksword Sect. Dong dong dong, the bell echoed in the sky above Jianzong, and it struck 9 times in total. The bell rang through the heavens and the earth, so that all members of the Sword Sect could hear it clearly. After hearing the bell, many disciples of the Sword Sect couldn't help but discuss. 9 sounds? Is this what happened? Many people couldn't help asking. How long has it been since I encountered such a situation? It seems that something urgent has happened. The 9 bells sounded, calling on all the deacon level and above members of the Sword Sect to stay in the sect, to go to the council hall, to hold an emergency temporary meeting. This kind of situation is relatively rare for the Sword Sect, the largest force in Qingzhou. It is like a giant beast, and ordinary small movements cannot disturb it. A stream of light streaked across the 9 heavens, and it was a flying sword cultivator. A lot of people quickly gathered in the conference hall, and Ningning was among them. This plump beauty looked at everyone's expressions with her charming peach eyes, and found that most of the other elders and deacons were confused. Obviously most people didn't know what happened. Deacon Qin Tai, who had just returned to the sect, looked extremely ugly, and sat in his own seat without saying a word. At this moment, the sound of yawning spread in Ming Ying's ears. She turned around and saw Ji Chongkong, who was yawning in a languid manner, walking leisurely into the council room. The old urchin didn't even sit in his own seat, and sat directly next to Ning Ying. Then he raised his chin, pointed to his position, and motioned for the elder, whose seat was occupied by him, to sit there. The character of the vice sect master Ji Chongkong is known to everyone in the sword sect, and everyone is used to it. Therefore, the elder just shook his head with a wry smile and changed his seat obediently. It's really troublesome, and I don't know what's going on. Ji Chongkong was a little impatient. Because of his special status, Jian Zun is in existence on another level or even higher than the suzerain, and he does not need to participate in common things so he can meditate with peace of mind. And his nominal vice sect master can't do it. At least he has to go through the motions. Originally, for Ji Chongkong, it doesn't matter if he goes through the motions. Anyway, the great practitioners in the 8th realm have a long lifespan, and they are very bored on weekdays, so they should pass the time. But he doesn't have the extraordinary privilege of senior brother Jianzuan, which is unpleasant. This old urchin has been competing with his senior brother all his life, and he can't stop. Before the sect master Li Suifeng was there, Ji Chongkong sent a voice transmission to Ning Ying, junior sister Ning. I plan to go to Momin for a few days to guide Xializi's practice. Would you like to go with me? That's okay, I also miss their brothers and sisters very much. Ning Ying smiled and said through the same voice. She has not seen the Lu brothers and sisters for a long time, and she really misses them very much. This plump beauty who knows how to hurt people is already thinking about what gift to bring him next time he goes to visit Lu Chaoga. According to the speed of Chaoga's cultivation, it might be half a year before he can reach the 3rd realm great perfection. Why don't you prepare a realm-breaking pill for him? Ning Ying smiled. At this time, sect master Li Suifeng finally arrived, but as soon as he entered the conference hall, everyone felt that the atmosphere today was a bit wrong. Li Suifeng's face was ugly, especially ugly. As the sect master of Sword Sect, he has always given the impression that he is quite majestic, and his joy and anger are indistinguishable. Many people can't help but guess in their hearts what happened. At this time, many people also noticed that Li Suifeng was holding something in his hand, which was a long sword. A dead sword that has lost its sword spirit. For Jianqiu's natal sword, when the master dies, the sword spirit of Ling Jian also dies. Some people still have an impression of this sword, and some people have forgotten it. Ning Ying recognized the sword at a glance, and said to Ji Chongkong, who was beside her, "Senior brother Ji, this is Qin Qi's sword. The embryos are all from her hands, and the same is true of this sword." She had no reason to mistake the sword she made, so she recognized it at a glance. Qin Qi? Ji Chongkong raised his brows, confused. In fact, Ning Ying didn't want to understand that Qin Qi had been dead for decades. She knew very well that Qin Qi was an abandoned baby who was picked up by the sect master, hence the name abandoned. The deceased wife of the suzerain, Li Suifeng, was surnamed Chen because Chen Qi looked like her younger brother who died of the plague when she was young. She loved her dearly. Li Suifeng has a deep relationship with Taoist and loves the house and Wu, so his attitude towards Qin Qi is also different from that of other disciples. In addition, Qin Qi is indeed extremely talented, and he is a rare, Vulcan sword body. He has the strength of a great sword cultivator at a young age, and is highly valued by Li Suifeng. At first, everyone really felt that Qin Qi was being trained as the next suzerain. After Li Suifeng took his seat on the main seat, the meeting officially began. I saw that after he put the Qin Qi's life sword on the table, he leaned back, on the chair and said in a slightly bad state, "Junior brother Qin, it's up to you to tell the situation again." Qin Tai hearing this, he nodded, and after sorting out the language, he stood up and said what he knew from the beginning. When everyone heard that Qin Chi was resurrected from the dead, someone couldn't help but exclaimed in an instant. And when everyone heard that Qin Chi had fallen into the path of evil ghouls, people couldn't help but glanced at Li Suifeng, Qin Chi's master. As the most beloved disciple cultivated by the successor, he actually entered the evil way. It can be said that Li Suifeng will lose face when this matter spreads. Not only him, Jianzong will also lose face. How ridiculous, the true inheritance of a generation has entered the evil way. However, for such people, you are also cultivating the next generation of righteous leaders in Qingzhou. If he really becomes the next person of Jianzong, that's fine. For a while, many people present had mixed emotions. Even Ji Chongkong, who came and walked through the scene, was stunned for a while. "Junior brother Qin, let me interrupt." A female elder said, "You have talked so much now, but I haven't heard how Qin Chi came back to life. Do you know this?" Indeed, this is very important thing. Because this matter looks weird no matter how you look at it, there may be a lot of people involved behind it. "It's Soul Jade." Qin Tai answered honestly. "What? There is a Soul Jade in the world?" Everyone is a high-level executive, and naturally knows what a Soul Jade is. This involved Soul Jade, and it suddenly seemed that this matter became more special and serious. Everyone focused their attention on Li Suifeng, but the sect master was uncharacteristically today, saying nothing and not expressing any opinions of his own. Perhaps it was because Qin Chi was his disciple after all. "Where are Qin Chi and Huan Yu now? Why don't you bring him directly to the council hall?" Another elder asked. Everyone's eyes focused on Qin Tai again. Qin Tai glanced at Li Suifeng and said, "Dead, Qin Chi has already been beheaded." As soon as this statement came out, the whole room was shocked again. "Who killed it?" someone immediately asked. Ning Ying and Ji Chongkong also frowned at this moment, very curious as to who did it. Qin Tai seems to have squeezed a name out of his teeth, the head of Momin, Lu Chaoga. As soon as the name appeared, Ning Ying and Ji Chongkong couldn't help but look at each other, and they all saw it in each other's eyes. Surprised look. Even they felt that the result was very unexpected. Can Lu Chaoga kill Qin Chi? The gap between the two cultivation bases is too great, even if Qin Chi is in a weak or even seriously injured state, with his great sword cultivation realm, Lu Chaoga is absolutely impossible to be his opponent. Since Lu Chaoga has been in the limelight recently, every high-ranking sword sect present knew a little about him, and soon someone retorted, "Impossible. As far as I know, Lu Chao, the head of the Momin, Gu has only just entered the third realm. Does the matter involve others?" Qin Tai nodded and said, "Jiang Xinyan, the deacon of Chuanqiu Mountain, and Pei Qianqian, the saint of Chuanqiu Mountain were indeed present, but Qin Chi was indeed killed by Lu Chaoga alone. At that time, there were a lot of people watching on the banks of the Wenhe River, and all of them can testify." Although Qin Tai didn't want to mention this, he still said, "My disciple Zhao Bin was there at the time." According to him, Lu Chaoga broke through the 9 realms that day and directly arrived at the third realm. Consummation. What? In the conference hall, someone suddenly couldn't sit still. Break through the 9 realms in one step. Break through the 9 realms in one step. What is this concept? Qin Tai is not a person who twists right and wrong. This matter is very important, and he still needs to tell the whole truth, so even if he is very upset by Lu Chaoga, he can only continue to add, later, there were demon cultivators who appeared and Lu Chaoga came out. Song successfully entered the fourth realm when she fought against the demon cultivator alone. As soon as these words came out, everyone's emotions became more complicated. How come there are still demons? It doesn't matter if the true disciple falls into the evil way, and it doesn't matter if it involves the soul jade of the most evil things. Why did the demon cultivator appear again? As for Lu Chaoga's entry into the fourth realm, it broke their cognition. In one day, even breaking 10 realms, directly breaking a big realm. If this matter spreads out, let alone Qingzhou, the entire profound sky realm will cause a major earthquake. With this battle alone, all the so-called geniuses in the entire profound sky realm will be eclipsed in front of him. When Ningying heard the words, she only felt that her chest was swollen and full, and that sense of pride was overflowing from her heart. Chaoga, ah Chaoga, you are really amazing, Ningying said in her heart. According to this posture, won't it be long before this kid can surpass me? As Aunt Ning, not only did she not reject it, but she was looking forward to this day coming sooner. Good boy. Ji Chongkong's focus at the moment was completely on breaking the boundary. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Has no other, because Lu Chaoga's feet is stronger than his senior brother Jianzuan back then. And I am the master of his sword of Lu Chaoga. You must tell senior brother about this. Ji Chongkong couldn't wait any longer. If it wasn't for the meeting, he might have flown directly to the Black Bamboo Forest to show off in front of his senior brother. The hunchbacked old urchin could not help but straighten his back, and then glanced at the audience. Although Ji Chongkong is very unreliable, he is not a fool. Intuition told him that someone might make things difficult for Lu Chaoga. I want to see who would dare. The old urchin, who ranked second among the four great swords, said in his heart. P.S. Today's first update. Chapter 208. 204, Ji Chongkong, I cover this kid. In the Jianzong conference hall, every high-level Jianzong has the strength above the sixth realm. As I said before, among the 4 major sects in the entire profound sky realm, only Jiangxinyan, a high-ranking sect, has the strength of the 5th realm. Great perfection. Now that she has reached the 6th realm, there is no special. Therefore, when these great swordsmen were young, they were considered a generation of arrogance, and they were also the ones who made the limelight among the younger generation. But to say that breaking 10 realms in one day and directly crossing a big realm, it is simply appalling. This news directly dilutes everyone's worries about Soul Jade and Demon Cultivator. Suddenly there is a feeling that the world has changed, and there are talented people in the country, each leading the way for hundreds of years. Some people even couldn't help but say in their hearts, I hate that this son is not in my Jianzong. Jianzong Yuyue is a flawless sword body, and his future achievements are limitless. And the terrifying talent that Lu Chaoga is showing now even gives people a feeling of being stronger than Yu. If he is also in Jianzong, then, when they grow up, Jianzong can go further. Although Momin is a subordinate sect of Jianzong, after all, the sects are different, and if they die, they can only be regarded as half of their own. In fact, some people with active minds may still think about whether they should come up with a way to make everyone's relationship further and closer. People, even if the sects are different, the relationship between people does not mean that there is no way to detach from the teacher's sect. For example, a Taoist companion or something, isn't it a very solid relationship? Of course, this is just an example. This year is a new era of self-cultivation. Marriage is not popular anymore, and everyone advocates free love. But having said that, I have always heard that Lu Chaoga is handsome and handsome, and he is a rare and beautiful man. There is even a saying in the practice world that once you see Chowga, you will lose your life. People, even if you practice, you are still in control of your appearance. At this time everyone couldn't help urging, junior brother Qin, go ahead and talk. No one expected that the content of this emergency meeting would be so large, involving so many people, and it would be more scary than the other. Qin Tai nodded when he heard the words, and continued, Lu Chaoga has already controlled Qin Chi after beheading Yao Xiao. At that time I had received a message from my disciple Zhao Bin, quickly rushed to Wenhe. When I was about to arrive at Wenhe, Qin Chi had his arm and half of his shoulder cut off by Lu Chaoga. As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but glance at Sect. Master Li Suifeng again. Everyone knows the relationship between Li Suifeng and Qin Chi. When I heard the news of Qin Chi's death, Li Suifeng's state was obvious to all. Although the disciple has fallen into the evil way, everyone has feelings. Hearing that the former lover was brought back to life after being hurt like this, there will always be waves in the heart. At this time a Jianzhong deacon soon noticed something was wrong. The male deacon said immediately, Senior brother Qin, according to what you said, when you arrived, Qin Chi was only seriously injured and not dead yet? As soon as these words came out, the biggest explosion of the meeting occurred. This is what Qin Tai is waiting for. I saw him nodding forcefully and said loudly, Lu Chaoga killed Qin Chi at the moment when I was about to reach Wenhe and stopped him. In an instant, Ningying saw that there were several high-ranking sword sect leaders frowning secretly. This is not a good signal. But for some reason, Ningying didn't feel the slightest surprise that Lu Chaoga would do this. After all, this kid's temper. Ningying gave a wry smile, but she couldn't do anything about it. And Ningying still knew a thing or two about Momin's past. When Qin Chi asked for help in the Qinglongquan area, the Momin almost came out of the nest, and then annihilated the entire army with Qin Chi. The strangeness and mystery of what happened is still a mystery to this day. If it is said that this is Qin Chi's single-handed arrangement, then, with Lu Chaoga's character, he must definitely be killed. However, Ningying, the elder of the sword sect, is naturally very aware of the behavior of many of his peers. After he has become accustomed to being honorable, he will behave in the world. In any case, Lu Chaoga cut off the head of the true disciple of Jianzhong with one sword when the deacon of Jianzhong stopped him. What's more, this up-and-coming star is too aggressive and has too much limelight. As an older generation, he will instinctively feel that this young man is too arrogant and rude, even arrogant. I simply didn't take my sword sect in my eyes. A deacon couldn't help but exclaimed. At first everyone thought that Lu Chaoga was in a desperate struggle with Qin Chi, and he was unable to recover with all his strength, so he beheaded him. If so, there is nothing to say. After all, it is a fact that Qin Chi fell into the evil way. But after being subdued, in front of the deacon of Jianzhong, after the deacon stopped him, he killed him with a sword, and the nature was completely different. Only the old urchin Ji Chongkong said in his heart, okay, boy, just like me. He was half the style of my youth. To be honest, Ji Chongkong didn't like Qin Chi at all. He always felt that this son was too arrogant. Have pride, but less arrogance. Lu Chaoga was different. This kid couldn't tell. Ji Chongkong had a hard time finding a suitable word to describe this kid's temperament. In short, it suits his appetite. Now, he listened to what the other deacons and elders said to me, but he didn't say anything. The 8th realm sword cultivator, who ranked second among the 4 great swords, quietly scanned the audience and wrote down the names of everyone who scolded Lu Chaoga. Let everyone express their opinions first, and the old man will watch first. Ningning sat next to Ji Chongkong, and could probably guess what Ji Chongkong was thinking. She just glanced at Qin Tai and asked only one question. Junior brother Qin, what did Lu Chaogith say to you later? She continued. It's not like you met him and didn't communicate with each other, right? Qin Tai opened his mouth when he heard the words. Hesitant to speak. But when he thought that there were so many people watching that day, he could only convey what Lu Chaogith said today. The words should be killed one by one, as well as the sentence if you have a clear conscience, kill and kill resounded throughout the council hall. Every sentence was loud and clear, expressing the clear attitude and position of this young Jianxiu. It seems that no matter who is present, he will not stop this beheading sword. Courageous. Who would have thought that the words of a young sword cultivator caused the meeting of the top leaders of the sword sect to fall into a brief silence? A very contradictory and wonderful emotion arises in the hearts of many people. That is, I feel offended by him, but somehow appreciate it. After Qin Tai said this, he thought about it, and told Jiang Xinyan and Pei Chanqian's positions. This matter also involves Chuanqiu Mountain, which is also one of the 4 major sections. Li Suifeng, whose face was not good-looking, raised his right hand, tapped the table with his fingers lightly, and said, Everyone, what do you think? For a while, no one was the first to speak out. Among the high-level swordsmen, some people are fine, active and complex. Some people are simply obsessed with kendo and are not good at doing things. But no matter what, Chen Qi is a disciple of the sect master, and now in front of the sect master, no one wants to be the first to speak out. Seeing that everyone was quiet again at this time, Li Suifeng raised his eyes and glanced at Qin Tai. Junior brother Qin, you are the party involved, what do you think? Qin Tai saw that everyone looked at him in unison, and he began to speak eloquently. Although it is very official, the general meaning is that although Lu Chaoga's actions did not violate the sectarian rules, this person's attitude is problematic, and there is a big problem. As soon as this statement came out, it was echoed by many people. To be honest, attitude issues are hard to deal with on the surface. But actually? After all, Momen is a subordinate sect of Jianzhong. It's like if the leader doesn't like you, there are ways to put on small shoes for you. As for some people who really appreciate Lu Chaoga, it's impossible to stand up for a young man they don't know in front of Li Suifeng, right? So far, the silent people are still silent, and the people who should speak have said it. Ningning wanted to speak, but saw Ji Chongkong raise her finger, signaling her not to speak. This meeting was the same as before, no one specifically asked Ji Chongkong's opinion. Because he is always here to go through the motions according to his past behavior. If someone consults him, he will be very upset and impatient. If there were 2 factions of people arguing in the meeting, which led to the slow progress of the meeting and the delay in coming to a conclusion, Ji Chongkong would often conduct physical persuasion to explain the truth to both factions. Jianxiu, fencing after arguing is the norm, and everyone has long been used to it. But it's rather strange that 2 groups of people like Ji Chongkong fight together. In layman's terms, his stance is, isn't this fucking affecting Lao Tzu's work? Make a fuss and give me an immediate unanimous opinion. But this is definitely not the case today. I saw his hands folded, then leaned back on the chair, leaned back, and kicked the bottom of the table lightly with his foot. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com is not very loud, but his behavior are extremely bad and extremely arrogant. In the entire sword sect, the most capable one must be Jian Zun, and the second strongest is Ji Chongkong. However, how could Jianzun dare to take care of his junior and senior brothers? Instead, it was Ji Chongkong who always commanded Jianzun. Therefore, he is invincible. At this time everyone's eyes instantly came to Ji Chongkong. No one expected that today's meeting would actually lead to a road full of gunpowder. Just listening to Ji Chongkong, the hunchbacked little old man staring, his whole body leaned back on the back of the chair, and he said angrily, "Why is no one asking my vice sect master's opinion? Do you think my vice sect master is dead? P.S. Second more." Chapter 209. 205, Heavy rain is coming. Ji Chongkong's sudden attack caused the entire council hall to fall into a dead silence, and the needle drop could be heard. Many people only remembered at this time that the deputy suzerain, who everyone would ignore during meetings on weekdays, seems to have had a fate with Momen Luchaoga. He once instructed Lu Chaoga Jin, which can be regarded as his swordsman. That thing got big in an instant. If there is no such major premise, most of you may think that Ji Chongkong, the old urchin, is deliberately trying to make a wave of existence at a critical moment. After all, it is not that he has never done such a thing. But now it looks a bit like the vice sect master of the sword sect, Ji Chongkong, who is ranked second among the 4 great swords, openly provoking the sect master of the sword sect, Li Suifeng, who is also the 4 great swords. In the entire conference hall, it was like 2 huge vortexes appeared. And at the center of the 2 vortexes, apart from Jianzun, are the 2 highest-ranking people in the sword sect. To be honest, most of those who remained silent among the senior leaders of Jianzong didn't think there was anything wrong with Lu Chaoga's attitude. On the contrary, many people still vaguely appreciated it. If it wasn't for the disciples of the suzerain, maybe they would have stood up and spoke for Lu Chaoga. Because Qin Chi's identity is too sensitive, many people choose to remain silent. But Ji Chongkong took the lead in attacking, and the situation changed all of a sudden. The hunchbacked little old man squinted his small eyes, leaned back on the back of the chair, leaned back, and his posture was extraordinarily arrogant. His squinting eyes first glanced at Qin Tai, and then swept over the top swordsman who had previously said that Lu Chaoga had a problem with his attitude. Just a look makes them feel like they have been beaten badly. Li Suifeng, who was sitting in the main seat, remained silent. He just glanced at Ji Chongkong, and then at the Qin Chi's natal sword on the table. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Senior brother Ji. Since it is an emergency meeting, as the deputy suzerain, naturally everyone should listen to your opinion. But before that, it is better for the junior brother to throw some ideas first, and listen to me first." The opinion of? Ji Chongkong raised his brows and said, "Tell me." Li Suifeng motioned Qin Tai and the others to sit down, and then said solemnly, "My disciple Qin Chi fell into the way of evil ghouls, and I, the sect master of the sword sect, cannot be blamed. I will write a letter of sin tomorrow." As soon as these words came out, it was as if a thunderstorm exploded in the ears of Qin Tai and others. Li Suifeng continued, "As for Qin Chi's death, there is more than enough to live up to. Not only him, but also the comrades and forces that may be involved behind him should be severely punished." As he said that, he glanced at Qin Tai and said, "Junior brother Qin, you said earlier that this matter also involves the demon cultivation of the Ziyue society?" Qin Tai only felt stiff and nodded mechanically. "Let's start the 4th siege against the Zaiwiwi," Li Suifeng said softly. But these words were full of weight. In the past 100 years, Jianzong has taken the lead, and has launched 3 encirclements and suppressions in Qingzhou against a group of demon cultivators. As the leader of the righteous path of Qingzhou, it is naturally impossible to be passive forever, and you have to wait for the hiding villain to come forward to do things, and then calm down. In fact, when I have nothing to do, I will launch an active attack. In fact, it has only been 10 years since the last encirclement and suppression of the demon cultivator. 10 years is nothing to the world of practice. Is this going to be the 4th siege in 100 years? Is the sect master venting his anger, or is it already certain that behind Chen Qi is the Zaiwiwi? But in this regard, there is no one high-level Jianzong objection. Because the incident of Chen Qi will definitely damage the prestige of Jianzong. At this moment, it is a good idea to make a thunderous shot at the Zaiwiwi, which is conducive to the reconstruction of prestige. After saying this, Li Suifeng glanced at Ji Chongkong, and then his eyes drooped slightly, and his eyes looked slightly at the long sword on the table in a trance, and said, "The head of the Momen, Lu Chaoga, has done a good job in eliminating demons and defending the road according to the sect." Rules 4. Awards. The final word. Ji Chongkong heard the words, the slightly raised eyebrows gradually flattened, and the narrowed eyes returned to normal. Senior brother Ji, besides this, do you have any comments to express, or do you have anything to add? Li Suifeng asked. The old urchin waved his hand pretending to be casual and said, "Let's do it. Like this, I have no objection." Okay. Li Suifeng looked around at everyone present and said, "Does anyone have any objections?" When no one answered, he got up and said, "Then the meeting will end here." After saying that, he took the lead and walked out the door. At this time, Qing Tai remembered Lu Chaoga's previous words about Jiangui. Jian Tomb. Is this Chen Qi sword qualified to enter the sword tomb? Before he could speak, he saw that Li Suifeng had already stepped out of the door of the conference hall. The moment the sect master of Sword Sect stepped out of the gate, Chen Qi's natal sword on the table suddenly broke. And his back looks a little older. After the meeting, Ji Chongkong and Ning Ying left together. Now, everyone who has left has different thoughts, but it is conceivable that after the results of this meeting are spread, the entire Qingzhou will be shocked again, and it will surely lead to heated discussions for several days. Senior brother Ji, where are you going to go? Ning Ying asked. Of course I'm going to find senior brother Jianzuan and tell him about it. Ji Chongkong narrowed his eyes and said, "Advertising, the reading app I've been using recently, Mimi Reading App, www. Has a lot of book sources, all books, and updates quickly. About Chaoga, I would like to thank senior brother Ji." Ning Ying said. Ji Chongkong waved his hand indifferently and said, "Yes, he is Xiaolaizi's brother after all, and he has a good relationship with me." After he finished speaking, he said to Ning Ying, "Junior sister Ning, I'm going to find senior brother, you and I will leave now." Then, he turned into a streamer and disappeared here. Ning Ying knew that the old urchin was impatient, and with a faint smile on her face, she glanced at the direction he was leaving. But for some reason, she was still a little worried. She always felt that this was just the beginning, and Chaoga was bound to fall into it. After Ning Ying thought about it, she felt that she should go to Momin for a while to be safe. If something really happened, there would be someone to take care of it. This plump beauty glanced in the direction of Momin with her charming peach eyes. "Chaoga, Chaoga, you've grown up so fast that Aunt Ning has no time to prepare and react." On the other side, Ji Chongkong quickly flew into the black bamboo forest on Wuming Peak. "Senior brother. Come out and see this junior brother." Before the old urchin landed in front of the house, his voice spread throughout the bamboo forest. Lord Jianzuan, dressed as a middle-aged Confucian scholar, pushed open the door. helplessly, and actually walked out of the room to greet him. Junior brother came to look for me in such a hurry, but something happened? Asked the middle-aged scholar. After Ji Chongkong took his seat on the stone bench, he chattered about what happened at the meeting. The middle-aged scholar put down the book in his hand and listened carefully. And carefully. After Ji Chongkong finished speaking, he remained silent, looking down at the moving ants on the ground. It's going to rain. The middle-aged scholar sighed. Ji Chongkong narrowed his eyes, put his head closer to his senior brother, and said with a displeased expression, "Speak human words." As for Lu Chaoga, who is in the center of the whirlpool, what is he doing at the moment? He had walked out of the cave, enjoying Pei Qianqian's adoring gaze. After upgrading, Heart Sword, to level 4, he was in a good mood and was very satisfied with his overall combat power at the moment. He glanced at Pei Qianqian, thinking whether he would like to have a practice with her. But this girl looked like the kind of feeling that she felt like being beaten. So she dismissed the idea. According to his own estimate of his current strength, Pei Qianqian should no longer be his opponent in normal competitions and when everyone doesn't use their trump cards too much. As for Yu, who is one level higher than Pei Qianqian, if he doesn't break through these days, it is estimated that he will be in a relationship with him. For practitioners, the later the cultivation level is, the greater the gap between each small realm, and the more difficult it is to kill at the higher level. What's more, Lu Chaoga is still leapfrogging to deal with little monsters like the world protagonist who are good at leapfrog killing. Uncle Lu, don't you really want to spend more time to stabilize your realm? Pei Qianqian asked. It's too hasty. You said that the realm is stable, but the result is a breakthrough, and then you go out? It's okay. Lu Chaoga waved his hand indifferently, and then released his breath. Pei Qianqian and Jiang Xinyan felt it for a while, and it was really, very solid. Then, let's go to Beizhou now. Pei Qianqian blinked, Yu reading. www.sonicmtl. Calm sentiment immediately ran high. Yeah. Lead Shu back to the spring and autumn mountains to do things. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Chaoga nodded, not rejecting this decision. After all, he rubbed Pei Qianqian a wave, and from her, he rubbed the first link of the main task of Beizhou. He also thought about taking a chance to see if he could complete part of it, and then divide a wave of northern states' task prize pool. As for the prize pool of the main line of Qingzhou, the Sword of Hades, it will take a while to be distributed, so why not use this time to hurry? Not to mention, as a disciple of Chunqiu Mountain in his previous life, Lu Chaoga missed a lot of this eccentric sect. Because the tempers of the disciples in Spring and Autumn Mountain always have their own styles, he always felt that the days in Spring and Autumn Mountain were actually quite interesting, and when he thinks about it, he still feels nostalgic. Thinking of this, he gently pulled Jiang Xinyan's little hand, smiled, and said, "Let's go, I'll go back to the sect with you." Jiang Xinyan nodded, feeling a bit sweet in his heart, and then let him hold his hand like this. In this way, Lu Chaoga, who stirred up the situation in Qingzhou, started to pat his butt and flew quickly towards the outside of Qingzhou. It's raining and dew, so it's time to do something in Beizhou, he thought to himself. Like an irresponsible dog thing. P.S. In the first update, some readers said that the rhythm has slowed down in the past few days. In fact, it is not true. The rhythm of a book is very important, and mature authors will not change it easily. The content of these chapters is very important. Character creation is also very important, and you have to spend more time. If you want to blame me, I can't write tens of thousands of words a day. Damn, how can I be unhappy with such beautiful hands? Chapter 210. 206, Demon Cultivation Organization, Huangquan Society. On a light boat, Lu Chaoga and Mei traveled together and flew quickly towards the outside of Qingzhou. When he was bored, he would open the forum to take a look. As expected, with the spread of the big mouth players, the story of Lu Chaoga beheading Jianzong Qinqi was spread all over the world in just one day. The entire profound sky realm. There are many interview posts on the forum, nothing more than players chatting with NPCs at this time, and then they were recorded and posted on the internet. These practitioners may never have dreamed that these dear brothers and sisters would actually play candid photography. I thought it was a small talk after dinner, to cultivate the feelings of the same family, but behind the scenes it was a reporter interviewing to gain popularity. Lu Chaoga read some interview posts and said everything. Some people say that the killing is good, some people say that our generation of swordsmen should be like this, and there are some guys who think they have higher emotional intelligence than others, and are proficient in the world. How it will be. Lu Chaoga didn't care about this, what he was curious about was Jianzong's attitude. Soon, he saw the posts posted by Sword Sect players. Shock. Sword Sect Master is such a person. How could he do such a thing? Looking at the name of the post, Lu Chaoga couldn't help but complain in his heart, it's the 22nd century. Why is this rotten stock still popular? At the meeting, the true disciples and the inner disciples may know a thing or two. For example, the sand sculpture players are still outer disciples, and the news will be delayed. After Lu Chaoga read all the posts, he fell into silence. Afternoon today, will Li Suifeng send a letter of guilt? In addition, he personally broke the sword of his beloved disciple, making him unworthy of being buried in the sword grave, which is equivalent to making a decision on Qinqi, the identity of the abandoned disciple of Sword Sect. Regarding the encirclement and suppression of the Zaiwiwi, this is a secret matter for the time being, and even the inner disciples have no right to know. So this well-informed player has not inquired. As for Li Suifeng's statement that he wanted to reward Lu Chaoga, he also felt that it could only be said to be unexpected. The big man has his own big pattern. But from this post, it seems that Li Suifeng did not mention any topic about the internal self-examination of Jianzong at the meeting. Generally speaking, Jianzong should also check to see if there are any problematic characters. After all, Qinqi has obviously had a serious problem. Does the ghost know if there are other people? But it is normal that Li Suifeng did not mention this matter at the meeting. There is no need to put this kind of thing on the surface. Of course, it may also be because he has other meanings. The four great swords of Qingzhou are all highly respected people, well, except the old urchin Ji Chongkong. But Lu Chaoga still trusts Li Suifeng's ability and means. If you expose Qinqi's problems early, maybe the future process will be much easier. Lu Chaoga thought to himself. At least, it can save a lot of people from dying. For him, the previous life was just playing games, so the feeling is not deep. Today, if someone dies, it's more than just cold numbers in his eyes. After this post appeared on the forum, it immediately caused a heated discussion. Many players expressed that they have become fans of Li Suifeng Road. At the same time, Qinqi failed to be buried in the sword grave, which made many players feel very happy, and some more emotional ones felt a little embarrassed. For these, Lu Chaoga didn't care. What he cares most about now is the distribution of the prize pool. These 48 hours are really long. Lu Chaoga thought to himself. And just when he was distracted, Jiang Xinyan patted the back of Lu Chaoga's hand lightly, and said, "Chaoga, we have reached the border of Qingzhou." Lu Chaoga nodded and looked forward. Crossing the mountains ahead, it is Beizhou. Beizhou, a place that Lu Chaoga used to be very familiar with. Since it was called Beizhou, it was naturally the northern part of the profound sky realm. Chuanqiu Mountain, on the other hand, is located in the extreme north of Beizhou. That place is very strange, and I don't know why. Half the days of the year are hot, and half the days are extremely cold. It seems to be related to the ley lines, and perhaps there are hidden secrets. Therefore, in terms of climate, there are only winter and summer, but no spring and autumn. Therefore, in order to make up for this defect, the sect standing here was named Spring and Autumn Mountain. That is to say, Lu Chaoga is going to Jiang Xinyan's mother's house, and after crossing the border of Qingzhou, he has to go all the way north, all the way north. Although the journey is far, it is just in line with his heart. After all, there is still a task, so it seems unintentional to be able to go around Beizhou for a long time. At the same time, he can also show a wave of his own hard work and deep affection. Not too tired, no matter how far away is not too tired. After a light boat flew over the mountains, Lu Chaoga received a system prompt. Ding. You have left Qingzhou and came to Beizhou. When he heard this prompt sound, Lu Chaoga had a feeling of returning to the past. It was also a coincidence that he was taken from Qingzhou to Beizhou, and then he heard this prompt. Immediately afterwards, with his all-out efforts, he succeeded in taking Jiang Xinyan as his teacher and became an excellent gun repair player. It is also Beizhou. The woman standing beside him has not changed. It's just that filial piety has hardened. After Pei Chanshan arrived in Beizhou, he had a posture of trying to fulfill the friendship of the landlord, completely forgetting that his spiritual stones had been lost long ago, and now he is in a state of poverty. Uncle Lu, do you want to travel all the way to the mountains and waters, and go to the spring and autumn mountains slowly, or go fast and go as soon as possible? Pei Chanshan asked Lu Chaoga for his opinion. Lu Chaoga glanced at her, smiled and said, "You don't need to waste too much time, but you don't need to be in a hurry. However, if you come across a good place that interests me, let's go and have a look." In fact, he had basically seen all the attractions in Beizhou in his previous life. For the players of Tianxian realm, it is also a great fun to travel in the mountains and waters in the Tianxian realm. After all, for most ordinary players, in reality, you can't afford to travel. Lu Chaoga opened his quest interface and took a look. The main story mission of Beizhou, Evil Soul Nirvana, the current progress is 2.09%. The sand sculpture players have tried their best. Leaving aside Qingzhou, the progress of Beizhou is actually ahead of the other two states. For Evil Soul Nirvana, Lu Chaoga's understanding is much higher than the Sword of Hades. After all, he has experienced the whole process of this main line, and many key plots are still fresh in his memory. Try your luck, Lu Chaoga thought to himself. He has always been confident in his opportunity. After all, that strange value has already represented everything. Evil Soul Nirvana involves alien beasts, ancient alien beasts that came back to life. Lu Chaoga recalled. Since it is about alien beasts, there will definitely be demon cultivators involved. It's just that the ZUS society is generally active in Qingzhou. After all, the ZUS society has a fanatical worship for Ziyue, and according to legend, Ziyue refers to the heart of Qingdi, the first powerhouse in ancient times. And Qingdi is a native of Qingzhou. To be precise, Qingzhou was named after Qingdi. The demon cultivator force in Beizhou, named Huangquanhui, is a demon cultivator organization that is slightly inferior to Zaiwiwi. The Purple Moon Club really needs to be traced back, and its history seems to go back to ancient times. The history of Huangquanhui is not so long, and the background is not as deep as that of Zaiwiwi. But all the same perverted. These demon cultivators should all hide the bodies of some powerful alien beasts in the ancient times, and there should be some secret methods of evil. Sections. Lu Chaoge couldn't help but think of the previous Qi Xiao. Using the body of Yao Shouyaoi as a container for cultivation, he is also quite cruel to his own people. But relatively speaking, Lu Chaoge still felt that Huang Quan would be a little more outrageous. What Ziyue will worship is Ziyue. In the final analysis, it actually wants to devour the power of Qingdi and obtain the supreme power. The purpose of the Yellow Springs Association is to destroy the world, and they want the whole world to perish forever. The world is dirty again. Then rebuild one. I don't know what's going on in my head. Lu Chaoge couldn't understand this mentality anyway. If it's dirty, just wipe it. Why do you keep thinking about destroying and replacing it? What family conditions such extravagance and waste? On the other side, in the snow, it was the strong one-eyed half-blind old man again, leaning on a bamboo stick, walking in the heavy snow. This useless old man, who has no interest in women and only wants to spy on heaven's secrets, is still accompanied by a female tower owner. She is Yuro. It has to be said that the 12 tower owners of the Tianji Tower do have different styles. This Yuro Pagoda Lord is different from Xuanji Pagoda Lord's amorous feelings, and it is also different from Wenqing Pagoda Lord's pure and fresh. Although she is named Yuro, she has a difficult face. It's not the so-called Yujia style, it's giving people the feeling that this woman is very strong and difficult to speak, with a bit of a female president's taste. Such women will make some men intimidated and dare not approach, and will also make some men have a strong desire to conquer. The harder you look to get it done, the more they look forward to a certain moment. After all, a woman who loves to scold also depends on the environment and situation in which she scolds. The style and taste are different. And this kind of temperament and face makes people look forward to the moment when they are broken. Of course, this Yuro Pagoda master is still very respectful in front of Tianji Sanren. The means of the pavilion master, these 12 tower masters are well aware of it, and they have great awe. She followed Tianji Sanren, glanced at the pavilion master, and thought in her heart, is there any trouble with the pavilion owner recently? She felt that the pavilion owner's face and mood were not very good, but she did not dare to ask. I feel that the pavilion master is not as calm and confident as before. Here we are. Tianji Sanren suddenly stopped. He looked ahead, a smile appeared on his face, and his mood improved again. Chapter 211. 207. The prize pool is issued, the strength leaps. The place where Tianji Sanren and Yuro Pagoda Master are located is a plain covered with ice and snow. It has a very simple name, it is called Icefield. Because it snows all year round, and the snow does not melt, there are occasionally strange animals that are suitable for living in the ice and snow. Tianji Sanren looked forward with his gray-black single eye, and then jumped. His whole body sank into the snow and then disappeared. Yuro Pagoda Master followed suit. The moment she jumped down, she felt a firmness wrapped around her. When she opened her eyes, she was already in a deep gorge. Compared to the ice sheet outside, it is colder here. It's that biting cold. Yuro's cultivation was the same as the rest of the Tower Masters, and they were in the fourth realm. It stands to reason that practitioners of this type of cultivation have long been able to achieve ordinary invulnerability. There is no fear of streaking in the ice and snow, especially suitable for outdoor activities. But it was different here. It brought a deep chill to her, and even her body froze in the cold, feeling like she was going to be blocked by ice at any time. It's weird, Yuro thought to herself. Tianji Sanren seemed to see her confusion, and said, "This place is special. You don't need to think too much. Directly activate your spiritual power to protect your body. If the cold air here enters your body too much, you will die." Yuro heard the words and ran quickly. The spiritual power in the body does not dare to be slack. I saw Tianji Sanren take a few steps forward, and then the bamboo stick gently tapped 9 places on the ground. When hitting the 9th, the sound is slightly different from the previous 8. A faint smile appeared on his old face. The previous haze was swept away, and he briefly forgot the many troubles Liu Chaoga brought him. Although one eye is half blind, he always has to look forward. Tianji Sanren considers himself to be good at cultivating qi, and is still very good at self-regulation. People want to control their emotions. They can't always be dominated by their emotions. At this point, he squatted down and slapped the ground with his old palm. A mysterious force rippled from his palm to the surroundings, and the ground instantly turned a translucent color, and then a faint blue light shone out, making the surrounding coldness even more intense. Intense. This is the ice veins. Yuro couldn't help but said in her heart. But how did the pavilion master find this place? She didn't know that this place was not discovered by Tianji Sanren, he just saw the enlightenment of the heaven and gained a coordinate. After the ice veins were activated, the temperature outside dropped a little. Above the ice field, it was snowing, and it didn't take a while, it turned into a goose feather snow. The cold wind and heavy snow were mixed together, and the sky was a little dark, so that there were not many people in the ice field, but their vision was blurred. Tianji Sanren only feels endless admiration and awe for the mighty power between heaven and earth. Between heaven and earth, how insignificant as human beings. He turned to look at Yuro and said, "Take out the things I asked you to prepare." "Yes," Yuro said, and took out a dozen boxes from the storage ring. "Here, there is the blood of alien beasts, herbs, spiritual fruit, and part of the body of alien beasts. In addition, there are precious materials such as snow stone and cold sky crystal." The bamboo stick in Tianji Sanren's hand lightly tapped, and the contents of the box floated up, and then scattered everywhere. Immediately afterwards, he took out a frozen eyeball from the storage ring. "Bring me the soul jade that was traded from the Huangquang Club." Tianji Sanren continued to judo. Yuro nodded and took out a pendant from her slightly flat embrace. After crushing the outer shell of the pendant, the soul jade beads inside were exposed. This soul jade bead is similar to the one that Tianji Sanren replaced at Ziyue Club, and both have a small crack. The crack is not big, but it is deep, and I don't know who did it. Ever since Tianji Sanren learned that soul jade can only be destroyed by the strong in the 9th realm, he tried to use it for divination. But he didn't calculate anything. The powerhouse of the 9th realm, he is not worthy of it. After the soul jade started, Tianji Sanren put it together with the eyeball. And instantly a black air flow swept out. Tianji Sanren did not dare to stay for too long, fearing that he would be disturbed by the power of the soul jade. He hurriedly sacrificed his eyeballs and soul jade, and then moved the things on the ground. A beast roar came out from the void and spread throughout the entire ice field. In an instant, a large number of low-level alien beasts lurking in the ice field stuck their heads out. They are ice wolves. Ice wolves are not high rank among alien beasts. Most of them are between levels 8 and 12. They belong to low-level alien beasts that current players can kill. Therefore, sand sculpture players are often seen in the ice field. It's just that most of the ice wolves live in groups, so players also come in teams to see if there is a chance to catch the lone ones or groups of 3 or 5. Among the wolves, one of the ice wolves was slightly smaller than the other ice wolves, but its fur color was also slightly different, with a hint of dark blue in the gray and white. The next moment, it was suddenly enveloped by a magical force, and then disappeared in place. In the deep gorge, Euro watched as a struggling ice wolf suddenly appeared in the air, and then the eyeball and soul jade flew away and poured into its body. It's done. Tianji Sanren was a little weak, but his face was happy. An ancient and terrifying force began to spread from it, and the beast roar from the void became more and more clearly visible, until the little ice wolf opened its beast mouth and let out a wolf howl that was exactly the same as in the void. The words are divided into 2 parts. At this moment, Lu Chaoga and the second daughter are on a high mountain 100 miles away from the ice field. This mountain is the first peak of Beizhou, and it is called Beifeng. Standing on the top of the north peak, you can overlook the sea of clouds in the sky, which is very spectacular. Lu Chaoga pretended to be looking at the scenery, but was actually waiting for the end of the countdown to the prize pool. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The 48-hour countdown officially reset to 0, and in an instant, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! The quest prize pool for the first stage of Sword of Hades has been issued. Please pay attention to check it. Most players cannot hear this prompt, because many players are not eligible to divide the prize pool from the current point of view. However, all Qingzhou players have been rewarded with 100,000 experience points. For players whose current level is still around level 10, 100,000 experience points is already a lot of wealth, and they can do a lot of things. In an instant, the entire Qingzhou was boiling, as if receiving a red envelope. During the Chinese New Year, everyone prostitutes 100,000 yuan for free, and everyone is happy. There is no way, if it is said that the entire Tiangshuanji players have it, they may not be so excited. It is precisely because only Qingzhou has it that they are stunned. They are all sword cultivators, they like to be squeamish, and they like to pretend. Those who play swords are all showy. Lu Chaoga naturally got the 100,000 experience points reward. Unlike the excited players, he didn't even look at it. A mere 100,000, and there is no turbulence in my heart. What can 100,000 do? It can hardly do anything. Lu Chaoga didn't take it seriously at all, and the gap between the rich and the poor was huge. All he cares about is the prize pool. And when he received the prize pool reward, the whole person immediately lit up. It's posted. Lu Chaoga was overjoyed. He personally estimated that due to his outstanding contribution, one person does much more work than the players in one state combined, and almost one person can monopolize 60 to 70% of the prize pool rewards, or even early 70%. Close to 80%. As the first stage of the task, the total experience value reward in the entire prize pool will definitely not be too outrageous, otherwise it will easily lead to the collapse of combat power. Lu Chaoga also only got 8 million experience points reward. Therefore, he speculates that the experience value of the entire prize pool is only 10 million points. In this regard, he was not disappointed. On the contrary, the less experience points were given, the more excited he was. Because this means that other special rewards will be more generous. As expected, he also received a full 8 points of random special attribute Points, rewards. Lu Chaoge doesn't understand how the system settles and allocates. He only knows 8 random special attribute points, how rich it is. He directly chose, receive, and then began to extract special attributes. Kendo qualification is estimated to be difficult to draw, because I already have 4 points, so the probability of winning will be much lower. But you can't be too greedy, as long as it is practical, special attribute. Points, that's all. Okay. 8 attribute points can completely make his current strength leap again. After the extraction, 8 prompt messages appeared in front of Lu Chaoge. He has always had a big heart, but now he is also a little nervous. After reading all the prompts, a faint smile appeared on his face, indicating that he was very satisfied with his luck. As he expected, Kendo qualification was not drawn. With the system's ability to urinate, if he can still draw Kendo qualification on his own basis, he is the absolute emperor of Europe and the absolute koi. But fortunately, most of the 8 attribute points drawn are very practical. 1 point, gunway qualification. Lu Chaoge is not a gun repairer now, so the bonus he brings won't be very obvious, but when he beats a gun repairer like Pei Qianqian, he can cause a suppression effect of about 5%. This is the benefit brought by gun path qualification. At the same time, it is also easier to find out where her loopholes lie, and then attack the loopholes. 1 point, cudgel road qualification. This made Lu Chaoge a little speechless, because the cudgel was a relatively unpopular weapon in the profound sky realm for some reason, and it always felt strange to have a gun with a stick. The attribute 2 points, hidden, is used, and the effect can be seen from the name, and there is a potential to use breath. Like hiding's feeling to Lu Chaoge that he was born with full of hidden. But he is the head of the Kendo Sect, a sword repair player, his authority can check other people's Kendo qualifications, but he can't check it to an attribute point like hidden. 1 point, physique. This attribute is to make the blood bar thicker, more resistant to beatings, and harder to survive, and it is also a good special attribute point. What made Lu Chaoge even more excited was that he actually got 2 points of divine sense. He originally had 1 point of divine sense, which directly caused his current divine sense to be as high as 3 points. The acquisition of divine sense enables his divine sense to grow a lot, and obtains a substantial improvement and bonus. This is equivalent to indirectly strengthening the power of heart sword. For him, among the 8 attributes, even if the other 6 points are tasteless, these 2 points of divine sense alone are enough for him to be happy. 3 points, divine sense, and heart sword on the 4th floor, don't be too violent. It directly increased the power of heart sword by 20%. At this moment, Lu Chaoge secretly cast heart sword. His eyes looked at the sea of clouds, and the dark golden color was like a rising tide, slowly filling his eyes. In an instant, Pei Qianqian and Jiang Xinyan looked sideways. Although heart sword is not casting on them, they can also feel the power of the soul contained in it. Uncle Lu is actually comprehending the Tao while watching the clouds. Pei Qianqian thought such a thought. The most important thing is, from the current posture of Lu Chaoge, it seems that there is still something to gain? No way, Master Lu, there should be a limit no matter how evil you are. Pei Qianqian felt that she was a little numb, and her young heart was hit hard. I once thought that I was the real top-notch genius, but he was the real top notch among the younger generation in the entire profound sky realm. But with the contact with Lu Chaoge, she suddenly realized that she was downgraded, and she could only be considered a first level, not a top level. At the same time, she couldn't help but be a little curious. What did you realize? The dark golden color slowly dissipated in Lu Chaoga's eyes, and Lu Chaoga had a general understanding of his current strength. If Pei Qianqian is still used as the unit of measurement, this girl is afraid that she will be beaten by herself without using her trump cards. There is no room for resistance, and she is completely unable to struggle. It can be violent and rainy all the way to her, directly bloody torture. And the gap between him and Jiang Xinyan has further narrowed. Having said that, the acquisition of spear path qualification may be helpful for him to break through Jiang Xinyan's defense. One step closer to the day when the guns are like dragons. 7 points, random special attribute points, have been collected, and only the last point is left. Lu Chaoga directly chose, receive, and then his eyes lit up. It turned out to be it. Among the many special attribute points, reading www.sonicmtl.com has a special attribute point, which is widely complained by players and is known as the most tasteless special attribute point in history. It's called Heaven and Earth Affinity. This thing is to improve a part of the affinity for the power of heaven and earth. But in fact, most players can't resonate with the power of heaven and earth at all. If the cultivation base has reached the 6th realm or above, and the level has reached more than 60 levels, it may be possible. Before that, this attribute was utterly useless. Except for a class of people. The Enlightener. P.S. The first update, this chapter has 4,000 words, I owe 3,000 words before. And I still owe 2,000, and there is another chapter to update at night. Chapter 212. 208, The Sword That Fell from the Sky. The special attribute point, Heaven and Earth Affinity, in fact, in the later stage of the game, after the players have a high level, it still has some effect. But for Spirit Enlighteners, this, Heaven and Earth Affinity, is simply a tiger with wings. The strengthening of affinity can indirectly strengthen the power of heaven and earth that the Enlightener can control. In addition, the power of heaven and earth can only be naturally strengthened as the character level increases, and there is no other additional way. That is to say, like Lu Chaoga, who is currently at level 41, without the special attribute point, Heaven and Earth Affinity, he and Yu and Pei Qianqian, who were at level 41, can control the world of heaven and earth. Strength, in fact, is roughly at the same level, and there will be no distinction between high and low. Of course, how to operate and use it depends on individual operations. Therefore, for spiritual enlighteners, Heaven and Earth Affinity is an excellent high-quality, special attribute point. After Lu Chaoga drew it, his joy even exceeded the 2 points of divine sense. My skill is fine. Lu Chaoga, who considers himself a craftsman, feels that he is very lucky. He looked at the sea of clouds in front of him, and only felt that all the water, between himself and the heavens and the earth, the resonance that can be generated has been strengthened. Wherever you want to get water, water will come out, and a thought will come out of the water. His gaze skipped directly over the 2 girls beside him, and he wasn't so disgusted that he experimented with them. His sight was fixed somewhere in the sea of clouds, which was a small cloud nest created by the wind blowing in the sky. Cloud nest is a very magnificent sight. From a distance, it only feels immortal and shocking. Lu Chaoga himself has always liked clouds and fog. Many times he is bored and looks up at the sky, and when he looks at the clouds and clouds in the sky, he will feel calm in his heart. At this moment, the intuitive feeling these clouds gave him was that he could handle them at will, and they completely obeyed his orders. Clouds come. He stood on the mountain peak, waved his sleeves, and murmured softly, Pei Chanshan and Jiang Xinyan immediately set their eyes on him. They always felt that Lu Chaoge was just watching the clouds and comprehending the Tao. Could it be that, have they gained something again? As soon as he heard his words, the surrounding sea of clouds began to tumbling and galloping in an instant. The clouds and mists were like dragons, and then gathered there among the clouds and mists, turning into a giant sword that spanned 10 miles. A cloud-like sword made of clouds. What a terrifying power of heaven and earth! Pei Chanshan, who was also a spiritual enlightener, was deeply touched. Jiang Xinyan was not a spiritual enlightener, so he was only shocked by the scene in front of him, and could not compare in his heart. But Pei Chanshan is different. She thinks that she can't do the same as Lu Shishu's handwriting. This is completely inconsistent with her understanding of the power of heaven and earth. Didn't Master Tiandao always treat everyone equally? The power of heaven and earth is only linked to the realm of personal cultivation, and there will be no unnecessary deviations. What is this? There is no reason. This kind of behavior can only be said to be against the sky. Lu Chaoge was very satisfied with the cloud mist giant sword that he tinkered with at will, as if he was looking at his own work. Uncle Lu, can the power of heaven and earth still break through? Pei Chanshan couldn't hold back, and still asked for advice, humbly. Why not? Lu Chaoge said. However, there is no record in the classics. Pei Qian said lightly. That just means that people have never done it before, he said casually. Pei Chanshan's body froze, she just felt that it was something unprecedented. Why could Master Lu say it so lightly? If you talk about yourself, you can show off in front of the master for several days. But soon Pei Chanshan figured it out. Uncle Lu has done something unprecedented, isn't there a lot? Whether it's his sword intent or his life's magical powers, it's the same. Lu Chaoge, who was already used to it, opened the forum at will, and wanted to see how the Qingzhou players felt after they received the first stage reward of the main quest, Sword of Hades. Sure enough, there are a lot of posts about this on the entire forum. The joy of whoring the party. Lu Chaoge sighed with emotion. If he is also a member of the Sand Sculpture Army, and he gets 100,000 experience points for nothing, he can be happy all day. For him, this is equivalent to the strength of Momin's disciples, and a small leap can also be beneficial to Momin's overall combat power. In the vast sea of spreading flowers, Lu Chaoge keenly found several posts from Beizhou players about the ice field, about the ice wolf. After seeing the post, Lu Chaoge's eyes narrowed. Immediately afterwards, he said to Jiang Xinyan and Pei Chanshan, who were on the side, I seem to sense a trace of death and ghosts. I'll go ahead and look for one or two. You can follow. After that, he was in Beizhou number 1 at the top of a peak, facing the sea of clouds in the sky, jumped directly. Icefield, 5 players are running wild. Fuck, it's like being chased by wild dogs in the countryside. A male player howled as he ran. Wild dog? You call this 2-meter-high wild dog? Another player looked back at the wolves that were chasing them and spit out. Why did the ice wolves suddenly go berserk? Also, did you hear that terrifying roar just now? Another player asked. Brother, the wolf snort behind you is almost spraying your ass, do you still have your thoughts on this? Later, half of your ass will be gnawed. This player team wanted to cry but had no tears. See if there is a single ice wolf to kill. The ghost knows that inexplicably, he has encountered a pack of wolves that are madly killing all around. To be precise, before them, 4 player teams had already been wiped out. It is useless to have resurrection coins. How could the player team be the opponent of more than 100 ice wolves? The most important thing is that players can also see that today's Ice Wolf seems to be slightly different from the previous days. It's a bit like furious? With the current state of Ice Wolves, let alone more than 100 with the level of 5 of them, not one of them might be able to do it. Therefore, the 5 tacitly made the same decision. The live broadcast was hunted down. What a joy, wolves chasing our butts. Exciting, dear. Which safari park can have such a fun project? Not to mention, there are still people watching in the live broadcast room. But there are not many people, only a few hundred people. Most players are currently focusing on the experience reward of Qingzhou, Sword of Hades, and the discussion on the forum is in full swing. And this kind of wolves chasing and killing is nothing. Sand sculpture players have recently opened their eyes and gained a lot of knowledge. They are not as fussy as before. A bald-headed player was directly thrown to the ground by an ice wolf, and he bit off his egg-like head in one bite. After being resurrected, the player was knocked down by another ice wolf, and his 2 sharp front claws pressed him directly into the snow. And then killed again, and so on. At this time, there was another beast roar resounding throughout the ice field. The players couldn't tell where the beast's roar came from, but they felt a burst of pain in their ears, and even suffered a brief deafness, followed by a burst of tinnitus. What the hell, I almost made Lao Tzu deaf again, the player thought to himself. The most exaggerated thing is that with the roar of the beast, the state of this group of ice wolves seems to be more and more bloodthirsty and crazy. It seems that every time there is a beast roar, their fury will intensify. A player was held in his mouth by 2 ice wolves. The one on the left took a bite, and then threw it to the one on the right, like a relay. Before the health bar was cleared, he threw a detection towards the ice wolf, wanting to check the current state of the ice wolf. Soon, he got feedback from the system. Buff, ancient ancestor roar. What the hell, there is really a buff blessing, but what is the ancient ancestor roar? No. Is there going to be a boss? The player quickly thought of this. Then, he handed over a precious resurrection coin peacefully. Interestingly, the audience in the live broadcast room has grown a bit, from a few hundred people to more than 1,000 people. After it was suspected that there would be a boss, the number of people watching began to grow rapidly. At this moment, when a player was thrown down, he saw something strange in the air. Am I dazzled? He muttered. What a big sword. Yes, at this moment above the ice field, there is a cloud and mist giant sword. That is more than 10 miles away, and it is flying towards this side. The ice field is full of pure white ice and snow, a vast expanse of white. And over the ice sheet, there are the same white clouds. It's just that this cloud and mist giant sword that came from nowhere is too spectacular and shocking. The most astonishing thing is that this cloud and fog sword is falling. It was originally above the 9 heavens, and as it got closer and closer to the ice sheet, it began to sink and sink. As the sword of clouds and mist got closer and closer, the player could vaguely see that there was still a person standing above this giant sword. Someone came in the air, Yu Jian flew. Fuck. Great sword repair? The player couldn't help but exclaimed. In their hearts, this momentum, if it is not a great cultivator, it is absolutely impossible. As the cloud mist sword got closer, they saw a man in a black robe. In an instant, when Yu read www.sonicmtl.com, the live broadcast room was instantly fried. Most importantly, the black-robed man moved. I saw his index finger and middle finger close together, and then point down. The next moment, he jumped down the sword of clouds and mist that spanned 10 miles. And under his finger, the entire sword of cloud and mist flipped in the air. creating a majestic cloud vortex. The goose feather snow seemed to be frozen for a moment at this moment, and the snowflakes stopped in the air, as if time stood still. Immediately afterwards, the 10-mile-long cloud and mist giant sword slashed directly at this boundless ice field covered with snow. P.S. Today's second update, asking for a monthly pass. Recently, another good friend's book was 404, and many readers seem to be worried about me. In other words, what should I worry about? I never drive. Chapter 213. 209 Wind and Snow Can Kill. What is this? Damn it, wouldn't it be an indiscriminate attack, right? The 5 players who were besieged by the ice wolf stared at all this in a stunned manner, thinking it was too exaggerated. A giant sword spanning 10 miles, what is this concept? Everyone on the internet said that the 40-meter sword was exaggerated and interesting enough. But 40 meters in front of 10, he is not even a younger brother. This giant sword formed by clouds was actually not fast when it slashed towards the ice field. But because it is too big, even if it is slow and cumbersome, everyone can't avoid it. As for the man in black robe who came from the sword, he gradually let the players present, as well as the players in the live broadcast room, see the front. Lu Chaoga. It's Lu Chaoga. He actually came to Beizhou. Woohoo. Take off. Lu Chaoga, forever. White clouds, cut white snow. When the giant sword fell to the ground, it cleverly avoided the 5 players surrounded by wolves. But because of this sword did not cover all the ice wolves. The moment the sword of clouds and mist landed, the players did not even hear the howl of the wolves. Originally, wild monsters are very sensitive to danger, and it stands to reason that they should have fled around long ago. But they are in a state of furious, which is completely different from normal. The fog shrouded the place in an instant, making it impossible for everyone to see it. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room began to surge after Lu Chaoga appeared, since they were watching the first perspective of the players. On the scene, they only watched the misty fog and couldn't see everything around them clearly. How's it going? What's going on? I can't see clearly. You trash photographers. Don't you think this hazy feeling is very emotional? After half a minute, with the whistling north wind, the thick fog here was slowly blown away. When the players came back to their senses, they only saw the corpse of the ice wolf in one place. Under this sword, nearly 70% of the wolves died. If it wasn't to avoid these 5 players, the more than 100 ice wolves would have been completely wiped out. The 5 players who survived by chance stood up to form a group, and then retreated one after another. They began to search for Lu Chaoga's figure. Soon, they discovered that this man in a black robe was standing in front of the remaining ice wolves. From their point of view, Lu Chaoga's perfect profile can be recorded. He was wearing a black robe, standing on top of the vast white snow, which was particularly conspicuous. And beside him, there is a huge gully. That was the white snow that was cut open after the cloud and mist sword fell to the ground. Lu Chaoga put his hands behind his back, and didn't even take out his life sword, not too late, from the storage ring. The mere wolves are not worth his life sword. He looked at the remaining dozens of ice wolves and threw a detection at them. Ancestor roar? Lu Chaoga understood the buff on Ice Wolf's body. Everything was as he expected, as he thought. Somewhere in the ice field, there should be the soul of an ancient alien beast. And it took the opportunity to revive. It is for this reason that the main story mission of Beizhou is called Evil Soul Recovery. Judging from the current situation, it should be the ancient alien beast. Moon Ice Snow Wolf King. Like Qin-Chi, this alien beast appeared to cause a small disturbance after recovery, and then hid in the dark and regained its strength. When it reappears, its strength will also be as high as level 70 or above, not under Qin-Chi. Lu Chaoge actually participated in the battle to encircle and suppress the Moon-Eyed Snow Wolf King. He was still the head of the group and formed a group of 50 people. Then, the beautiful group destroys. At that time it was also the first time that he deeply realized how terrifying a boss of more than 70 levels was. Later, Pei Qianqian, who had reached the 6th level of cultivation, appeared. And she led the players and some practitioners from Spring and Autumn Mountain to behead this terrifying Wolf King. It was also after the war that the system officially announced the identity of the protagonist of Pei Qianqian's world. Everyone just speculated on this before, and after this battle, it was equivalent to being crowned with official certification. Take it out. Lu Chaoge thought to himself. At this moment, there were still 41 ice wolves left in front of him. They stood together, their eyes were blood-colored, and they shone with bloodthirsty light. Lu Chaoge raised his right hand, and then tapped his eyebrows with his fingertips. The next moment, dark gold began to appear in his eyes. This scene all fell into the player's camera. After his eyes turned dark gold, these wolves in a state of rage had a small-scale riot. Fury, which is equivalent to a kind of influence on the soul. It is equivalent to the Wolf King directly letting them enter a bloodthirsty state. And, Heart Sword also pointed directly at the soul, making them feel the trembling and fear of the soul. So, a shocking scene happened. The Ice Wolf, who had obviously fallen into a rage, became bloodthirsty, and his consciousness was a little chaotic, actually had a soul-based fear of this black-robed man. When Lu Chaoge took a step forward, all the Ice Wolves backed away. He continued to move forward, and the Ice Wolf continued to retreat. There is quite a sense of thousands of troops avoiding white robes. It's just that the man standing on the white snow was wearing a black robe. After Lu Chaoge cast Heart Sword, his deepest purpose was to observe the connection between the Moon-Eyed Snow Wolf King and the spirit of the wolf pack. Because it is what makes them enter a state of rage. If this connection can be found, perhaps the Wolf King can be located. The ice field is really too big and covered with snow and ice. If you look around, you will feel that everything looks the same. It is easy to lose your position and direction. If you want to search, it will be extremely difficult. On the contrary, the connection between the spirit and the soul will be like a lighthouse in the dark night, so that Lu Chaoge can capture it in an instant. I found it. A faint smile appeared on Lu Chaoge's face. Immediately afterwards, he muttered to himself, "Then you are useless to this seat." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark golden color in his eyes became more intense. In the next instant, the player watched helplessly as the blood bars of a total of 41 ice wolves were instantly emptied. They stood still in the snow. During the whole process, Lu Chaoge just glanced at them. The sword cuts the soul. The barrage in the live broadcast room was detonated in an instant. Players have seen Lu Chaoge's Heart Sword and know that when he is fighting, his eyes will occasionally show a touch of dark gold, just like a god in the world, majestic and magical. However, looking at the ice wolf like today, the wolves are instantly stunned. Which is really too shocking. Really, you'll die with one look at you. For players, killing the wolves with a single sword is undoubtedly the one-shot decision of Lu Chaoge, which is even more astonishing. Perhaps it was because the Wolf King also noticed after the soul was beheaded. And it fell into the anger after waking up. As far as it is concerned, these ice wolves are the first batch of subordinates after its recovery, or it is not an exaggeration to say that they are citizens. A beast roar came from nowhere, but it had its own majesty. The players only felt that they had tinnitus again, but Lu Chaoga was not affected at all. He only heard his eyebrows raised, and said indifferently, noisy. The next moment, the sword of life, not too late, appeared in his hand. The goose feather snow was still falling, and in the blizzard, stood a man, wearing a black robe and a dark sword. After the roar of the beast appeared, Lu Chaoga glanced around the ice field and saw loud noises from all directions, and white snow rose from the sky, as if it had caused a small-scale avalanche. Not really, it's not an avalanche, it's an endless pack of wolves. The wolves came flying from all directions, each of which was more than 2 meters high, which naturally caused the snow to vibrate. The 5 sand sculpture players were completely dumbfounded. Damn, come again. Judging from the number, the wolves at the moment are 4 or 5 times as many as before. Let's just say it's more than 500. As far as players are concerned, a beast dynasty of this scale would probably have to open 100 regiments and fight a battle. The eyes of the 5 all fell on Lu Chaoga. For some reason, they felt inexplicably reassured when they saw one person and one sword in this flying snow. From beginning to end, Lu Chaoga's expression did not change in the slightest. Not only did he not panic, he also felt a little embarrassed. This is all experience. Although for him, the experience points that an ice wolf can bring is like stuffing teeth, but it can't hold a large number. This is how to send his men to kill. This is obviously going to the hospitable host's house. When he saw that I finished eating a dish, he immediately gave me a few more dishes. Weird. It's hard to refuse. Lu Chaoga felt that he wanted to play the role of a good guest. He eats as many dishes as the master serves. Just let me try the enhanced power of water to see the actual combat capability. Lu Chaoga thought to himself. The sword of clouds and mist just now can be regarded as a big move, but it is not detailed enough. He wanted to see how much he improved his water control ability in terms of micromanipulation. I saw that he was holding a sword in his left hand and was behind him. The right hand did not draw the sword, but spread out the palm and gently pushed forward. In an instant, the snowflakes that fell from the sky froze around Lu Chaoga's body. Pieces of crystal-clear snowflakes were motionless beside him, and the picture was extraordinarily gorgeous when viewed from a distance. The 5 players at the scene could feel the north wind whistling around. The wind was strong, but they couldn't blow any snowflakes. This amazing scene, you reading www.sonicmtl.com, is just the beginning. I saw Lu Chaoga standing in the wind, as if he was feeling something. He is feeling the wind. The wind is in the right direction, he muttered. As soon as the voice fell, the frozen snowflakes went away with the wind. They followed the wind and drifted towards the galloping pack of wolves. Then, pierced their heads. The blood flowers in the sky exploded, and the blood mixed with the flying snow, like bloody and gorgeous fireworks. The wind belongs to the sky, I borrowed it to blow it, but it blew the fireworks of the world. P.S. The first one. Chapter 214. 210, Show Your Feet. In the live broadcast room, the barrage was overwhelming again and swept in. The old rules first brush a wave of crying troughs. The scene in front of them is completely beyond imagination for the players. Whether it is beauty or artistic conception, this kind of snowflake killing. The enemy has reached its peak. There is quite a sense of violence aesthetics. Hundreds of ice wolves had their heads pierced by snowflakes blowing in the wind one after another. The blood splashed out from the sky, and there was still a sense of progressiveness. In many martial arts novels, one sentence is often used to evaluate martial arts masters, that is, flying flowers and picking leaves, can hurt people. Arriving at Lu Chaoga's place, a thin snowflake can instantly drop a giant ice wolf more than 2 meters high. Life and death are all in his mind. If it is said that the previous sword slashing the soul is an invisible force, then this world fireworks is particularly intuitive. 9 days above, Pei Chanshan and Jiang Xinyan had already arrived here. Pei Chanshan looked down at the previous scene, looking at the hundreds of corpses of ice wolves lying on the ground, her mouth slightly opened and her body stiff. Okay, so scary. She couldn't help but say. Such subtle manipulation, Pei Chanshan believes that he can never do it. Due to the low level, players have poor insight and did not find a single detail. That is, every piece of snowflakes pierced through the ice wolf in the same position, and they all hit between the eyes of the ice wolf, without exception. It is said that one heart is used for 2 purposes. This can be regarded as 1 heart and 100 purposes, right? Call. The whistling north wind blew away. The wind stopped, but the snow was still falling. Lu Chaoga was very satisfied with the sense of control just now. This also gave him a new understanding of his current comprehensive strength. Although in the character panel, the system has digitized all his abilities, the data is clear and conspicuous, and even accurate to the decimal point. But in his opinion, instead of looking at the data, it is more realistic to play a game. Jiang Xinyan and Pei Chanshan descended from the sky and came to Lu Chaoga's side. Chaoga, did you find something weird? Jiang Xinyan asked. Lu Chaoga nodded and said, these ice wolves are just appetizers, and there is a big dish to come. Jiang Xinyan heard the words and couldn't help but be vigilant. She also heard the beast roar just now, but for some reason, with her cultivation level, she couldn't accurately capture its location. But Lu Chaoga seemed to sense it. He is actually better than me in many aspects. Jiang Xinyan thought to himself. Lu Chaoga glanced at the 2 women and said, come on, follow me to see. After speaking, he took the lead with his sword and walked on the snow. His speed was extremely fast, but he left no trace on the snow. Jiang Xinyan and Pei Chanshan looked at each other and immediately followed. Only the 5 sand sculpture players were left to look at each other. When they were in a daze, the barrage in the live broadcast room had already started spraying. Why are you standing still? Spread your feet and chase after me like a wild dog. Can you be a little more conscious of being a photographer? I'm sorry for not having enough money, I shouldn't have called you a waste. Last time, so you really good. Not enough money, thank you for your support. The 5 players looked at the barrage and realized that they had to find a way to catch up. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room is still skyrocketing so far. And the posts on the forum have never stopped. The reason is very simple, Beizhou players are directly boiling. Lu Chaoga turned out to be able to leave Qingzhou. He finally came to Beizhou. After Lu Chaoga killed the ice wolf, he went to check the progress of the main quest, Evil Soul Recovery. Unexpectedly, it actually increased by 0.2%. What does this mean? It means that Lu Chaoga's battle is likely to improve the progress. Those players who are relatively close to the ice field have already rushed to the ice field for the first time. As for the Momin players, they understood why the Sect master still did not return to the Sect. It turned out that he really went to North State. Sure enough, the power of love is great. After thinking about this, players in the other 2 states began to feel that the female NPCs in their own state were not good enough. Lu Chaoga's current identity is from Qingzhou and the son-in-law of Beizhou. It has nothing to do with our other 2 states. How to do? What should I do? I hate. On the other side, in the deep gorge of the ice sheet. As early as when the sort of clouds and mist appeared, Tianji Sanren noticed a trace of strangeness. It's just that the moon-eyed snow wolf king in front of him has not fully recovered, and it is not easy for him to leave. At this moment, the ice wolf, which was only more than 2 meters high, has completely changed its appearance. It is several times larger. Of course, it's nothing unusual to get bigger and smaller. Who doesn't have a few organs that can get bigger and smaller? Its bigger change is not actually in body shape. The wolf fur of this ice wolf gradually turned dark blue, but the fur on its claws and the tip of its tail was as white as snow. And between its eyes, there is a slight bulge, which is squirming and gradually transformed into an eye. These are the eyes that Tianji Sanren took out from the storage ring before. Deep in the pupil of this eye, a waning moon is reflected. The moon-eyed snow wolf king is also named after this. The whole alien beast exudes a faint coercion, but only the moon eye is open. And the other 2 eyes are tightly closed. It needs blood to wake up. Tianji Sanren said lightly. Then, he raised his old palm and lightly patted Yuro's shoulder beside him, gesturing to use her blood. Yuro. She thought she was the entourage, but she didn't expect to donate blood. She cut her palm, blood began to spill out, and then approached the huge wolf queen, not knowing where to start. How are you? She turned her head to look at Tianji Sanren, feeling that she needed a hint. Tianji Sanren pointed at Yuemu and said, "Put your hand on that open eye." Yuro just thought this approach was too weird. Can I still suck blood? But she still did. When her palm touched her eyes, she instantly felt that a large part of the blood in her body was taken away. Yuro's face turned pale and her body began to tremble slightly. She didn't expect this alien beast to be able to breathe so much, and the pavilion master didn't say hello to her in advance. The tool person Yuro even had a fear in her heart. Will it be sucked dry? Fortunately, Tianji Sanren has always regarded her as a right-hand man, and has no plans to sacrifice her. It's all right. He raised his hand and waved, the bamboo stick in his hand lightly tapped, and Yuro's palm was freed from the eyeball's absorption. The next moment, the Wolf King let out a low growl. Clearly, the taste of blood did not satisfy it. It opened its eyes, 2 blood red and 1 with a waning moon reflected in the white eyes. Let's go. Tianji Sanren grabbed Yuro and decided to withdraw. At this moment, he was in a good mood, and a faint smile appeared on the old face. Before leaving, he suddenly stopped. This time, he intuitively felt the anomaly in the outside world. This is Lu Chaoga's breath. He sensed the power of water outside, as well as Lu Chaoga's natal supernatural ability, Heart Sword, to slay the soul. It's him again. It's him again. Tianji Sanren felt a mouthful of old blood stuck in his throat instantly. Just half an hour ago, he thought he was good at nourishing qi, and still said. In his heart, people must control their emotions, not be dominated by them. After hesitating again and again, Tianji Sanren decided to grit his teeth and leave. He was still not ready to face Lu Chaoga directly. That cyan lotus flower really frightened him. But this time he didn't plan to leave the moon-eyed snow wolf king here. If he continued to stay here, the previous preparations would be in vain. He was going to take it away and change his plans. However, after the moon-eyed snow wolf king moved freely, he first attacked Tianji Sanren and Yuro. Alien beasts are already bloodthirsty, not to mention alien beasts that have fallen into the path of evil ghouls by the vision of Soul Jade. With the passage of time, when it absorbs some of the Soul Jade's power, it can return to its normal state, but it is definitely not possible today. It is awakened by blood, and it needs more blood to satisfy itself. Naughty beast. Tianji Sanren scolded secretly. He took Yuro to the side, and he avoided the Wolf King perfectly, but Yuro's round and slender left leg was cut with blood by the wolf's claws. She had already lost too much blood, and she only felt that there was no love for her life. And it was this short hesitation that caused Tianji Sanren to miss the best opportunity to abscond. Lu Chaoga brought Jiang Xinyan and Pei Chanshan to this place, and without hesitation, he slashed a sword light toward this place. Jianguang tore the camouflage of the deep gorge, and directly slashed the snow, revealing a deep moat. At this moment, he saw two figures rushing out from the deep gorge, but the other party's escape method was very clever, and the speed was so fast that Lu Chaoga didn't have time to stop it, and he didn't even see it clearly. Jiang Xinyan's reaction was faster than his, and he suddenly stabbed the long spear, Shixia, in his hand, but it was also in vain. When they want to chase, how can they still see the figure? Tianji Sanren, slip away. Lu Chaoga raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, Xinyan, did you see the two people just now? Jiang Xinyan frowned slightly and said, only one person was clearly seen. Saw a layer of fog. Well, it's like playing a layer of mosaic. But the incident happened suddenly, and Tianji Sanren didn't have time to cover Yuro. What does it look like? Lu Chaoga asked. It's a woman with severe blood loss and a serious leg injury, her expression. Jiang Xinyan didn't know what words to use to describe Yuro's expression. If Lu Chaoga saw it, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com would definitely describe it in 3 words, broken. Jiang Xinyan glanced down at Xinxia and said, I seem to have seen this woman somewhere, but I can't remember it for a while. Then you should reminisce, Lu Chaoga said. In his view, this can be regarded as a gain. As the plot unfolded in the previous life, the players uncovered some of the people behind the scenes, but there are still many hidden in the dark that the players have not discovered. This is all useful information. And for a lot of things, it's just a matter of pulling the trigger and moving the whole body. Maybe through this woman, something can be discovered. Lu Chaoga is in a good mood now, and finally caught a little bit of someone behind the scenes. P.S. Second update, ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 215. 211, Shielding the Secret. In Lu Chaoga's view, whether it's Pluto's sword or evil soul recovery, there are many things in common. The people behind the scenes are not necessarily the same group of people, but there must be some connection between them or some hidden secret. Although he didn't keep anyone just now, since Jiang Xinyan can clearly see the appearance of the injured woman among the two, he might be able to use this to open up some hidden plots. Now it's up to Jiang Xinyan to recall the identity of this woman. After all, as a deacon of Spring and Autumn Mountain, there are definitely not a few practitioners she has come into contact with. Since she only has one relationship, she just feels a little familiar, and may not necessarily think about it. Of course, now is not the time to talk about that. The roar of the beast coming from the deep gorge, and the bursts of coercion that spread, all represent that the moon-eyed snow wolf king is in a state of intense bloodthirsty because he has just recovered. It needs a devouring to satisfy its needs for food and strength. The snow began to bulge, and the 3 of Lu Chaoga stepped back. After they retreated to a safe distance, a corner of the snow collapsed in an instant, and a huge, majestic wolf-shaped beast with 3 evil eyes revealed its true face. It was the first time that Pei Chanshan and Jiang Xinyan saw the legendary moon-eyed snow wolf king, with surprised expressions on their faces. Ancient alien beast, moon-eyed snow wolf king. Pei Chanshan couldn't help but say, She has seen descriptions of it in ancient books. According to legend, this kind of alien beast is the top existence. The moment they are born, they have their own strength comparable to the fourth realm cultivator. It is equivalent to being born with 40 levels. A little milk wolf can have the power to kill most practitioners. For Pei Chanshan, it is equivalent to practicing hard for so many years, but he has only reached the starting point of others. In Lu Chaoga's view, this situation corresponds to the sentence, all roads lead to Rome, but some people are born in Rome. Since they were born with the strength of the fourth realm under normal circumstances, when the Moonite Snow Wolf King reached maturity, his strength was at least the sixth realm. If it is said that in the process of growing up, there are countless supplements and countless swallows, it is not difficult to enter the seventh realm. In ancient times, there was even the Snow Wolf King of the eighth realm. With its own power, it destroyed a large sect. There is actually a moon-eyed Snow Wolf King in the world. Pei Chanshan expressed her disbelief. It stands to reason that it should be extinct, right? It's the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King, yes, but it's not exactly. Lu Chaoga said lightly. Huh? Pei Chanshan didn't understand. But at this time, the Wolf King had already looked at the three of them, ready to go. Jiang Xinyan was about to protect the two, but saw Lu Chaoga gently pressing her right hand holding the gun, and said, I'm a little confused, let me test the water first and see if I can find the answer on it. Chaoga, then be careful, Jiang Xinyan said. Lu Chaoga nodded, and the system prompt sounded in his ears. It was exactly the same as when he met Chen Qi, and received a similar task. The only difference is that Chen Qi is the fifth state of weakness, while the strength of the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King in front of him continues to rise. Lu Chaoga lost a detection the moment it appeared, and its level at that time was level 43. Then less than 10 breaths have passed, and the level has climbed to level 44. It should be, because it is still absorbing the power of the soul jade, and at the same time, it is also the power of the soul and body of the Snow Wolf King. To merge with this ice wolf. Lu Chaoga thought to himself. Yes, it is Lu Chaoga's excuse to say that he has doubts and wants to find out the answer in an independent war. He knew very well that this alien beast in front of him was a fucking fusion monster. It was the Snow Wolf King who was reborn with an ice wolf with his own bloodline. Most of the ice wolves are in the 8th to 12th level, and this leap in strength is too fierce. Lu Chao's singer, not too late, unsheathed in an instant, and then slashed at the boss in front of him. Compared to the 5-meter-high giant beast, the tall Lu Chaoga also seemed a little insignificant. Dark gold appeared between his pupils, and after the Sword of Heart gave birth, he saw the true soul of the Snow Wolf King at a glance. It was still devouring that poor, young, helpless ice wolf spirit. In fact, this can be considered a kind of giveaway. The dark golden eyes looked at the three evil eyes of the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King. One is magical, the other is evil. Lu Chaoga's dark golden pupils exuded an aura of indifference. The Snow Wolf King's eyes that reflected the waning moon looked bloodthirsty and crazy. Black robe, black sword. The ink-colored sword intent was generated around Lu Chaoga, and the ink-colored airflow began to spread out towards the surroundings. The entire ice field covered with snow and ice is like a piece of paper for Lu Chaoga's paintings. Now, he is about to draw his first brush. On the other side, Tianji Sanren is indeed a master of the far escape, and in an instant, he has brought Euro Pagoda Master, who is as broken as he is, to 100 miles away. He had already lost a lot of blood, and the Euro Pagoda Master, who had big white legs and ripped flesh, looked extremely bad. Her red and plump lips are now bloodless. As I said before, although her name is Yuro, her appearance and temperament are quite like a female CEO. Now this morbid appearance, it makes people feel like a strong woman has removed all disguises and revealed her side of a little woman. Tianji Sanrin took out an elixir from the storage ring, and then bounced it into Yuro's mouth. He looked gloomy and glanced in the direction of the ice field. In that gray-black half-blind single eye, bloodshots appeared unexpectedly. Yuro was shocked when she saw the strangeness of the pavilion master. It was the first time she had seen such a state on the pavilion master. In the past, the pavilion owner always had the wisdom bead in his hand, and the feeling was light. It seems that everything is under his control, and he has never miscalculated. But today, after meeting those people, there is a sense of urgency. Because the speed of escape was too fast, Yuro didn't actually see who was coming, but she already knew from the pavilion master's mouth just now that one of them was Lu Chaoga, who was famous for moving Tianjin in recent years. But what she couldn't understand was why a young sword cultivator should let the pavilion master retreat and dare not even meet him? Is it because of the people around him? Or? Tianji Sanrin retracted his gaze towards the ice field, and then seemed to remember something. I blocked Tianji before, and they definitely didn't see me clearly. But everything happened so suddenly that they didn't have time to block Yuro. Think of the previous omission. However, he couldn't be sure whether Jiang Xinyan in the sixth realm captured Yuro's appearance when he used the mysterious escape technique. Calculate it. Tianji Sanrin made a decision. I can't count Lu Chaoga, the old man can't count her? Tianji Sanqin thought. He had previously calculated Jiang Xinyan and calculated the outcome of her fate. She will die in a snowy night, the snow will cover her, but her spear will not fall, standing proudly in the snow. It's just that after calculating Jiang Xinyan, he went to calculate Lu Chaoga, which caused him to lose one eye and lose half of the power of heaven. Tianji Sanrin raised his left hand and gently wiped his one eye. The next moment, his body trembled suddenly, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. This made Yuro, who had lost too much blood beside her, startled. I can't figure it out, I can't even figure it out. Blocking the secret, she is also blocked from the secret. The scattered people of the secret are like crazy. Prying into the secrets of the sky is a proud thing in his life, and it is understandable not to count Lu Chaoga, because that cyan lotus flower is too terrifying, as if it can face the way of heaven and be hardened by the power of the way of heaven. But why is Jiang Xinyan's life now chaotic, like being fascinated by a thick fog? It stands to reason that for him, Jiang Xinyan at the peak of the fifth realm and Jiang Xinyan in the sixth realm actually have no difference, and they are all within the range that can be calculated. What happened? Tianji Sanrin wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. Since the divination failed, he was equivalent to not getting the answer. It made him realize he had to do something. From beginning to end, he seems to have the initiative, but in fact he is very passive. If it goes on like this, his century-old layout will be a mess. The end result is that all the game is lost. Yuro carefully glanced at the pavilion owner, only to feel that the current pavilion owner is like a cold and poisonous snake lurking in the dark. Hum. The 5 players ran like porcupines, their spiritual power had already run out. And their physical strength had been exhausted. They ran wildly in the direction where Lu Chaoga disappeared, only to think that he seemed very close, but in fact he was far away from everyone. It's cool to have a high cultivation base, and you can fly far away with just one breath. A male player sighed with emotion. But what is interesting is that the number of people in the live broadcast room has not decreased, but is still increasing. First of all, everyone still has expectations for Lu Chaoga, and secondly, it's fun to watch them run like mules. Now the barrages in the live broadcast room are all repeaters, and the whole screen is basically GKD. In Hurry Up, there are some men can't say no, take a break? You dare to. Take a break, my whip is not painful enough, right? The five looked at each other, for popularity, for fame, for Lu Chaoga. Run. Finally, the five people ran, and finally saw the figure of Lu Chaoga. And the terrifying giant beast from a distance. The barrage in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. I saw that after the giant alien roared, the snow on the ground rose up in the sky, condensed into snow pillars, and then stabbed Lu Chaoga, who was wearing a black robe. Facing nearly 10 huge snow pillars 5 or 6 meters thick, Lu Chaoga just silently stretched out a finger, and then lightly tapped in the air. Forbidden. The next moment, these snow pillars stopped in the air and stopped moving forward. Lift weights lightly. Controlling ice and snow? Lu Chaoga glanced at the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King. Unfortunately, I know the power of heaven and earth better than you. The first one. Chapter 216. 212, Holding the Sun and the Moon to Pick the Stars. The moon-eyed Snow Wolf King, the real top of the alien beasts, was also a leader in the ancient times, when powerful alien beasts were rampant in the world. Its body is hard, comparable to an ordinary body refining practitioner. At the same time, it has the ability to control ice and snow. In other words, for the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King, Beizhou is an excellent home. Battle treasure. It snows all year round in Beizhou, and places like the ice fields do not melt all year round. In this environment, its combat power is increased by at least 10%. There is quite a sense of dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. A real soldier must be close to the magic. A real mage must fight hand to hand. The creation of the Shuezhu, for the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King, was just a matter of thought. The control of ice and snow is the innate talent of their family. But who would have thought that the man in the black robe just tapped his fingertips, and the 10 huge snow pillars would freeze directly in the air? No matter how the Snow Wolf King summoned them, they would not respond. Is this being cut off by? The next moment, Lu Chaoga's actions gave the answer. After saying I understand the power of heaven and earth better than you, his fingertips moved slightly forward, and the snow pillars turned their direction and slammed towards the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King. This is a cut-off, this is a face-to-face betrayal. Compared with power of water, the racial talent of the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King was undoubtedly suppressed. Its ability to control ice and snow is nothing more than a connection between the power in the body and the surrounding ice and snow, and then it can be manipulated. But Lu Chaoga is different. What he possesses is the power of water, the legendary power of heaven and earth. What he can do is not only to make connections, but also to resonate with the world. For him, this is actually a round of dimensionality reduction against the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King. The 5 players in the distance were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the camera had just caught Lu Chaoga's figure and saw such a terrifying scene. It's so handsome. It's really terrible, when will I be so strong? And in the barrage of the live broadcast room, all the words are all in one sentence. With the way of the other, you can also use the body. If you want to kill me with ice and snow, then I will kill you with ice and snow. After the 5 players looked at each other, they still wanted to continue to approach the battlefield. However, they suddenly felt unable to move. In the distance, Lu Chaoga glanced at them quietly with his dark golden eyes. He is very clear that players are not afraid of death, knowing that if they are too close to the battlefield they are likely to be affected, but they will continue to move in. He was a little annoyed by this behavior. After all, he is no longer a sand sculpture player himself. From his point of view, it is already a good distance and angle for live recording from which position, so don't come over and cause trouble. In the live broadcast room, the barrage immediately went crazy again. Look at me. My old road Chowga just looked at me. Sister, isn't it you who are looking at me? Do you want to be so immersive? What are you five wastes doing? You have no energy anymore. Continue to run. Inside. Get closer. Oh, the man didn't move very long, and he fell down when he moved. Looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, the five of them wanted to cry without tears, and roared, "It's not that we don't want to move, we were restrained by Lu Chowga." Does he still use the immobilization method? This made the players in the live broadcast room think of a monkey who only wanted to eat peaches after fixing the 7 fairies. But such a handsome person knows how to immobilize the body, brother. Immobilize me. Lu Chowga didn't know how much commotion was caused in the live broadcast room. He only knew that the Snow Wolf King with moon eyes in front of him was leveling up too fast. This is level 47? He was speechless. It really is 10 seconds to level up. As for the current limit of the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King, Lu Chowga actually didn't know. But it is not difficult to break through to the 5th realm. The ink-colored sword intent did not stop, and the moment the snow column attacked the Snow Wolf King, the sword was cut off. The moon-eyed Snow Wolf King roared, and the reflection of the waning moon in the third eye became brighter and brighter. Its front claws slashed forward, tearing the wind and snow apart. The ink-colored sword intent and sword chi, as if nothing in front of it, were directly blocked. Immediately afterwards, all the snow pillars that attacked it were torn apart. The moon-eyed Snow Wolf King was very angry at this moment. It was the first time in its life that it encountered this phenomenon of ice and snow not obeying its own commands. It made it feel insulted. It has always considered itself to be the king of ice and snow, and the practitioner in front of him is challenging its supreme authority. Not believing in evil, it roared again, and the goose feather snow that fell from the sky suddenly swept together, forming an ice and snow storm. Lu Chowga glanced at it and said, "It's beyond your own power. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to face each other head-on, and fight against magic with me? No, against Bing Xue?" Looking at the swept ice and snowstorm, Lu Chowga's long hair was blown backwards. And when the storm was about to approach, Lu Chowga smiled and said, "It seems that you don't know much about power of water." The snowflakes all detoured from him. Lu Chowga didn't have the consciousness to dodge at all, because they wouldn't hurt him at all. The ice and snow storm centered on him, spread out to both sides, and then dissipated between heaven and earth. This scene completely broke the cognition of the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King, who was resurrected from the dead, and even fought against a great practitioner in the 8th realm in the ancient times. The great practitioners of the 8th realm already have a profound understanding of the way of heaven, which can arouse the resonance of heaven and earth. But no one can control the ice and snow like this. That's because it didn't know that, from ancient times to the present, Lu Chowga was the first enlightener of the power of water. He is the first of its kind. What's more, he also has one point of heaven and earth affinity. Pei Qianqian looked at Bing Xue, who was taking a detour, opened her small mouth, and almost sucked in a gust of cold wind. Is this too outrageous? She, who was also a spiritual enlightener, felt frightened. How does it feel that every snowflake has the same spirituality? The angry moon-eyed Snow Wolf King began to have ghosts and dead auras spreading all over his body, and the black airflow was very conspicuous on the snowy ice field. Its two eyes instantly turned pitch black, and its eyes were very empty. But the eye with the reflection of the moon wheel turned white as snow. In the white eyes, the golden moon shadow shone with dazzling light. Its level has climbed to level 49 at this time, and it has not stopped. The black airflow ripped forward with its sharp claws, but Lu Chaoga did not retreat. His sword will always only advance and never retreat. Slow voice, serious sword, Lu Chaoga muttered in his heart, and the not too late in his hand slashed forward. At this moment, it was getting dark. The sun went down and the sky was a little gloomy. Originally on the snow, the sun will be more dazzling, the overall environment will be brighter. Now that it's a little darker, the difference is obvious. Lu Chaoga's, not too late, left a bloodstain on the body of the moon-eyed snow Wolf King. The sword energy directly slashed its body, and black air flow began to emerge. Consistent with the previous Qin-Chi, this guy is also almost immortal, and the soul jade is recovering its wounds and quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The health bar finally dropped by 1/20th, and it was full again all of a sudden. You have to find the soul jade. Lu Chaoga felt a little tricky. The huge level gap, coupled with the comprehensive strength of the boss level. In this one encounter, although he caused damage to the Snow Wolf King, his body couldn't help it for a while. The tiger's mouth was aching, the throat was sweet, and blood almost overflowed. If it was an ordinary level 49 monster, Lu Chaoga would kill it if he said it. But like the comprehensive strength of the boss level, it is already against the sky to be able to exchange blood for blood. The most terrible thing is that it is still upgrading. This time, it's my turn. The spiritual power in his body was almost exhausted. He had killed hundreds of ice wolves before, and now he is facing the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King. And his blueness is gone. After choosing upgrade, Lu Chaoga's momentum instantly increased. The fourth realm second layer. Who will not upgrade, will upgrade great. The moon-eye Snow Wolf King let out a low roar. After the moon appeared in the sky, its entire state obviously changed again. For creatures who have fallen into the path of evil ghouls, nighttime is beneficial for them to further develop their strengths. For the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King, the moment the moon appeared was its true heyday. After it was upgraded again, it directly reached level 50, the fourth realm of great perfection. In its third eye, the bright moon shadow came out directly. The next moment, both Pei Qianshan and Jiang Xinyan felt a shock of their souls. So much so that the 5 players far away were almost wiped out in the aftermath of this shock. Only Lu Chaoga held the sword and stood still, and there was no emotion in those dark golden eyes. Evil soul recovery, it really is. Unlike the Sword of Hades, their biggest reliance is on the soul. They can also control ice and snow, and also bring their own soul attack, which makes the moon in the previous life. The Snow Wolf King is unmatched, and he even escaped once in the hands of the Spring and Autumn Mountain Sect Master. In the 8th realm. It's a pity that it met Lu Chaoga. It is Lu Chaoga that can suppress it in every way. After obtaining 3 points of spiritual mind, Lu Chaoga's spiritual soul and heart sword had a qualitative leap. After the appearance of Moon Shadow, not only did it not make him tremble in his soul, on the contrary, it made him extremely excited. He kept moving forward, cutting off the attack of the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King with one sword after another. Then, the whole person jumped. That round of moon shadows exudes an incomparably dazzling light, like a real waning moon, suspended over the ice field. Pei Qianshan groaned, her consciousness slightly chaotic. Jiang Xinyan's face was also a little ugly, and he looked nervously at Lu Chaoga, who was flying up. I saw the dark gold in his eyes getting hotter and richer. Your trick, you reading www.sonicmtl.com is useless to Lao Tzu, he said in his heart. He was getting closer and closer to the moon's shadow. Soul attack is ignored directly. And then? Pick the moon with your bare hands. Holding the sun and the moon to pick the stars, there is no one like me in the world. Holding the sword in the right hand, Lu Chaoga, who was holding the moon shadow in the left hand, the dark gold in his eyes, began to diffuse wantonly. Indifferent, majestic, magical. He held it in the palm of his hand, and the heart sword came out. Cut the moon with your heart. P.S. Second more. Weekly ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 217. 213th, Zhantian One Sword. The moon exploded. The moon wheel condensed by the power of the soul of the moon-eyed snow wolf king was imprisoned in an instant after Lu Chaoga picked the moon with his bare hands. For the moon-eyed snow wolf king, this is one of its greatest killer moves. Once, when it was at its peak, as long as the moon wheel appeared, it would make the world fall into an endless abyss. The interference of the soul can hurt people, kill people, and even control people. After the appearance of the moon wheel, many human practitioners will become like the previous batch of ice wolves, falling into a frenzy, and can be controlled by the moon-eyed snow wolf king. Back then, he even controlled 10 great cultivators in one go, causing the cultivators who were besieging it to fall into an internal slaughter. The young sword cultivator in the black robe in front of him is obviously the best in the same realm. The moon-eyed snow wolf king, who was at the peak of the fourth realm, never thought of directly controlling him. But the repression of the soul must make him feel unbearable and fall into a kind of mental sting. For most human beings, or creatures, there is adaptability to pain at the physical level. Who hasn't experienced pain since childhood? But the spiritual level is different. But who would have thought that the moon-eyed snow wolf king would encounter a freaking Jian Xiao? Lu Chaoga was not affected in any way, and there was a feeling that you were playing a big sword in front of Guangong. The dark golden color was confused in his eyes, as if it was about to flow. The indifferent and mysterious eyes made the moon-eyed snow wolf king tremble. In his heart, when he kept getting closer and picked the moon with his bare hands, the moon-eyed snow wolf king felt the endless pain in his soul. It was like his own soul was strangled by the man in front of him. The sword cuts the body, the heart cuts the soul. Lu Chaoga directly cut the moon with his heart. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, this man wearing a black robe and holding a black sword grabbed the moon wheel with his left hand, and then directly crushed the moon in this world with a kingly aura. The dazzling golden light overflowed in an instant, and a layer of golden light began to fill the area 10 miles above the snow-white ice field. The golden moon was directly destroyed. This dazzling light could not block the color of those dark golden eyes. Whether it is the players in the live broadcast room, or Pei Qianshan and Jiang Xinyan, I am afraid that this scene will never be forgotten. This black-robed man stood on the Wolf King's proud head, with endless golden light overflowing from his palm. This gives the impression that I saw the gods. However, in this extremely shocking scene, it was accompanied by the wailing and roaring of the moon-eyed snow wolf king. The entire ice field was shaken by this. It's too exaggerated. The 5 players who were immobilized by Lu Chaoga only had the ability to move their heads, so they couldn't help exclaiming. When the moon wheel appeared, they were so far apart that they felt like they were going to die. However, Lu Chaoga, who was in the center of the moon wheel, seemed to be unaffected and pinched the moon with one hand. There are only 2 words in the barrage in the live broadcast room: heavenly. God. The essence of human beings is a repeater. Even in the 22nd century, this habit has not been changed, but has intensified. When countless people said the word God, there were only these two words on the barrage. In fact, it is indeed these two words that can most intuitively express everyone's feelings. Regardless of his appearance, his terrifying strength, and those dark golden eyes that were like gods in the world, Lu Chaoga was like a god descended from the earth. This is not what we humans should be like at all, right? But while everyone was still in a state of shock, Lu Chaoga moved. Time is running out, and if it drags on, the moon-eyed snow wolf king may be about to break through to the fifth realm. The fifth realm and the fourth realm are completely two concepts. With Lu Chaoga's current strength, perhaps the weakest fifth realm can play a game. But the boss-level fifth realm is definitely not an opponent. The reason why the fifth realm is called a great cultivator is not only the gap in cultivation, but also reflected in other levels. There will be an insurmountable chasm. Once the moon-eyed snow wolf king breaks through to level 51, Lu Chaoga may only have a second chance. Level 51 boss, all attributes are very abnormal. Soul Jade is really terrifying, it can even heal the damage of the soul. Lu Chaoga sighed in his heart. It stands to reason that after Yu Luan was beheaded by his heart sword, the Moon-Eye Snow Wolf King should have been severely injured. But it is still being healed. But it's right to think about it, the Soul Jade is the condensation of death energy and ghost energy. According to the setting in Profound Sky Realm, the dead energy is produced in the body, and the ghost energy is produced in the soul. Soul Jade has miraculous effects on both the body and the soul. It's just that this thing is too evil, and the negative impact is too great. Lu Chao's singer, Not Too Late, directly slashed at the third eye of the Moon-Eyed Snow Wolf King. Now, after the moon wheel was destroyed, the moon's shadow in its eyes has become extremely dim. Although it is nourished and repaired by the Soul Jade, it is impossible to heal in an instant. Lu Chaoga knew very well that this eye was extremely crucial. It may be the moon-eyed snow wolf king from the ancient times, a part of its previous body. Part of the power of this boss comes from the Soul Jade, and the other part comes from it. The most important thing is that Lu Chaoga has already seen where the Soul Jade is hidden. No wonder I didn't find the location of the Soul Jade before, it turned out to be under this eye. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. In the previous battle with Chen Qi, the Soul Jade in Chen Qi's body can be said to be invisible in his dark golden eyes. If others can't see through, can this seat still see through? 10,000 times, as expected of me. JPG. But today, from the moment the moon-eyed snow wolf king appeared, Lu Chaoga was looking for Soul Jade. As a result, he looked around for a while, but he couldn't find it. Where did the she-wolf hide the Soul Jade? Lu Chaoga was always confused. Yes, this majestic-looking moon-eyed snow wolf king belongs to the mother. Of course, in the eyes of Lu Chaoga, this kind of pure animalization is not cute at all, and the beast-eared mother is the existence worth investing in. Compared with his own demon clan worshipping Owu, this snow wolf king is not even qualified to be a mount. In the end, after cutting the moon with his heart, Lu Chaoga directly determined the location of the Soul Jade, just under the third eye. No wonder I couldn't see through it earlier, it turned out that my strength and authority were not enough. He immediately figured this out. After all, this eye is part of the corpse of an ancient alien beast, and it is very likely that it originally existed in the 8th realm. Then, whether it is his current level of heart sword or his detection authority, he is not qualified to see through this barrier. But after killing the moon wheel earlier, it was a coincidence that made him realize something was wrong. That's it. Take out the Soul Jade, at least let it not reach the fifth realm. Not too late, stabbed directly, Lu Chaoge did not hold any hand, this is his current supreme sword. The Moon-Eye Snow Wolf King also discovered his purpose. After roaring, the black air flow around him began to sweep towards Lu Chaoge, and the dim moon shadow in his eyes also began to fight to the death. The corner of Lu Chaoge's mouth rose, and he felt the fear of the other party. It turns out that alien beasts disturbed by soul jade also know to be afraid. But there was no word for fear in his dictionary. Regarding the attack of the Moon-Eyed Snow Wolf King, Lu Chaoge did not dodge or evade. As soon as his mind moved, the surrounding ice and snow began to obey his call. Goose feather snow began to surround him. There is a classic music box that is filled with snowflakes. When it shakes, the snowflakes inside will produce a gorgeous scene. Today's scene is a music box that has been magnified countless times, but it is more real and more mysterious. Lu Chaoge's idea is very simple: I can get hurt, but I want you to die. Not too late, pierced into this eye, and the black airflow around the snow Wolf King Moon-Eye also broke through the layers of ice and snow, and was about to hit Lu Chaoge's arms and left shoulder. Jiang Xinyan, who was holding Xixia, was about to shoot, but his frowning brows were relieved. Because just when these airflows were only a few cents away from Lu Chaoge, they all stopped, and then dissipated between heaven and earth in an instant. Because, not too late, a sword tip has already touched the soul jade. Soul jade is indestructible, and Lu Chaoge can't hurt it in the slightest. But he can strip it out. The surging sword energy directly penetrated the body of the Moon-Eyed Snow Wolf King, severing the soul jade from the body. Bingshui wrapped it, and then floated into Lu Chaoge's palm, where he received the storage ring. After losing the soul jade, the death energy and ghost energy around it became disordered, and it fell into a riot for a while, and naturally it could no longer hurt Lu Chaoge. Without the soul jade, the Moon-Eye Snow Wolf King state is surprisingly consistent with the previous Qin Qi. Is this thing really addicting? Lu Chaoge thought to himself. He found that the remaining two eyes of the Moon-Eyed Snow Wolf King became more and more chaotic. This pitch black is not normal black. Its eyes also lack the agility that living creatures should have, and appear hollow. Even the previous bloodthirsty dissipated cleanly. It's just that while it looks like a walking dead, it behaves more and more crazy. After Lu Chaoge stripped out the soul jade, the figure dissipated on its head. The alien beast is not as sensible as the cultivator, and now he has fallen into a state of chaos, because the soul jade is separated from the body, and he does not intend to stay on it for a long time. Will this thing blow my head and then blow me up? Lu Chaoge really thought there was such a possibility. In the live broadcast room, the players watching the live broadcast could no longer find Lu Chaoge's figure in the wind and snow. What about people? What about others? The players were stunned. This man is so fast that we can't see it. Who dares to say that my husband is fast? Sister, can you stop dreaming about sex in broad daylight? But I have to clarify. Come on, my husband is just fast. The live broadcast room is not a chicken farm, a warning from the chicken coop. Pei Qianshan followed the battle situation and kept searching for Lu Chaoge's figure. If she couldn't grasp his whereabouts when she was watching the battle, it meant that if her opponent was him, she would definitely die. In the air, Jiang Xinyan reminded aloud. In the night sky, Lu Chaoge, who was holding a sword in one hand, slashed down with one sword. Behind him are the stars and the bright moon in the sky, slaying the wolf under the moon. This sword, directly on the body of the Moon-Eyed Snow Wolf King, scratched a deep visible scar. There was no blood spilling out, but but a large amount of black gas permeated the surroundings. The black airflow was ferocious and terrifying, and even ghost faces appeared. This scene is very familiar to Lu Chaoga, very similar to the picture that appeared on his special shadow when hiding purifies the soul jade. The ghost faces roared and roared, but they couldn't make any sound. They attacked Lu Chaoga like ghosts. I don't know whether to live or die. Under the dark golden eyes, these ghosts seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing, and they immediately disappeared. After losing the soul jade, the Snow Wolf King's wound will no longer be healed, and its blood bar begins to decline, and it is directly in a half blood state. At this time, there were several streams of light streaking across the sky. And the practitioners from Beizhou also rushed here, because of the too much movement. After Jiang Xinyan's Xixia made a burst of gunshots, they stopped in the air. And stopped moving forward. It's Deacon Jiang. Deacon Jiang of Chuanqiao Mountain. Yeah. The Holy Maiden is here too. But who is fighting against the aliens? What a terrible swordsman. The practitioners gathered in the air communicated. For the practitioners in Beizhou, they had only heard of Lu Chaoga, but had never seen his true face. This appearance, as well as the black long sword, and this extraordinary strength. Fellow Taoists, I think of one person. A middle-aged practitioner said. Haha, fellow Taoist, I'm afraid that what you think is the same. That legendary person actually came to Beizhou. The head of Momin, Lu Chaoga. It is said that seeing 100 things is better than seeing them once. They all said that Lu Chaoga is invincible in the same realm. The Qingzhou sword. Cultivators have no objection to this, and the other 3 states don't think so. But when I saw it today, it was really scary. As far as the sword that slashes the wolf under the moon is, unless it is the favored son of the sky, facing those ordinary practitioners, it can be called that, it can be killed under the 5 realms. And the most terrifying thing is yet to come. The spiritual power in Lu Chaoga's body was squandered again, and he decisively chose upgrade again. There's nothing to feel bad about, all the experience of leveling up came from the previous ice wolf. Lu Chaoga felt no heartache at all. This time, the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King summoned his younger brother, but he killed them all, and he also contributed a lot of experience points. Now, this experience value can just be used to kill it. Level 43, the 4th realm triple heaven. Lu Chaoga took a deep breath, his aura reaching an unprecedented peak. Previously, he had sealed the sword for 10 years, and cut out the peak sword of his life so far. Until now, he still couldn't cut a second sword comparable to that sword. But it's getting closer. A smile appeared on his face. The laughter spread all over the ice field, and Lu Chaoga's momentum continued to rise. Just here, this sword is my gift to Beizhou. Lu Chaoga said loudly. The ink-colored sword light instantly filled the sky and the earth. Lu Chaoga raised his sword to the sky and slashed at the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King. The sword chi tore it apart directly, and the aftermath of the ink-colored sword chi shot straight into the sky. The bright moonlight was directly covered by the sword. Everyone present felt that they fell into a brief darkness visually. After they regained their vision, they only felt the north wind blowing from the surrounding area. Slashing the sky with a sword, the momentum is amazing. High in the sky, a Beizhou cultivator froze for a long time before uttering a word with a trembling lips. Snow. The snow has stopped. P.S. This chapter has more than 4,000 words. I have something to do tonight, so I can't code the words. I wanted to treat this chapter as a 2-in-1 chapter. After thinking about it, can the reader be fooled by it? If someone else changes 4,000 a day, that's someone else, but I can't. That's all. Let's Oh, another 2,000 words. Counting the 2,000 that hasn't been repaid before, I owe 4,000. Word, watch me pay in installments. Chapter 218. 214, to catch up with the protagonist of the world. The goose feather snow that was falling before dissipated cleanly under Lu Chaoga's sword. One sword cut the sky. Tianxue stopped suddenly. The scene in front of them made the practitioners in Beizhou stunned. Is this the strength that the fourth realm should have? They couldn't understand at all. This sword, ordinary great swordsman can't do it, right? In fact, Lu Chaoga is still some distance away from the great practitioner. It is not that he cut off the snow clouds in the sky and cut off all the snow that fell from the sky. It was his sword that fused all the snow. This is just taking advantage of the heavy snow between the heavens and the earth to give his full strength a sword, just the icing on the cake. Just add snowflakes. But in the eyes of others, the special effect produced by this sword is a bit outrageous. At this moment, the previously tyrannical moon-eyed Snow Wolf King was killed by Lu Chaoga. Its body fell on the ice field, and then instantly turned into a black airflow. These air currents even condensed into a ferocious ghost face, and then rushed towards Lu Chaoga like a dead or alive. Lu Chaoga's dark golden eyes just glanced at them, and they vanished, and their souls were destroyed. After the huge corpse disappeared, there was still something left on the white snow. Is it an explosive item? Lu Chaoga smiled slightly, then walked towards the thing on the ground. That is the eyeball with the moon shadow of the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King. After Lu Chaoga picked it up, he threw a detection at it. The feedback obtained is as follows. Special item, Moon Eye. It is part of the 8th realm alien beast Moon-Eye Snow Wolf King in the ancient times. One-time item, you can summon Moon Shadow once. Moon Shadow level 60. After Lu Chaoga checked the information, he immediately put it into the ink ring. Good stuff. Lu Chaoga was overjoyed. Although it can only be used once, the effect is absolutely amazing and can be used as a whole card for yourself. The moon shadow that it can summon should be the bright moon that the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King used before. Then, it was crushed by Lu Chaoga. But if it was a level 60 moon shadow, Lu Chaoga would probably be instantly stunned. After all, the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King is a boss-level existence, not something that ordinary practitioners in the same realm can match. In addition, the soul is the shortcoming and weakness of most practitioners. And the 60-level moon shadow, in Lu Chaoga's opinion, if it is suddenly used, most practitioners in the 5th realm will only be affected for a split second. Therefore, although it is only a one-time item, it will dissipate after one use, which still makes Lu Chaoga feel that it is very rewarding. What's more, he collected another soul jade. The soul jade this time is similar to the one that Chen Qi won last time. Although they are almost complete soul jades, the power contained in them has been emptied by half. After all, whether it is Chen Qi or the moon-eyed Snow Wolf King, since they can be resurrected from the dead even if they mainly rely on secret techniques, they still need the power of soul jade to lead them. So, in fact, in terms of effect, they are almost the same as the half-bead that Lu Chaoga had absorbed for hiding before. With them, I'm afraid hiding can break through to the 5th realm, right? Lu Chaoga thought to himself. It's too cool to be a disciple of this seat, right? Hiding, you really found the biggest backer in the entire profound Sky Realm. I really envy your good luck. Lu Chaoga smiled and said in his heart. But then again, this also means that after many years, the Momin will finally welcome another great swordsman from the sect. During the prosperous period of Momin, there were also great swordsmen, but Later, they became more and more declining, and one generation was weaker than the next. Of course, the always steady Lu Dongli, Lu Chaoga, did not count her. The ghost knows what his sister's cultivation is. Anyway, he couldn't see through her disguise, and he still didn't understand what realm Xiaolizi was in. The training speed of this beautiful girl with long legs is absolutely world-leading. Even if Lu Chaoga is now level 43, he is not sure whether he can use the suppression of force value to press Xiaolizi to the ground like he did when he was a child, and then pump her round little buttocks. After walking back to Jiang Xinyan and Pei Qianqian, Jiang Xinyan immediately asked with concern, "Chaoga, aren't you injured?" Lu Chaoga waved his hand and said, "I suffered a little injury, but it's not a big problem." Then he glanced at Pei Qianqian and said, "Why are you looking at me like this? Uncle Lu, are you a monster?" Pei Qianqian looked at him and said in a very positive tone, it must be the reincarnation of some ancient great power. Right?" Lu Chaoga heard the words and was amused by the girl who escaped his temper. And said, "What are you thinking about? He did live a second life, but it has nothing to do with the ancient power. There is no such thing as reincarnation in the profound sky realm at all. When a person dies, he dies. If there is really any reincarnation, then the bulls come and go, aren't they? All a bunch of bullies." Okay. Pei Qianqian was just joking. After she finished speaking, she pointed to the Beizhou cultivators beside her, and said softly, "Uncle Lu, it really belongs to you. You have just arrived in Beizhou, and I am afraid you are about to become famous again. Look at them. Your eyes, let alone admiration." Lu Chaoga glanced in the direction of the crowd, and the practitioners in Beizhou over there saw him looking this way, and many people bowed their hands to him. The world always respects the strong. Especially the kind of good-looking strong ones. What's more, as Lu Chaoga said, when he first arrived, he gave Beizhou a gift. "Thank you for your invitation, I'm in Beizhou, and just got off the boat. Feel free to kill a strange beast in your northern state, and make everyone happy." The only thing that surprised Lu Chaoga was why he didn't see the shadow of the Huangquanhui. It stands to reason that behind the strange beast like the moon-eyed snow wolf king, there should be the handwriting of the demon cultivation organization. Huangquanhui, in Beizhou. Is it possible that the two people who escaped and left before are people from the Huangquanhui? It felt a little wrong again. "Let's go to Chuanqiu Mountain," Lu Chaoga said to Jiang Xinyan and Pei Qian. The two women nodded, then boarded a light boat together, bowed their hands to the cultivators of Beizhou in the distance, and left in the air. When leaving, Lu Chaoga always felt that he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Above the ice field, the 5 sand sculpture players who were immobilized by Lu Chaoga watched Lu Chaoga fly far away, but couldn't move. They were forgotten. The barrage in the live broadcast room was full of gloating remarks, which led to the fact that after Lu Chaoga left, although the popularity of the live broadcast room declined, it was still hot. In these years, a large group of people would watch live broadcasts while sleeping. Now these 5 people are set in live broadcasts, and players also find it interesting. Everything is set in the barrage. There are 5 little brothers who can't move, why don't we put them? Hey. On a light boat, Lu Chaoga opened the system interface and sorted out his gains. Killing the moon-eyed snow wolf king, he gained an experience point. Together with the quest rewards, it adds up to a total of 7 million. There is still plenty of experience points for killing wolves before. In addition to the experience points that he had not used up before, the amount of embezzlement he can use in the panel has reached a terrifying 15 million. A new record. Lu Chaoge was very satisfied with this. He has at least caught up with the progress of the four world protagonists now, which is extremely important to him. After all, the protagonists of the world are the key characters in the main storyline, and they will participate in all the important aspects of the mainline storyline. That is to say, Lu Chaoge must keep his strength at least on the same level as them in order to be able to play some key roles in the process and then profit from it. Because he has been stuck in the first realm for too many years, his personal cultivation base in the past few years can be said to be far from Yu and others. At this stage, breaking through the realm is as simple as eating and drinking. And it can be said that he is powerful. Finally caught up. For him, now is just a new starting point. After closing his character panel, Lu Chaoge glanced at the progress of the Beizhou main story mission, Evil Soul Recovery. The progress value is 5.3%. Lu Chaoge frowned slightly when he looked at the progress value. A little less than he expected. After he killed Qin Chi, the progress of Sword of Hades not only exceeded 10% but reached 12.9%. It can be compared to the progress value of Evil Soul Resurrection. Is it because Qin Chi's role is greater than that of the moon-eyed snow wolf king? Is he more important? Lu Chaoge thought to himself. Or what else did I ignore this time? He was lost in thought. After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't understand. Fortunately, he originally came to Beizhou to take advantage of the prize pool with the mentality of taking a quest, so his mentality, still not satisfied. Although it stands to reason, it is good to say that it is just rubbing, and then it is good to be able to go in. But men are always greedy, always thinking, will it work? Lu Chaoge felt that he should still find something. At night, a light boat flew quickly over Beizhou. After flying out of the ice sheet area, small snow particles began to appear in the sky again. Lu Chaoge was a southerner in his previous life, so it would be strange to see snow. Just like some sand sculpture players, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com opened his mouth to catch the snow, but he would feel excited when it snowed. However, after I took Jiang Xinyan as my teacher, I was used to seeing heavy snow in Beizhou, so I didn't feel anything. Chaoge. Jiang Xinyan glanced at him and said, "What's wrong?" Lu Chaoge asked. Jiang Xinyan looked at him with a complicated look on his face, and the expression on that cold face was rather dignified. Seeing Uncle Zhang's expression, Pei Qianqian also keenly felt that something big was about to happen, and immediately cast a little gossip. "I remember who the woman who escaped on the icefield was," Jiang Xinyan said. When Lu Chaoge heard the words, his eyes lit up immediately. "Who is it?" Chapter 219. 215, Abandoned Son. When he was in the deep gorge in the icefield, Jiang Xinyan always felt that the injured woman was familiar. Seeing that Lu Chaoge seemed to be very concerned about this matter, she kept reminiscing along the way. Finally, it reminded her of where she had a relationship with that woman. "I should have only seen her once, in the Tianji Tower," Jiang Xinyan said in a very positive tone. "Heavenly Secret Tower?" Lu Chaoge frowned secretly. Lu Chaoge naturally knows something about this well-known organization that sells intelligence and invests in small forces. Don't forget that the owner of Xuanji Pagoda also came to Lu Chaoge with the so-called sincerity before, expressing his desire to invest in Momin, but was rejected by Lu Chaoge. A real man should invest in others. How can there be any reason to be invested in? At that time, he didn't take Xianji's appearance too seriously, because Tianji Pagoda always liked to invest in some small forces with potential. At That time, Momin was not well known, and Lu Chaoga only showed a part of it too. The outside world. Just now, he was a little famous, and it was normal to be concerned by the Tianji Tower. However, now that the Tianji Tower is involved, it has an extraordinary taste. Smells fishy. Jiang Xinyan continued to recall, the time I went to the Tianji Tower, I should have gone with senior sister He in the door. She needs to buy a piece of information. Senior sister He? Every character needs to be specific. Pei Chanshan added on the side, it's our elder He Lian from Spring and Autumn Mountain. Lu Chaoga knew it when he heard the words. He still had a little impression of this female elder, and he had met her a few times in his previous life. After this female elder practiced the Spring and Autumn Mountain exercises, her desire for control was magnified, and she was a difficult person to get along with. As a result, she developed severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. As a bohemian man who loves freedom, Lu Chaoga is not very popular with her. Of course, with Lu Chaoga's character, if you don't like me, I definitely won't like you, no matter how big your chest is. It is said that tolerance is great. But there is a sharp contrast in the elder's personality and stature. But because of this, she is actually a person who pays great attention to details, and it is appropriate for her to be responsible for intelligence related matters. Jiang Xinyan was on the way at that time and went there together. She looked at Lu Chaoga and continued, it was the woman who received senior sister He and me that day. She is Yuro, and she is one of the 12 tower owners of the Tianji Pagoda. Jiang Xinyan said. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga raised his eyebrows. It's the tower owner again, he said in his heart. Lu Chaoga was not surprised that the tower owner came out to receive He Lian and Jiang Xinyan in person, which was normal. After all, they are the elders and deacons of one of the 4 major sects. They are very powerful and belong to the distinguished guests. Moreover, the information that Spring and Autumn Mountain needs to spend money to buy must be very valuable. The price is not cheap, it is a big deal. Tianji Pagoda, Euro Pagoda Master. Lu Chaoga muttered to himself, his eyes deep. When she appears in the ice field, everything becomes extraordinary. Could it be that the Tianji Tower is also one of the forces behind the scenes? If that's the case, things get even trickier. Pei Chanshan has a turbulent temperament. After hearing the conversation between the two, how could she resist not getting involved in the conversation? She raised her head and said, Heavenly Secret Tower? I heard that above the 12 tower masters of the Heavenly Secret Tower, there seems to be a mysterious pavilion master? Jiang Xinyan nodded and said, yes, Tianji Pagoda has been established for thousands of years, but every pavilion owner is very mysterious. Few people know his appearance, and almost no one has seen this figure hidden in the dark. Every pavilion owner of the Tianji Pagoda has a common title, and everyone calls them Tianji Sanren. Jiang Xinyan said. The other uncle, who you didn't see clearly, could be someone from heaven and mystery? Pei Chanshan's eyes lit up and he said immediately. It's hard to say. After thinking about it, Jiang Xinyan said, but this possibility is not ruled out. Lu Chaoga looked up at the night sky, thoughtful, but said nothing. Beizhou. Tianji Tower, inside the secret room. The Tianji Sanren sat on the main seat, and the Euro Pagoda Master sat on the secondary seat. After taking the medicine pill, the complexion of Euro Pagoda Master improved, at least no longer bloodless, and a little more vitality. The bone-deep wound on her thigh didn't heal so quickly, and it's still aching. These legs are the proudest part of Euro Pagoda Master's body. They are straight but not sensual. At that time, in order not to leave scars, it is estimated that some elixir will be added. Tianji Sanren sat on the main seat with a gloomy expression. He was still thinking about the fact that he couldn't predict Jiang Xinyan. The half-blind old man looked up at Yuro and said, "Yuro, give this old man a drop of your blood." Yuro's face instantly turned ugly. Even blood? Essence and blood are naturally different from ordinary blood. She already lost a lot of blood now, and if a drop of essence and blood condenses, the injury will heal more slowly, and she will suffer for several days. Just like Lu Chaoga's healthy body, he sucks a drop of blood essence for Awu every month, and he has to lose all night and be a saint for one night. It's just that Tianji Sanren, as the pavilion owner, has great authority, and Yuro is fearful like a tiger, so naturally he dare not refuse. As soon as she bit her silver teeth, she pierced her fingertips, and then condensed a drop of blood essence, which floated to Tianji Sanren. After doing this, she slumped on the chair, her eyes were out of focus, and her mouth was slightly open. Broken again. After the blood essence was suspended in the palm of his hand, Tianji Sanren began to chant. He was meditating on something, he couldn't hear a sound, he could only see. His lips moved slightly. After a while, he stained the drop of blood essence with his fingernails, and then used his finger as a pen to draw in the air. After a blood talisman appeared, he lightly wiped his one eye. The next moment, a mysterious power was generated in his gray-black eyes. He was ready to do it again. Immediately afterwards, Tianji Sanren coughed up another mouthful of old blood. The ending was surprisingly consistent with the previous one, and he couldn't even calculate a result for Jiang Xinyan. It's impossible. Tianji Sanren thought this was unreasonable. But the facts are in front of you. He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth with trembling fingers, then stood up and said to Yuro, "You come with this old man." Yuro, who had no love for her life, followed Tianji Sanren like a walking corpse, and then the two left Sky Tower. Fly and fly all the way, and fly back to the vicinity of the ice field. If Yuro was in good condition, she would definitely ask, "Pavilion Master, what's the point of coming here?" But this is her sad place, and she is too weak now, and she has a gesture of loving someone. The next moment, she suddenly felt a tingling pain in her lower abdomen. When she looked down, she saw that Tianji Sanren's bamboo stick had pierced through her abdomen. The pavilion master. Yuro clearly felt that her vitality was draining. This bamboo stick is actually swallowing her. Her hair started to turn white and wrinkles started to appear on her skin. Then, the whole person began to gradually shrink and become skinny. The color in her pupils is getting darker and darker, and her eyes are getting more and more empty. Until, turned into a mummified corpse. After Tianji Sanren did all this, he pulled out his bamboo stick. After the bamboo stick left her body, Yuro's body fell straight forward and fell on the snow. "Your face may have been seen." Tianji Sanren looked at the mummified corpse and muttered to himself. Since he couldn't calculate a result, he naturally had to plan for the worst. Yuro has been with him for many years and is one of his most capable men. Otherwise, he would not let Yuro be responsible for collecting materials and trading a soul jade with Huangquanhui. However, since he can cultivate one Yuro, he can naturally cultivate another Yuro. UU reading www.sonicmtl.com. Harmless. Abandoned, it's normal. As for the mummified corpse in front of him, anyone who sees it will feel that it has been drained of vitality by the demon cultivator. The Yuro Pagoda master of Tianji Pagoda has been kidnapped by the demon cultivator, and then killed by the demon cultivator. Tianji Sanren raised his bamboo stick and tapped it lightly. At the end of the bamboo stick, a small green worm crawled out. It was only the size of a fingernail, but it was it that devoured Yuro. This is an alien beast. A strange beast that looks insignificant, but is actually stronger than the fifth realm. An alien beast controlled by a celestial being. Chapter 220. 216, Dead? On the white snow, Tianji Sanren looked at the mummified corpse on the ground. With his one eye, and the expression on his face was neither happy nor sad. The 12 tower owners of the Tianji Tower were all cultivated by him, and he spent a lot of effort on them. Each of them can be said to be the right-hand man of Tianji Sanren. It is precisely because they can be on their own that Tianji Sanren can hide in the dark, but ask the reason for Tianji Tower. Among the 12 female tower owners, there is also a distinction in the minds of Tianji Sanren, and Yuro is definitely at the forefront. Like Xianji and the others, Tianji Sanren never let them come into contact with demon cultivators, nor did they get too deeply involved in his plans. But Yuro has. It's just that this female tower owner may never have dreamed that her own pavilion owner can control exotic beasts. On the bamboo stick, the green worm kept climbing upwards, and then climbed onto the back of Tianji Sanren's hand. It is a bit like a ladybug, except that its whole body is like emerald, and it has a translucent and warm feeling of flawless jade, as if it was made of jade, and then turned into a living thing. The Tianji Sanren stretched out the tip of his left finger, and the little insect touched it lightly with his tentacles, and then a wisp of blood-colored airflow surged out and was introduced into the body by the Tianji Sanren. When he predicted Jiang Xinyan earlier, he also suffered some backlash, but now his complexion has improved slightly. After taking a deep breath of enjoyment, the whole person's spirit is better. For 1,000 years, the Tianji Pagoda has been established for 1,000 years. In the past 1,000 years, the old man has cultivated so many people. In the old man's heart, you can rank in the top 5. It's a pity. Tianji Sanren said indifferently. It's just that his mouth said that, but his expression still didn't change. An abandoned child is an abandoned child. If you are still immersed in regret, and regret, it will disrupt the thoughts of the next layout. He glanced at the emerald green insect and said, "Go back." The insect seemed to be able to understand people's words, and got back inside the bamboo stick. From the beginning to the end, not the slightest breath leaked out. As if this bamboo stick was just a very ordinary magic weapon. Lu Chaoga. Tianji Sanren spit out the name from his mouth again, his face gloomy. This very passive feeling, he has not had for many years. The east is white, and the sun is rising. As I said before, good love is 3 meals a day. Lu Chaoga can only do the latter for the time being, so he is now making soup for Jiang Xinyan. Very simple yam pork rib soup. Pei Chanshan just follows her to enjoy her happiness. Since she lost all her wealth, she has started the mode of eating and drinking. Anyway, her mouth is sweet, and Shu Lu will not feel embarrassed at all. Even she has changed from Uncle Jiang is actually obsessed with a man. I want to see what he is capable of. Yes, any woman will be fascinated. While cooking the soup, Lu Chaoga opened the forum and took a look. The hottest figure in today's forum is naturally himself. He is now the top traffic niche in Tianxuanji, and if he does something random, he can be on the hot list of the forum. Some of the replays in the live broadcast room yesterday had more than 10 million views each, and also caused heated discussions among players. What made Lu Chaoga funny the most was that Pei Chanshan was sent by him to catch fish before. On the way to catch fish, she even went to the group to chat a few words. In the pure white space, she mentioned Yumu Xue, Wolf King, and Lu Chaoga. This girl is a lot of good words, but when he is mentioned, he is often mixed with some interjections such as monster and not a human being. She originally just wanted to say a few words in the group chat, but since it was about Lu Chaoga, how could you let her go easily? After a series of questions, Pei Qianqian had to explain the whole process in detail. However, she concealed about Yuro, the master of Tianji Pagoda. Yu was in a sluggish state after reading Pei Qianqian's message. Senior brother Lu. The fourth realm is the third heaven? To him, this news was like a bolt from the blue. At the level of sword intent and natal supernatural powers, he has already been thrown away by Lu Chaoga. His biggest advantage is his cultivation base. During this period of time, he made a small breakthrough again, and his strength has reached the 6th level, breaking a small realm. But who would have thought that Lu Chaoga, who was only in the 3rd realm before, was only 3 small realms lower than him? With senior brother Chaoga's terrifying speed of breaking through, he may overtake me in a blink of an eye. Yu felt a sense of urgency in her heart. Now that he is not sure if he is going all out, will he be the opponent of senior brother Chaoga? The nightmare of childhood loomed over his mind again, and he couldn't help but recall the scene from his childhood again. The young man Lu Chaoga leaned against the door and said with a crooked smile, "It's okay if you don't have a brain? It's time to go to the sword prison," Yu said to herself. On the other hand, when Pei Qianqian came back from catching the fish, he didn't know if he had an illusion, but only felt that Master Lu looked at him with satisfaction and kindness in his eyes. She was at a loss, not knowing that every word she said in the group chat was completely seen by Lu Chaoga. While drinking the soup, Pei Qianqian, who was ecstatic by nature, suggested, "Uncle Lu, Uncle Jiang, should we go to the Tianji Tower together and take her by surprise?" Lu Chaoga heard the words, almost drinking the soup. Being choked, I just felt that the girl's brain circuit was jumping. Why did she suddenly think of killing the Tianji Tower again? Several world protagonists have their own distinct personalities. Moreover, they are still young people, lacking social beatings, and they are still a little immature in many places. Of course, this positive approach may sometimes have miraculous effects, depending on the situation. According to Lu Chaoga's consistent thinking mode, he would choose, pretend not to know. Now that Yuro's identity has been determined, that's fine. With a long line to catch big fish, Yuro's level, even if she is a member of the backstage, is definitely only a small shrimp level. But maybe you can pass her and catch a big fish. To put it simply, that is when it is not yet time to close the network. Closing the net now, it's too much of a loss. Jiang Xinyan didn't express any opinion. She was only responsible for killing, and everyone else listened to Lu Chaoga, so she didn't care. I saw Lu Chaoga shook his head and said, "It's not right." Pei Qianqian wanted to ask why, but felt that this would make him appear very innocent, cute, and scheming, so he held back his words, pretending to think deeply, and then said solemnly, "That's fine." However, when the 3 of them passed through a small town at night, things changed. The 3 of them went to the small town because Lu Chaoga wanted to buy some seasonings, and the oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar in Magia was almost used. After arriving in the city, I accidentally heard someone talking about the murder of the demon cultivator. Have you heard that there is another demon cultivator haunting recently? And he killed a big man. Really or not, who died? The master of Yuro Pagoda of Tianji Pagoda. I heard that she has turned into a mummified corpse. TSK, such a beautiful beauty, just like that, she died. The Tianji Pagoda also posted a high reward. After the conversation, Lu Chaoga and the 2 women looked at each other, and the 3 of them couldn't help but look serious. Lu Chaoga opened the forum and read it, and sure enough, he also saw the Relevant posts. Players who learned about this news have already discussed it on the forum. After Lu Chaoge looked at it, he fell into deep thought. Dead? And the Tianji Tower also released a high reward, claiming to have some information about the demon cultivator. If anyone can provide relevant information, the Tianji Tower will give a generous reward. Said that this is equivalent to an acceptable task. But after Lu Chaoge learned about this, his thoughts never stopped. According to the description in the forum, Yuro's body was discovered by several passing cultivators. After Chunkyishan learned about the incident, he also sent someone to check it out, and the final conclusion was that he indeed died of a demon cultivator or the hands of alien beasts. Lu Chaoge had no doubts about this, because if practitioners fell into the evil way, they could also devour them, but it couldn't be so clean. To put it simply, only demon cultivators and alien beasts can eat and wipe them clean. This is their most special place. Hollow out, we are professional, not a drop will be left, it will be sucked clean. Even if you want to learn our ventriloquism, you can only learn half of it at most. This is a difference in the cultivation system, unless someone can cross the system. Therefore, Yu Kanshu www.sonicmtl.com. The murderer can basically be identified as a demon cultivator, or definitely a demon cultivator. So, assuming it was really what the demon cultivator did. Lu Chaoge didn't express his opinion, but looked at Pei Qianshan and Jiang Xinyan, and said, "What do you think?" Jiang Xinyan thought about it and said, "That day, Yura was seriously injured, and she seemed to have lost a lot of blood. I wonder if she was also kidnapped by a demon cultivator and sacrificed to her?" Pei Qianshan also said, "Could it be she? Actually a victim?" Lu Chaoge didn't answer. All died, no matter what, it was barely considered a victim. The role played by the Tianji Tower is like the loss of the tower owner, who is in anger and hatred. But he still doesn't think the Tianji Tower can clear the suspicion. Chapter 221. 217, The Eccentricity of the Saint. Lu Chaoge is a person who has experienced part of the plot in his previous life, and is barely half a prophet. Therefore, his mentality is not the same as most people. He doesn't generate trust easily. There are ghosts in the upper levels of the Sword Sect. Isn't it normal for the Tianji Pagoda, the so-called Millennium Righteous organization, to have problems? Lu Chaoge thought to himself. Do not rule out the possibility of acting, kill people to silence thieves. Call to catch thieves. Now the more important thing is, are there only ghosts in the Tianji Tower? Is there a few 25 boys in this organization, or is there something wrong with the organization itself? This is extremely important. Until he crossed over, he had never seen Tianji Sanren, the pavilion owner of the Tianji Tower. Players don't know anything about him, they only think that this person is mysterious. Players don't even know what this person looks like, let alone his cultivation base and strength. In Lu Chaoge's personal concept, people who are too mysterious are either terrifying or terribly bad. He really wanted to meet this elusive person and see how he was real. Uncle Lu, what do you think about this matter? Pei Qianshan asked, after returning to Spring and Autumn Mountain, why don't I report it to the sect? Lu Chaoge shook his head after hearing this, and said, Qianshan, my personal suggestion is that you only tell it to the Sage Master first, and see how the Sage Master decides. There are 2 or 5 young men in the Sword Sect, and Spring and Autumn Mountain is actually equally unclean. Lu Chaoge, in his previous life, was a disciple of Spring and Autumn Mountain. He had experienced the main storyline, so he knew a lot about it. To be precise, the sect of Spring and Autumn Mountain has many people with eccentric temperament, and there are a few extreme people. Is it strange? The least surprising thing to him is that there are ghosts in Spring and Autumn Mountain. However, the player certainly did not excavate all the inner ghosts. However, the master is certainly trustworthy. After all, the saint is the master of the world's protagonist and one of the strongest people in the world of practice. There is no doubt about that. Of course, the reason why Lu Chaoge is very sure that the saint is trustworthy is also because of a plot. Pei Qianshan nodded after listening to Lu Chaoge's words. It's about demon repair, so be careful. But since talking about the saint, Pei Qianshan still had a smile on his face. And said, Uncle Lu, the master will definitely like you very much. Your brain circuit, why did you suddenly jump to the saint again? The teacher will like me. Lu Chaoge complained in his heart. When Jiang Xinyan heard the words, a strange look appeared on his face, as if he had remembered something. Oh? Why? Lu Chaoge asked knowingly. He had been a disciple of Chuanqiu Mountain for so long in his previous life. Although he had never met the Holy Master at all, he probably knew something. He knew very well why Pei Qianshan would say such a thing. Because Shizhuan likes good-looking people. Pei Qian said lightly. Jiang Xinyan nodded stiffly from the side. Saint Teacher, female, the first powerhouse in Spring and Autumn Mountain, one of the 4 great powerhouses in the world, and a spear cultivator in the 8th realm. Since the Spring and Autumn Mountain exercises have their own sequelae, they are as strong as the sage masters, and they cannot be exempted from the vulgarity. And because her cultivation base is too high, the higher the cultivation base, the greater the impact of sequelae. Jiang Xinyan's desire to be amplified is the desire to speak. Pei Qianshan's desire to be amplified is the desire to buy. The sage's, lustful. Yes, what a simple human desire. The strongest LSP in the world. It's just that there is a difference in essence between the lust of a saint and your lust. The sage has been alone all his life so far, and he has never been moved by anyone. She just has the purest appreciation for beautiful things. This is true for men, and it is true for women. Even, not just to people. The same is true for objects, landscapes, etc. She has beautiful eyes. Beautiful, but not greedy for beauty. At the beginning, Pei Qianshan was attracted by her at first sight because Pei Qianshan was smart and cute when she was young, and she was very beautiful, like a porcelain doll. Then, as a coincidence, the talent is also high. Among the 4 protagonists in the world, she is the most favored among the masters, which also caused Pei Qianshan's natural escape, sometimes a bit lawless. As for Lu Chaoge's appearance, there is no need to go into details. Charm 10, entering the road with handsomeness, so terrifying. As soon as he stops there, he can win the natural favor and favor of the sage. Jiang Xinyan ignored this at first, but now, after looking at Lu Chaoge's face, he felt a little strange in his heart. She couldn't tell what her emotions were, but when she thought that the holy master liked good-looking people, she felt a little uncomfortable. Lu Chaoge laughed when he heard the words. He didn't expect Pei Qianshan, as a disciple of the holy master, to speak so straightforwardly. Does the saint have no face? Is that so? Lu Yingdi continued. Pei Qianshan nodded and said, yes, master is like that. And I'll tell you. Master Lu, after seeing people or things that catch your eyes, master can't help it. Can't bear it? Lu Chaoge was stunned for a moment, and asked. Can't bear it? How can I say it? It is to let the other party reach the limit of beauty in his heart. After thinking for a while, Pei Qianshan said she didn't know how to describe it for a while. After she glanced at Jiang Xinyan, she smiled and said. Just like Master Jiang, he is very reluctant to see Shizhuan, because Shizhuan Always thinks that Jiang Shu looks better in a skirt, but Jiang Shu likes to wear a robe or a robe. She would always pull her to change her skirt when she was dressed. Shut up. Jiang Xinyan's cold face showed a slight blush, a little embarrassed. At the same time, it seems to be caught in some not-so-good memories. What's the matter? I'm used to it. Pei Qian pursed her lips. She pointed to the long green dress on her body and said, Master just doesn't like me wearing green, so I will only wear it outside the sect. If I return to the sect, I will not wear it. Lu Chaoge is completely I understand, why is this quirk? The sage has her own set of aesthetics, but if anyone or things can catch her eye, she can't help her own thoughts and actions, such as changing people's clothes, putting on makeup and so on. Is this a fucking beauty blogger and outfit blogger? Give him a sense of sight that an amateur transforms into a small video. For beauty, she has her own pursuit. But if she can't even get into her eyes, then it doesn't matter. Lu Chaoge glanced at Jiang Xinyan, and said in a regretful tone, Xinyan, I have indeed never seen you wearing a skirt. Not even in his previous life. He didn't even know what Jiang Xinyan would look like in a long skirt. She is about 1.7 meters tall, with a bumpy figure and a cold temperament. She should look like a goddess, right? It's inconvenient to act, inconvenient. Jiang Xinyan casually prevaricates. Lu Chaoge just said it casually anyway, and didn't take it to heart. The three of them did not plan to hurry at night, but found a fairly clean inn in the small town, and rented the entire courtyard behind the inn. As the night got darker, Lu Chaoge meditated on the bed for a while, and then he had nothing to do, opened the forum and read posts. Recently, there have been a lot of fanfiction with him as the protagonist in the forum. He was very resistant at first, and read a few chapters with critical thoughts, and then, it was really fragrant. He didn't know why he really looked into it. Of course, he didn't see too much sense of substitution, otherwise it would be too shameful. Seeing the back, he even urged more. The donkeys in the production team don't dare to rest like you. Lu Chaoge said in his heart. If the author knows that the main owner can also watch the forum and even is still chasing updates, I don't know how I would feel. At this moment, Lu Chaoge heard a very soft knock on the door. As soon as he felt it, he knew that Jiang Xinyan was standing outside the house. Did you come to me for a drink? He smiled and got up to open the door. After opening the door, Jiang Xinyan walked in quickly, then lowered his head and stood there with a cramped and uncomfortable expression. Lu Chaoge looked at her, and the whole person was stunned. She was actually wearing a plain white dress. Her pretty face was slightly red, her whole body was tense, and the luo skirt on her body made her a little uncomfortable. But from the perspective of Lu Chaoge, he was really amazed. The cold temperament and the plain white skirt are really like snow lotus. Jiang Xinyan was tall and slender, and the waist of the luo skirt clearly outlined her slender waist. After the waistline is highlighted, the curvature of the two hips will be more conspicuous, and the curve of the hips will be more ups and downs. The chest of the skirt is neither too high nor too low, so you can't see too much gorgeous scenery, but you can also see the deeply sunken collarbone and the snowy skin under the neck. She seems to take what I said casually to heart. Lu Chaoge was a little surprised. He was just joking. Master, master. Lu Chaoge sighed in his heart, and his heart became warmer. This is because of his personal preferences, and making changes. Women are those who please themselves. Subai luo skirt, I want you to like it. P.S. Second update, ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 222. 218, Jianzuan goes down the mountain. In the room, Jiang Xinyan lowered his head and looked at the hem of his suit. by Luo skirt. She couldn't see her toes due to the hem of the skirt and the occlusion. Somewhere. She is a little cramped now, a little unwell. She doesn't wear skirts on weekdays. This skirt was given to her by the saint, saying that it suits her very well, so she kept it in the storage ring. Insert an app, a perfect replica of the old version of the book chasing artifact, an app that can change the source, Mimi reading www. Jiang Xinyan is very clear that everyone has their own aesthetics. The saint thinks that she looks good in a plain white dress, which does not mean that Lu Chaoga thinks the same. Coupled with the fact that she rarely dresses like this, she actually feels a little uncomfortable at the moment. Yes. Isn't it a bit strange? Jiang Xinyan said softly. Lu Chaoga looked at her, smiled and said, "It's very beautiful, especially good-looking." When it comes to aesthetics, you can always trust old-fashioned critics. As the most senior old-fashioned critic, the saint felt that this dress was perfect for Jiang Xinyan. Lu Chaoga looked at the slender waist that was outlined by the waist, and hugged it directly. Little waist. Lu Chaoga felt the tightness of his hand and sighed in his heart. The two sat down on the bed, and because Lu Chaoga stretched out his arms and changed from a standing position to a sitting position, the hem of the skirt was lifted, and the entire skirt was moved up, revealing the fair and clean ankles and part of the fair skin on the calf. Jiang Xinyan is really white, and it is precisely because of her fair skin that she looks colder. Among all the women around Lu Chaoga, only Luo Bing, who has gathered the culmination of pure desire, can compete with Jiang Xinyan in terms of skin. It's just that one is as cold as an iceberg and snow lotus, and the other is like a small white flower waiting to bloom. Please pick it. The other women, although they were all white, didn't have such jade muscles to beat the snow. Jiang Xinyan was half leaning against Lu Chaoga's arms, his body tense. Although the two have already had skin-to-skin kisses on weekdays, they are dressed differently after all. As if she was leaning halfway at the moment, the shoulders of the skirt on her shoulders were slightly deviated, so that the fragrant shoulders were half exposed, and the collarbone was clearly visible. Skirts are really inconvenient. Jiang Xinyan thought so. But whether Lu Chaoga thinks it is convenient or not, then the benevolent sees the benevolent and the wise sees the wisdom. He lowered his head and glanced at Jiang Xinyan, who was secretly adjusting her skirt, and only felt that this woman, who was usually indifferent, was more charming and cute at this moment. Just be yourself, I like whatever you wear, Lu Chaoga said. After speaking, he added, but today is really bright. If a woman is willing to make changes for you, she will naturally be delighted and moved, because you say that I like you no matter what. But at this time, you should at least affirm her current change and express your appreciation, otherwise it will make her a little frustrated. How could Lu Chaoga not understand this? Having said that, the two stopped talking, just cuddled with each other and enjoyed the calm of the night. The wind from outside blew in through the half-opened window, cool and cool, with a little chill. Jiang Xinyan, as a body-refining cultivator in the sixth realm, is naturally not afraid of cold. Although Lu Chaoga's main attack is not the Taoist body, his cultivation has long been able to withstand the severe cold. But when the night was windy, the two of them moved their bodies tacitly, making them closer to each other. People who have just fallen in love are like two pieces of paper that move when the wind blows. After a while, Jiang Xinyan hesitated a few times before saying, Chaoga, do you have a lot of things you want to do in your heart? She has been by Lu Chaoga's side for a long time, and it can be said that she is the most involved in what Lu Chaoga did down the mountain. She clearly felt that there was a lot of intersection between Lu Chaoga, Yao Shou and Soul Jade. He would occasionally wander off, as if thinking about something. Whenever this time, she would feel that he seemed out of tune with the whole world. Although Jiang Xinyan didn't know what Lu Chaoge was thinking a lot of the time. She didn't know what he wanted to do, but she could feel that he was actively entering into some vortex. Lu Chaoge glanced down at the woman in his arms. He was not surprised that Jiang Xinyan felt this, because in fact he did not avoid Jiang Xinyan too much. Some things are really inconvenient to tell her. After all, in Lu Chaoge's view, the real secret cannot be recited in the heart when praying to the gods and Buddhas. But as one of her closest people, Lu Chaoge didn't even think about doing anything to avoid her. He nodded and said, I do have a lot of things I want to do and do, but... Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Jiang Xinyan. Chaoge, you don't have to tell me too much. The cold woman whispered. Saying that, she no longer looked up at him, but leaned on him again. Jiang Xinyan's attitude is obvious. You don't have to talk, do what you do, but I'll always be by your side. Qingzhou, above the 9 heavens, 2 figures, one tall and one short, are flying in the clouds. The tall man had a middle-aged appearance, with a hair crown on his head. From the perspective of his appearance, he looked more like a gentle middle-aged scholar. The short man was already a little old man, with a stooped figure, a little hunchback, and a pair of tiny squinting eyes. The two often walked down the mountain together when they were young, but they rarely traveled together after that. And if the two of them go down the mountain together, no matter where they go, in the profound sky realm, they can go horizontally and vertically. The 8th realm, the 4 great swords of Qingzhou, and looking at the entire profound sky realm, no one is worthy of the 2 brothers and sisters. Jianzun and the deputy sect master of Jianzhong went down the mountain together. If they were known to others, they would definitely be very curious. What happened? In fact, let alone an outsider, even if someone in the sword sect learned that there was someone else worthy of the 2 characters to go down the mountain in person, it is estimated that their jaw would drop directly. And the destination of their trip was the one that was once unknown, but has been frequently heard of recently, Qingzhou Momin. Senior brother, the sect master, is generous this time. I didn't expect to reward that kid with a sword test stone, Ji Chongkong said. According to the emergency meeting of Jianzhong a few days ago, the suzerainly Suifeng finally made a final decision. Lu Chaoge killed Jianzhong's abandoned disciples, and the evil demon Chen Qi had meritorious deeds and should be rewarded. The final reward is the sword test stone. The sword test stone is a good thing. It can let the disciples out of the sword to sharpen their sword moves and sword qi, which is helpful for comprehension. This thing is beneficial to the development of the sect. Each sword test stone can be used for decades at least if maintained properly. It can even be used for 100 years. There are not many sword sects like this. Among the 300 subordinate sects, only some of the top 50 sects can be given a sword test stone by the sword sect. If you throw a detection at it, the feedback given by the system will be purple item. The middle-aged scholar said while flying, it's really hard work for the sect master. They could actually understand Li Suifeng's mood. Chen Qi had high hopes for him, and it could even be said that he was in love with his father and son. This can be seen from the fact that after Chen Qi's death, Li Suifeng never trained the next successor. He had a knot in his heart. As a result, the disciple was resurrected from the dead, falling into the evil way, and then slaughtered as soon as he was alive. This kind of ups and downs, no one can stand it. Moreover, as the leader of the Qingzhou righteous path and the dignified sword sect master, the things he carried on his shoulders were no less than that of the middle-aged scholar, the sword master, and sometimes he might have more. It is really heavy to give this sword test stone. The two brothers did not continue the topic. Ji Changkong changed the topic and said, this kid Lu Chaoga may not have returned to the sect this time. Brother, follow me to Momin. I'm afraid I won't be able to see the person you are thinking of. It's okay, I'll see you anyway. A faint smile appeared on the face of the middle-aged scholar. He and Lu Chaoga have never met, but they seem to have a lot of fate with him. His own junior brother was his sword master, and he even accepted his younger sister as his apprentice. Yu, his swordsman, has a deep relationship with him and seems to regard him as a confidant. Her own daughter, Li Nanwei, also stayed in Momin when she was traveling down the mountain. Even when he went to visit Senior Luo, he met Yang Shu, a disciple of Momin, at his home. Fate, amazing. Yes, we will see you sooner or later. Ji Changkong nodded. He knew very well that the meeting that the senior brother was really looking forward to might be at the peak of Kendo. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Sword Sovereign always has such expectations for every amazing and talented junior. This victorious man stands alone at the highest peak of Kendo, but he can't get used to this kind of loneliness. Thinking of this, Ji Changkong couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. After all, no matter how he chased after him, he would always be weaker than his senior brother, and he would always be weaker than that. Humph. When you arrive at Momin, remember to give Xializi a good command. Don't hide her secrets, and treat her like Yu and Nanwei. Ji Changkong snorted. The middle-aged Confucian scholar glanced in surprise, wondering why he was so unhappy. Junior and Junior? Did I say something wrong just now? The gentle middle-aged scholar began to fall into deep reflection. At the same time, under the order of the younger brother, he naturally nodded immediately and said, I am also very curious about Xializi. Since I am the disciple of the younger brother, I am also the same as my disciple. When Ji Changkong heard the words, he nodded in satisfaction, and then stopped flying slowly, speeding up, and urging, fly fast. It's always so warm. Hey, here we come. The middle-aged scholar immediately accelerated and followed. Moreover, he had to maintain the speed of his flight. He had to be half a body slower than Ji Changkong at all times, and he couldn't fly faster than him. The two sword cultivators in the 8th realm naturally crossed more than half of Qingzhou and arrived in front of Momendan Qingfeng. The appearance of the two was not noticed by anyone. If the sand sculpture players at Momen Weifeng knew that there were two big men in the mid-80s in the sky, they would be so excited that they would go crazy. The middle-aged scholar glanced at the peaks of the Momen from a distance, and said with a tsk, this mountain protection formation has some meaning. The first one. Chapter 223. 219, Jianzuan Momen one-day tour. In front of Momendan Qingfeng, the middle-aged scholar and Ji Changkong were suspended above the 9 heavens, looking down at this beautiful, yet slightly steep, magnificent mountain. Momen's mountain protection formation is usually hidden, and the form it maintains to the outside world is just a thick layer of fog. The dense fog is both obscuring and beautiful, giving people the feeling of a fairyland on earth. At the same time, it seems to cast a mysterious veil on this mountain that can draw players' great curiosity. For players at the current stage, as well as some cultivators whose cultivation base is insignificant, they naturally cannot see the mystery hidden in the thick fog, and the dangers in it. It can be said that if an ordinary 5th-level cultivator tries to forcibly break into Danqing Peak, then he will soon know how the word death is Written. The mountain protection formation was basically created by Lu Dongli, but these thick fogs and some strange things were Lu Chaoge's handwriting. The elder brother gave advice, and the younger sister went to try to complete it, a perfect cooperation. For Lu Dongli, my brother's unpredictable suggestions really give people a sense of security. It is for this reason that the middle-aged scholar looked at Dang Qingfeng before opening his mouth and said, "This mountain protection formation is somewhat meaningful. For the big sects, the mountain protection formation is the main slaughter. What the big sect wants is deterrence, usually at a small night, naturally. There will be no return, and they will kill directly. Momen has not yet developed to this level, so in addition to killing, there will be some tricks to trap people. Trap people and buy time. After all, as long as you are clever enough, trapping people is sometimes easier than killing people." Of course, with Lu Dongli's temperament, he must have piled up a lot of defensive attributes. Jian Zun and Ji Chongkong are well-informed and extremely powerful. For them, this mountain protection formation is naturally useless. They can even sneak into Danqing Peak quietly without destroying the formation or touching the formation. But for a sect that is still on the rise, it is already commendable to be able to achieve this level. It's not about how strong it is, it's about being novel, and it's about having ideas and creativity. Ji Chongkong glanced at his senior brother, squinted his eyes, snorted, and said proudly, "Humph. The great formation created by my disciple is naturally a bit of a trick." After he finished speaking, he still didn't forget to say, You don't understand the way of formation, right?" The old urchin narrowed his eyes and started to compare again. The middle-aged scholar smiled mildly, seeing that his junior brother was complacent, and quickly sold his sword attendant, saying, "It's very, very good. You doesn't understand it, there are not as many words as Xializi here." Ji Chongkong nodded in satisfaction. This hunchbacked little old man seemed to have a straighter waist than before. Although, Xiaolizi knows how to form, and it seems that he has nothing to do with his master. The middle-aged scholar didn't use his spiritual sense to sweep the entire Momen, which was a bit boring to him. He just followed behind Ji Chongkong, searching for something in the storage ring. He was looking for the token that Xializi gave him to pass through the mountain protection circle. With the token, you can come and go freely. Although with his strength, the token seems very tasteless, completely dispensable, and one can move to the mountain with a single thought, but he still chooses to use the token. Because of the temperament of his beloved disciple, it is too weird. If there is another person on the mountain suddenly, and if she is not aware of it, she will be startled, and then she will immediately be on alert, and she will be full of energy. Ji Chongkong loves her very much, and at this moment, he is not bothered at all. After he took out the token, he impatiently said to the middle-aged scholar, "Follow closely, and let out a little breath. Don't let Xializi be unaware." The middle-aged scholar hurriedly followed suit. The two passed the token, quickly passed the mountain protection formation, and passed through the dense fog. As for Lu Dongli, if someone uses the token to return to the sect, she will be able to sense it immediately. And she can also know who the visitor is through the number of the token. At this moment, Lu Dongli was teaching Xiaqiu swordsmanship. After sensing that someone was coming, his face immediately became happy. He thought it was his brother returning to the sect. But after learning that the visitor was Ji Chongkong, she was a little lost. But she was also happy. She was a little resistant to this master at first, but after getting along for a long time, she also saw his sincere love for her through his appearance as an old urchin. What's more, she has recently heard that her brother actually killed the Disciples of the sword sect master at the foot of the mountain. My brother is still the same as before, never changed. After thinking about it for a while, she also guessed that Ji Chongkong must have supported his brother in Jianzhong. Xiaoqiu, let's practice here first today, there are guests here. Lu Dongli said to his close disciple. The door was closed, and Xiaoqiu, who was not allowed to go down the mountain, raised her little head, and her round little face had the excitement of a child after school early, and said in a full-bodied little milk voice. Master, who is here? It's Master's master, and a distinguished guest. Lu Dongli said. Ah. The troublesome grandpa is here again. The round-faced chick was both happy and angry. The old urchin always loves to tease her. She is often teased to the point of being angry, but after getting angry, she finds it funny, and then she gets angry after playing for a long time. Today is destined to be another day of rage. Therefore, this rather lawless little chick has always been called Grandpa Ji Chongkong's troublesome grandpa or grandpa with small eyes. In this regard, since Ji Chongkong himself didn't care, Lu Dongli didn't say much. It's just that if this title spreads to Jianzhong, it will frighten a group of people. Let's go with the teacher to meet him. Lu Dongli got up and said to Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu immediately spread her little feet and trotted to keep up. As she ran, her fleshy round face trembled softly, which was really cute. The two soon saw the oncoming apprentice brothers, and Lu Dongli immediately took Xiaoqiu and said, Master, Senior. She had some vague guesses about the identity of this middle-aged scholar, but she wasn't sure yet, so she called her Senior. The middle-aged scholar glanced at Lu Dongli with a surprised look in his eyes. He seemed to have found something. When Ji Chongkong saw that his senior brother was shocked by his own disciple, a proud look appeared on his face again. It's not bad, right? If Ji Chongkong had a tail, he was afraid that he would be thrown into the sky in front of his senior brother. Fortunately, he was shorter than the middle-aged scholar, otherwise, he would be looking at him with his nostrils now. When the middle-aged scholar heard the words, he nodded again and again. The surprise that Lu Dongli brought him was no weaker than that of Lu Chaoga. Little Momin, there is actually a dragon and a phoenix. All are great talents. Ji Chongkong looked at Lu Dongli and introduced, This is your uncle. I didn't mention to you very much. Obviously, he mentioned it very often, Lu Dongli said in his heart. She immediately bowed to the middle-aged scholar, and said politely, Dongli has seen Master Jianzuan. The round-faced chick on the side looked up at the middle-aged scholar in a daze, with his mouth open wide, as if he did not expect that this elegant scholar who seemed to be able to punch himself would be the legendary number 1 in the world sword repair. You lied to the child, right? Such a bizarre thought appeared in the child's heart. In her heart, the head and the uncle are more in line with the image of the number 1 in the world. No need to be too polite. The middle-aged scholar smiled gently, and said to Lu Dongli and Xiaoqiu, who was bowed by Lu Dongli. Ji Chongkong glared at him from the side, and said, What about the meeting ceremony? Do you need me to teach you? Lu Dongli. She was a little confused. Although she often heard from her master that senior brother Jianzun was nothing in front of her, she was bragging as her master. I didn't expect it to be so tough. The most important thing is that the middle-aged Confucian scholar did not expect that his junior and junior brothers would suddenly come out like this, and did not ask me to prepare more in advance. This kind of sudden attack made him not know how much greeting he should give, so that he would not be scolded. This junior brother, wait a moment. The middle-aged scholar began to check his storage ring. He was infatuated with swords all his life and was not disturbed by foreign objects. Apart from the sword of life, he actually didn't have much on his body. Ji Changkong became impatient again. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com said, "Wait. Don't you still have a life and death left? Take it out." Okay. When the middle-aged scholar heard it, not only was he not annoyed, but he felt that it would be great if it could be a designated item. And he saved himself to test the meaning of the younger brother. He hurriedly took out a small woven straw man from the storage ring, and gave Lu Dongli the life and death that had the effect of a resurrection coin. The elders give it, do not dare to say no. Lu Dongli hurriedly took the life and death, and then said, "Dongli, thanks. My uncle." The middle-aged scholar nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Life and death is naturally a treasure, but for him it is really not very useful. The power that can kill him cannot be stopped by life and death. Once you enter the seventh realm, life and death is almost useless. However, the production method of this thing has been lost. The world uses one less and one less. It is indeed a rare good thing, and it can be sold at a shockingly high price outside. Lu Dongli carefully kept the life and death, and now she has two, life and death. When Ji Changkong gave it to her before, she wanted to give it to her brother. But she was directly rejected by her brother, and the rejection was very serious. A prudent girl who was most afraid of death gave him her second life. At this moment, after the girl got another life and death, the first thought in her heart was, "I already have two, and now I will divide my brother into one, and my brother should not refuse it. He's refusing, and I'm angry, the girl thought to herself. Thinking of this, a dazzling smile appeared on the girl's face. It seems that I feel a lot more at ease all of a sudden. P.S. Second update, I haven't written daily routines for a long time, it's comfortable." Chapter 224. 220, Little Momin, more than just Wulong and Phoenix. Thanks to the leader of Uduk. After putting life and death into the storage ring, Lu Dongli took the middle-aged scholar and Ji Changkong to the Momin Hall. Along the way, the middle-aged Confucian scholar was like traveling in the mountains and water, admiring the scenery of Momendan Qingfeng. He was looking at the scene, and Xiao Qiu, the round-faced chick, was looking at him. Seemingly aware of the little girl's curiosity about him, the middle-aged scholar looked down at her and gave her a gentle smile. The round-faced chick bears in mind the teachings of the master to him, and when the elder smiles to him, he should also return a polite smile. As a result, she raised her head, and the two pigtails fell backwards, because of this movement of raising her head, and then, directed at the number 1 powerhouse in Qingzhou, with a crooked smile. Lu Dongli. Damn, it's so embarrassing, it's all my brother's fault. Ji Changkong laughed at the side, but the middle-aged scholar didn't take it seriously, but felt that this little girl was quite aura. After checking her roots and aptitudes, the middle-aged scholar felt more and more that Xiao Xiao Momin was truly extraordinary. Her aptitude is considered a leader in sword sect. The middle-aged scholar thought to himself. He raised his hand and patted the round-faced chick's head lightly. Seeing Lu Dongli's reproach, he opened his mouth and said, "It's okay, this kid is full of spiritual energy, and his future achievements are limitless." Lu Dongli naturally didn't take it seriously. But, children take it seriously. Then can I be better than you? The round-faced chick was instantly excited. Xiaqiu. Lu Dongli glared at her and said solemnly. The middle-aged scholar waved his hand and said, "Do you want to be more powerful than me?" "Yeah." Xiaqiu nodded vigorously, raised her head and said, There was a serious expression on her Xiaoyuan's face. It was obvious that this little girl was not talking nonsense, she was serious. The middle-aged scholar asked, curiously, then why do you think like this? Xiaoqiu raised his head and said loudly, because the master of the sect said that since he held the sword, he knew that he would be the leader of Kendo, the number one in the world. I, Xiaoqiu, want to be as powerful as the master of the sect. The kid couldn't even understand the meaning of the word qi, she couldn't even write the word qi. But it didn't prevent her from remembering every word said by the head master. Lu Dongli, the ground seam, where is the ground seam? Ask for a ground seam online and let me get in quickly. Big brother is also really talking nonsense in front of children. And Xiaoqiu, just listen to it and memorize it. The middle-aged scholar and Ji Chongkong looked at each other, and the two brothers and sisters were able to make up the picture. Since I held the sword, I knew that I would be the leader of the swordsmanship, the number one in the world? The middle-aged scholar chewed this sentence, and a smile appeared on his face again. He doesn't think this person is arrogant, nor does he think this person is ridiculously ignorant. After all, if a person can't even think of it, how can he do it? In fact, when the middle-aged scholar himself held his own sword for the first time, he also had endless wonderful feelings in his heart. I was born to practice swords. After arriving at the Momin Hall, everyone took their seats. Lu Dongli took the initiative to get up and brewed spiritual tea for master and uncle. Ji Chongkong waved his hand and said, you sit, you don't need to soak. After he finished speaking, he glared at the middle-aged scholar and said, don't you like making tea the most? You can drink it for 2 hours by yourself, and make it yourself. The middle-aged scholar hurriedly took the tea set in Lu Dongli's hand and said, little pair, go back and sit down, I'll do it myself. Lu Dongli. She felt that this was a bit rude, and wanted to persevere, but saw the middle-aged scholar win her a wink. He seemed to be really afraid of his younger brother losing his temper. This made Lu Dongli realize once again that master really didn't brag. When he was in Jianzhong, he was afraid that he was really using Jianzuan to do things. Xiaoqiu was sitting on a chair. Because her legs were too short, the tall chair made her feet unable to land, so her 2 little feet were suspended in the air, shaking a few times from time to time. She looked at Grandpa Mischief and Grandpa Jianzuan curiously, and wondered in her heart, don't you say Grandpa Jianzuan is the number one in the world, why does Grandpa Mischief seem to be more powerful? As for the other true disciples of Momin, at this moment, they are also standing at the gate of the main hall. With the status of these 2 distinguished guests, how can they be seated? Xiaoqiu always relied on Ji Chongkong to spoil her, and it was Ji Chongkong who carried her to the seat. The middle-aged scholar lifted the kettle and poured a cup of spiritual tea for his junior and brother before pouring it for himself. Instead of drinking tea, he raised his head and glanced at the Momin disciples standing respectfully by the gate, namely Haiding, Luo Bing, and Emo Dongfeng. Just one glance, the middle-aged scholar was stunned for a moment. These Momin disciples are really weirder than each other. He sighed in his heart. Come here and get closer. The middle-aged scholar said to the 3 of them. In the face of the legendary sword sovereign, the 3 of them were a little cautious. This is a great man, the real strongest in Qingzhou. They never thought that one day Jianzuan would suddenly visit Momin. Seeing that the middle-aged scholar seemed to be very interested in Momin disciples, Lu Dongli introduced them one by one. The middle-aged scholar first focused his attention on Emo Dongfeng and said, your luck is a little weird. Just this sentence made Emo Dongfeng extremely surprised, and he only felt that Jianzuan was worthy of Jianzuan. As I said before, Mo Dongfeng's opportunity is a question mark. Sometimes he has good luck, and sometimes he is extremely unlucky. He has known this since he was a child. When you reach the realm of middle-aged Confucian scholars, you can see much more than ordinary people, including the so-called mysterious and mysterious. Luck. You add luck to your body, but you just couldn't absorb it, so sometimes you will be backlashed by luck. The middle-aged scholar looked at Mo Dongfeng and was amazed. Since ancient times, there have been very few people with great luck, and I didn't expect to see one in Momin. Why can't I see it? Ji Chongkong tried his best to widen his squinting eyes. And he couldn't see anything special about Mo Dongfeng. In his eyes, this kid is the most ordinary one among the Momin people, and he also looks like a monkey. If I have to say anything about the advantages, it is the tenacity of the heart and the chivalrous heart. When the middle-aged Confucian scholar heard the words, he didn't know how to answer, so he could only say, "Junior brother, if his cultivation is further advanced, he must be able to see it." Said, "So you are laughing at my low cultivation level? Don't dare, it's the senior brother who said the wrong thing. Come on, junior brother, drink tea, drink tea." The middle-aged scholar hurriedly poured Ji Chongkong again cup of Ling tea. Ji Chongkong drank the spirit tea with satisfaction, and then thought about making some benefits for the Momin, and said, "Then you can see the luck, can you have a solution to save him from backlash?" Hearing this, Mo Dongfeng was also excited. At this time, good and bad luck has plagued him for many years. Sometimes you not only cause trouble for yourself, but also trouble for those around you. The middle-aged scholar shook his head and said, "There is a solution, but it's not necessary. Speak human words." Ji Chongkong became impatient. The middle-aged scholar immediately explained, "The so-called solution is to peel off a part of the qi in the body, and then disperse it between heaven and earth. The qi in the body is no longer too heavy, and naturally there will be no backlash." After he said halfway, he wanted to take a sip of spirit tea first, and then explain why it was unnecessary, but when he saw Ji Chongkong was squinting at him, he quickly put down the teacup, coughed lightly, and then said warmly, "It is not necessary. Because there is no need for it. How long will you be able to accommodate this luck yourself?" The middle-aged scholar asked Mo Dongfeng, "How long have you had this strange phenomenon?" Reporting to Jianzuan, the disciple is not very clear, but there should be some small, it's been 10 years. Mo Dongfeng recalled. That's it. With the passage of time, you will be able to slowly transport the excess air to accommodate it. I think that you have hidden most of the charm. Now, I think it will take a long time and you will be fine. Middle-aged, the Confucian nodded. How long will it take? Ji Chongkong asked. There is no set number, maybe tomorrow, maybe a few years, maybe longer. He couldn't be sure. Atmospheric luck is equivalent to the gift of heaven, but whether you can eat it or not is your own business. Some people ate it, and then soared into the sky, and some people couldn't eat it, so naturally they died. In fact, Lu Chaoge didn't know about this. He passed detection, and the system did not give too many prompts. He just kept wondering, chance must have a certain number, such as Shacho's chance 9, his own, chance 3.14159226, how can there be a question mark? Lu Dongli listened to it and was only surprised. She thought she had taken a hapless apprentice, but she didn't expect that he was a person with great luck. Mo Dongfeng was stunned when he heard it. Me? Great luck? He always felt that he didn't look like it. UU reading www.sonicmtl.com. If Lu Chaoga was present, he would definitely not be surprised at all. Instead, he would have a "that's not normal" mentality. If you don't have any luck, can you meet the seat, join the Momen, become a direct disciple of the Momen, and become the nephew of the seat? This is great creation. Therefore, it is fortunate that he is not at the scene. If he is there, I am afraid that he will be directly dragged. After finishing all the words, the middle-aged scholar finally had the opportunity to drink a sip of spiritual tea. If he didn't drink it, the taste would not be right. I saw him take a sip of spirit tea, put down the cup, and then focused his eyes on Luo Bing, the second senior sister of Momen and the capable little secretary of Lu Chaoga. P.S. The first update, it's a bit late, thanks to the book friend Yuduk for the 100,000 starting point coin reward, and one more alliance leader. I didn't expect there are overseas Eugene readers. I'm a little surprised, hahaha, I'm really read. Chapter 225. 221, Jianzuan can't see through. In the Momen Hall, Luo Bing stood in front of the legendary sword master, a little restrained and a little nervous. The big man in front of her is unusual. She came from a humble background, but she doesn't actually think she can get into Jianzun's magic eye. Luo Bing's cultivation talent is actually not bad, and it can be regarded as not bad in hundreds of doors. But compared to Xiaoqiu, it is definitely a lot worse. Among the true biographies of Momen, on the surface, Mo Dongfeng was the one with the worst talent, and then there was her second senior sister. But now, Mo Dongfeng, who was usually ordinary, was actually judged by sword sovereign as a person with great luck? It seemed to be unusual all of a sudden. This made Luo Bing stand there, even more nervous for a while. Because she has a special status after all, she is Lu Dongli's first disciple. The middle-aged scholar seemed to see her restraint, smiled gently, and said, "No need to be nervous, I just have a question to ask you." Luo Bing responded quickly, "Senior Jianzuan, please speak." He nodded slightly and said, "Where were you born?" Hearing this, Luo Bing was slightly taken aback, and said, "I can't remember." She lowered her head and did not continue to speak. From the moment she had an impression, she was in a brothel in Zhali County. She grew up in a brothel and was taught and nurtured by her old mother herself. Then, at the age of 13, she met Lu Chaoga, who spent a lot of money and bought her. She only knew that she was sold to the brothel by her parents, and she didn't know anything else. Luo Bing was not at all curious about her own life experience, nor did she have any thoughts about her biological parents. Since you sold her to this kind of fireworks place, don't think about it. Anyway, she now has a new home and a family who values her. Luo Bing didn't have any intention of concealing Jianzuan. She did not remember where she was born, but only remembered that she spent her childhood in Zhali County. The middle-aged scholar's eyes were downcast, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After a long time, he said, "If you have the opportunity, you can find a time to go to the White Deer Forest in Luzhou. Maybe there is something waiting for you there. It's just that this is about the secret of an old friend of mine, and I'm just guessing, so I can't say it outright." After speaking, he glanced at Ji Chongkong, with a few sincere characters written on his face, "Junior brother, don't scold you. I don't want to be the Riddler." Ji Chongkong squinted and glanced at him, but in the end he didn't say anything. He seemed to have vaguely guessed something, and glanced at Luo Bing with a look of surprise, as if he didn't expect such a thing to happen. However, this has yet to be verified. He didn't know why the senior brother would say that. Could it be that there is something in this little girl that only he can see, but I can't? Thinking of this, Ji Chongkong was a little annoyed. This old urchin is especially easy to get angry as long as he stays with his senior brother. When Luo Bing heard the words, the whole person was slightly taken aback. Is it by Lu Forest in Luzhou? She wrote down this place in her mind. As one of the 4 major states in the profound sky realm, Luzhou has never been to her before. Finally, the middle-aged scholar turned his attention to Haiding, the senior brother of Momin, Lu Chaoge's only direct disciple. Among the people of Momin, the one who most amazed the middle-aged scholar was Haiding. To be precise, the surprise that Haiding brought him was no weaker than the surprise when he first met Lu Dongli. When Jianzuan's daughter Li Nanwei came to Momin, she saw Haiding's first glance and said that she knew a little bit of qi technique and found that black qi pervaded Haiding's body. And her Wang qi technique was taught by Jianzun. It's just that Li Nanwei hasn't learned much, so there's not much he can see. As for the eyes of middle-aged Confucian scholars, there is no trace of black air spreading, it is simply black air. He was well informed, and it was the first time he had seen such a person. The most important thing is that the middle-aged scholar also quickly discovered that the black pavilion was unusual. First of all, his cultivation is very strange. The cultivation base of the 4th realm is too high, and it is too high. Whether it was Jianni or Jianxin, Haiding did not match his 4th realm cultivation. It feels like strength is built up through external force. But his cultivation realm is extremely solid, not vain. With the eyesight of a middle-aged scholar, he couldn't even tell that the spiritual power in his body was transformed from the evil power in the soul. Jade. Not to mention the special shadow of Haiding. In the eyes of middle-aged scholars, in addition to the cultivation base and black air, Haiding also has a little weirdness, and that is what everyone can notice, a sense of existence. This person is like translucent, easy to be ignored, and even has his own resistance to the perception of consciousness. It's really a bit weird, you come here. The middle-aged scholar beckoned to Haiding. This ugly, dark-skinned mute hurriedly walked in front of Sword Master. Close your eyes and meditate, the middle-aged scholar said to Haiding. After he finished speaking, his fingertips lightly tapped between Haiding's eyebrows. At this time, Haiding couldn't calm down. Regarding the matter of soul jade, Lu Chaoge told him that it was a secret. He was afraid that the strongest man in Qingzhou in front of him would see through this secret. Okay. The middle-aged scholar retracted his finger and said to Haiding. Haiding heard the words, opened his eyes, and from the confused expression on the middle-aged scholar's face, he could see that the other party didn't seem to notice anything related to the soul jade. While this made him breathe a sigh of relief, he also secretly admired his master's methods. I don't know what method master used to hide this secret so deeply, and even hide it from the eyes of Lord Jianzuan. Your physique is very strange. The middle-aged scholar looked at Haiding, not knowing how to describe it for a while. This was the strangest person he had ever seen. The middle-aged Confucian scholar was not only well-informed but also read a lot of books and read a lot of ancient books. But in ancient books, there is no record of a similar constitution. Besides that, I just used the qi technique to discover that you are full of black energy, the middle-aged scholar said. As soon as these words came out, not only Haiding, but everyone in Momin, except for Xiaoqiu, who only knew how to eat, all became nervous. Everyone knows the origin of Haiding. He was brought up the mountain by the head, because he was originally an orphan who grew up eating food from hundreds of families in the village at the foot of the mountain, and this orphan was ordered by a half-blind person who passed by, saying that he had deep roots and deep-rooted demons, and that he would be 1,000 miles away in the future. The villagers are ignorant and want to drive him out of the village, out of The village, how can this black and thin mute survive? Fortunately, he was brought up the mountain by the sect master, and he became a gentleman of the Mo sect who thought of others in everything. The middle-aged scholar saw the changes in everyone's expressions at a glance. Although it was very subtle, and he tried his best to hide it, how could he not notice it? Ji Chongkong tapped on the table next to him, motioning the middle-aged scholar to fill the empty teacup. While urging his senior brother to pour tea, he said angrily, Wankishu. Wankishu, when you were young, I told you not to be obsessed with this useless thing. At a glance, everyone is colorful. I ask you Ziki, what do these things like red chi and black chi mean? You reading www.sonicmtl.com. You can't tell why, so it looks good. Ji Chongkong really couldn't hold back his urge to complain. He had complained about this countless times, but this time he heard another set of Wang Chi technique from his senior brother, and he couldn't help but started spraying again. The middle-aged scholar hurriedly picked up the teapot and poured the tea, and said with a shy smile, it's nothing, it's black, it's just a kind of chi in the dark, no one can tell. This softened the atmosphere a bit. Ji Chongkong, who had been impatient for a long time, waved his hand quickly. Drink tea, don't be long-winded. After speaking, he said to the disciples of Momin, go ahead with your work. You don't need to accompany us, the two old men, Xializi, you can stay, and he will give you some pointers later. Although his disciples are not as good as mine, he is still a sword master. It's not harmful if you listen to me, Ji Chongkong said boldly. On the other side, North State. A light boat was flying fast in the clouds, and Lu Chaoga, who was sitting on the light boat, did not know that Jian Zun actually went to Momin when he was not at Momin. If he knew about this, he would definitely have a warning in his heart. There are really many secrets of Momin. Black Pavilion is one of them, but don't forget there is another. The demons in the tomb worshipped, woohoo. Neither Ningying nor Ji Chongkong found anything special about the solitary tomb, but Jian Zun was different after all. He was one of the 4 strongest people in the world. At this time, Lu Chaoga, who knew nothing, still had the intention to open the map, to see how far he was from Chuanqiu Mountain. Tomorrow is almost here, he said in his heart. P.S. The second update, there is something to do today, so the update time is later than usual, sorry.